Welcome, Pewter Report readers, listeners, and viewers to another edition of the Pewter Report Draft Show 2022 edition this year. I'm John Ledyard from PewterReport.com. With me is Scott Reynolds of PewterReport.com. You will be hearing from all of the Pewter Report team at some point over the next 3 days. We will be with you from pick number 1 to pick number 256, Scott. And it is all brought to you by our friends over at Beef O Brady's.
Yeah, John, it's an exciting time, right? This is the draft. This is where we saw Joe Tryon-Shoyinka get selected last year, late into the night. John, we're going to be here late into the night again tonight because the Buccaneers, they don't pick 32nd, at least not right now, but they're picking 27th. And that means, what, around 11 o'clock Eastern time?
Yeah, 11 o'clock Eastern time, probably. That's when the Bucs will be picking, somewhere around then. We'll be with you every step of the way coming up to that pick. We'll walk you through all the picks. We'll break them all down. Remember, you know Pewter Report, you know. We do our draft research and our study on every pick and every team going into this. So this is an NFL draft show. It's not a Bucs NFL draft show, but obviously, knowing that the Bucs fans in here, we're going to spend a lot of time talking about their potential picks and the options that could be on the board for them at number 27.
No doubt, John. And the thing is, too, is the Buccaneers, they rule the NFC South. They won the division title for the first time, and it happened so long ago, John, I can't even remember. 2007 was the last time they won. John Gruden was the head coach. Boy, there's been a lot of coaches since John Gruden in Tampa. And there's a new one, Todd Bowles. This is his first draft. And we're going to see Todd Bowles' first pick. I think it's going to be a defensive player, John. I think Jason Light's going to say, Todd, I'm going to hook you up with a defensive player.
Yeah, there's a good chance it's a defensive player. We've talked about some offensive players. We've floated a bunch your way over the last couple weeks, but you've probably gotten the vibe, and you've seen our recent mock drafts, the Bucs 7-round mock draft that we put out. It's over at PewterReport.com. If you haven't seen those and want to go check them out, but you've seen the picks that we've had in there. You saw my final 32 team, the 32 pick first-round mock draft, where I had them taking safety Lewis Cine from Georgia. You've known that we are trending pretty heavily defense. You've heard us talk about the top 3 players that we believe are on the Bucs board at number 27. We'll get into more detail about them in a little bit, but all defensive, Scott. But there are some offensive players we like for the Bucs.
There are.
I don't know if it's going to happen in the first round.
Yeah, we've done 5 mock drafts. If you go all the way back to January, and it's so tough, right? Because that's when you're starting to kind of get a feel for these prospects. We had Arnold Ebiketie from Penn State as the first-round pick for the Buccaneers. Then I think we had Treylon Burks from Arkansas was the first-round pick in February. And then we had Lewis Cine from Georgia back in March. And then the last 2 have also been defensive players, defensive lineman Travis Jones from UConn, and then Logan Hall from the University of Houston. I think we can talk about the 5 players that we think that the Buccaneers are going to be honing in on, but I think it might be just 2 of them. I think Lewis Cine, Logan Hall, those are probably, and no coincidence, but they're probably Bucs' best bets tonight for this team drafting for Todd Bowles' defense.
Yeah, and you believe those 2. I still kind of pushing Devontae Wyatt into that conversation. The only holdup we have with Devontae Wyatt is the off the field. The unknown for us, really. Like, we know some of the stuff, and it's like, okay, like nothing terrible that we think would keep him off the board, but we know that there's some other stuff teams have found. We just don't know all the details on it, and certainly don't want to speculate about things about that, obviously. So we just kind of, the unknown there has given us a little bit of pause. But on the field, I really believe that he's a lot of what the Bucs are looking for. The other holdup is his age. He's 24 years old. That is a much older prospect than Jason Light is typically taken, especially in the first round. This draft is older. That could change some things, but
it's really because of the COVID year, right?
Yeah, the COVID year changed it, right?
A big reason why. And John, you mentioned the age. the oldest player Jason Lights drafted in the first round was Vita Vea, another defensive lineman who was 23. Now, Vita's kind of a special guy, though, right? He was the Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Year, and really just kind of a freak, right? I mean, he was a unique player. And everybody else has really been 20 or 21, I think. O.J. Howard was the only senior that Jason Light has drafted, and Devontae White is a senior. O.J. Howard was 22 back in 2017 when the Bucs made him their first-round pick. So they do like the younger players for that reason. Hall is 22. I believe Lewis Seen is 21.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
And then Devontae White, as you mentioned, John, 24. So not saying it can't happen or won't happen, but this would be uncharted territory for the Bucs and Jason Light because he has always drafted players that are either underclassmen or 23 and younger.
Yeah, and I know some people are getting some static, so we're trying to figure out that issue. We test ran it right before we went on and didn't have any, so we'll try and figure out what that issue is and get that squared away for y'all. You might see Matt walking back and forth here a little bit, trying to figure out that part of it. But no, we appreciate everybody jumping in here with us. Going to be a great show. We're going to get all the audio tweaks figured out as well and make sure we're up and running. We've got a lot of ground to cover. We do want to get into Scene and Wyatt and Hall pretty extensively in this pre-draft show here, but I think one of the big things that we want to talk about is a couple of the offensive guys to touch on at the beginning. Yeah. We don't necessarily believe that they're going to be Bucs picks tonight, but one is a name to look out for. One is a name if the board just went totally awry for them. I think that Arkansas wide receiver Treylon Burks could potentially be an option for this team in the first round, but the board would have to go pretty wild, I think.
It really would. And I think, too, some of the defensive players we've talked about, John, would have to come off the board and really make it seem like Treylon Burks would be the clear-cut guy. And I just don't know with them picking 27th if there's going to be enough defensive players. Some of the guys we talked about, Devontae Wyatt could be gone. He could be there. Lewis Seen could be gone, could be there. Logan Hall, I think, will be there at 27. So you're right. A lot would have to happen with defensive players going off the board, but also Treylon Burks staying on the board. And, John, there's just so many wide receiver needy teams, including Green Bay, ahead of Tampa Bay, that it makes it seem unreasonable that he would be there. I just don't want Treylon Burks to go to the Saints. That's something that scares me a bit.
Yeah, that's the fear for a lot of fans, I think, is that Treylon Burks would somehow end up on the Saints at the end of this first round. The Saints, obviously, with 2 picks. I know Bucs fans are going to be watching those very closely, number 16 and number 19. They kind of pulled off a little trade with the Eagles and moved picks around and got another first rounder this year, a bunch of complicated stuff. And so they're interested in this draft class. A lot of the other teams are trying to trade back. The Saints are trying to get more picks in this class. Yeah. Somebody knows something, somebody else doesn't know. But right now, like, that seems to be the way that things are gravitating in the division. And obviously in the top 10, you've got the Panthers and the Falcons picking as well. All of those teams could be looking at all offense. Those are 4 NFC South picks before the Bucs. All of them could be offense. In fact, I would guess most people would think they will be. Maybe the Falcons take an edge rusher. Yeah. But the Saints are, mostly people believe wide receiver, tackle, quarterback would be the direction they go. And most people think the Panthers will go with quarterback or tackle with their pick. So looks like they'll be letting go offense, and the Bucs will be going the other way and trying to add to the defense. Right. But if they're, again, one other offensive name we want to throw out there, Trey McBride, the tight end from Colorado State. That's a player that we know the Bucs are really interested in. Yes. The question is, where's the value with selecting McBride? I think they would love to get him at 60. It's just these tricky things happen with tight ends, Scott, where they, even if there isn't a great one in a class, and clearly there's no great one in this class, they tend to come off the board a little bit earlier because teams are always trying to find them. So you've got your situation, Hayden Hurst, end of the first round. Cole Kmet, who hasn't done, neither of these players have been good at all in the NFL. They're both worse prospects than McBride. I think Kmet went in the 40s, I believe. So that's what the Bucs are trying to understand. They're trying to say, okay, we want him. We think his value is probably at 60, I think. But what's the sweet spot for where we can actually get him and come away with him in this draft, knowing that if he's the top tight end, he probably gets pushed up the board just because that's the way the position works.
Yeah, and I think, John, when you and I were studying these tight ends, it seems to me there's a lot of number 2 tight ends, right? Guys that would be a solid number 2 tight end. Maybe 1 or 2 of these guys you look at and say, okay, this guy could be a number 1 tight end, right? He could be a number 1 that goes out there. And even for the Buccaneers, even if Rob Gronkowski's back, I think you would want McBride to be the number 1 next year, right? When Gronkowski's gone. And then Cam Brate, if he's still around, would be 32 next year. So I understand the logic and the reasoning there. And I think it boils down to value too, like you were saying. do you want to draft tight end 1, or do you want to draft defensive tackle 3?
Right.
I think that's something that the Buccaneers, Todd Bowles, Jason Light have to look at and say, where does McBride rank with the Logan Hall, with the Devontae Wyatt, with a Lewis Cine in that group? And is he the clear-cut number 1? Is he right there in the mix? Tight end is arguably, John, really the biggest need on this team. They only have 2 on the roster right now.
Yeah.
And
Cody McElroy.
Yes.
He doesn't really count.
Yeah, he's a practice squad player that's
Right.
not even assured of making a roster spot this year.
Right.
He's on there now by default.
Right.
Because they need 4. They only have 2. But Cam Brate's going to turn 31. His skills are in decline. He'll be 31 July 3rd. And then you look at Gronkowski, where right now he is not focused on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He is focused on Gronk Beach.
Yes, he is. He just told Jordan Schultz that. Yes, he said, I haven't made any decisions yet. Focused on Gronk Beach. No surprise there. Again, just hold your horses on that. I wouldn't expect anything to happen. Even if he's made a decision, I don't think he's coming back before maybe minicamp, maybe not even training camp. So the Bucs have to draft a tight end because they don't know what's going to happen with him. And reality is, like, he's been injured, and at this point in his career, you have to plan for that. And in some ways, we've talked about maybe they need to plan for that a little more with Levante David. We'll talk about that more on day 2 probably, and what that would look like, because we don't expect a linebacker tonight. But they know they need a tight end, and not only do they need a tight end, it's one of the few positions on their roster where the guy could come in and legitimately start. There's only 2 spots where that probably would happen in week 1. Left guard would be one, which we haven't talked about a lot. Yep. It's possible. It's not likely, but it's possible. And tight end is another where at least even if they didn't start, they'd probably be splitting the snaps pretty early on.
No doubt. And when the Buccaneers would get a 12 personnel, it might be a situation with Gronkowski and McBride rather than Gronkowski and Brate.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a truly viable scenario. You know what else is truly viable? Going to Beef O Brady's to watch the draft either tonight or tomorrow night or on Saturday. Bring your wife, bring the kids. It's a great place to grab some burgers, some wings, some beer. Beef O Brady's.
You want beefy? Nobody out-beefs beefs. Try the O'Brady Burger, made with premium Angus perfectly seasoned and topped with melted provolone. It's an all-star, just like that other Brady in town. And if you're tailgating, you might want to pile on Beef's award-winning wings, too. Traditional or boneless in whatever sauce or dry rub you crave. Dine in, to go, or even catering. Play it your way. See you at Beef's.
Beef O Brady's, 45 locations in the Tampa Bay area. You can go to beefobradys.com, check out their menu. Look at that juicy bacon double cheeseburger. It's a fantastic burger. Burgers, wings, nachos, beer. They've got plenty of selections of beer there. One of my favorite places to go for catering, for your draft party, for to go. If you're looking to stop off and grab some dinner and bring it home for the family. 45 Tampa Bay area locations. Visit them online, beefobradys.com.
Sean said just had fajitas from Beef's for dinner. Wow, look at
Excellent.
that. He was absolutely ready for this draft.
Yes, he was.
He knew what was up. So good.
Appreciate that.
Good for you, Sean. That's awesome. Appreciate the comments, everybody so far jumping in here. Y'all are excited about this draft. And that's exciting to see because one of the only downside of the Bucs winning now is they pick later in the draft.
Yes.
And so people have to wait and be patient a lot of time when they're just looking for their team's pick. And so, yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a little bit of a wait tonight, but honestly, it's going to be so worth it to see who gets added to this team in a window that is clearly a Super Bowl window. Yeah. That's the exciting part about it is you don't have to wait 2 to 3 years probably to see the fruition of whatever happens tonight. In some ways you will, but you also see guys that probably are a team that's probably looking to draft players that can plug in some capacity and play right away. And that's the situation we think is happening. If the Bucs were to draft Lewis Cine, there've been a lot of questions. How does that happen? Like they already have added safeties. They've added I've gotten so many questions like that on Twitter. Well, the reality is, Scott, that even though they've added players, Logan Ryan is probably going to play a lot in the nickel. The Bucs have indicated he will not replace Jordan Whitehead. So, okay, you're still looking for a strong safety. Mike Edwards is not really a strong safety. He's more of a free safety. You could move Antoine Winfield around and you could use your safeties more interchangeably than in the past, but we don't know that they're going to do that. And Keanu Neal, while it's a good signing that I like, I've said this before, I probably jumped the gun initially when he was signed and tweeted well, they're probably good at safety. I thought about it more. I was like, you know what? It's a 1-year deal. It's for closer to the minimum. I don't think that it necessarily rules out a safety for the Bucs. I think that this could very easily be a situation where he could start the year at strong safety.
Right.
Mike Edwards and he could be interchangeable. And then whenever a rookie's drafted that they draft is ready to play,
right,
then he could plug in, and that could be Lewis Cine.
Also too, John, you have to look at contingency plans, right? And when you look at the nickel linebacker situation, they don't take Devin White or Levante David off the field on third downs, right? They don't play dime, in other words. They play with both of those linebackers in there. Well, the thing is, and we saw this a little bit, when Levante David was hurt last year, Kevin Minter came in and was a liability in pass coverage. And who would you rather have as an emergency nickel linebacker? KJ Britt, who's really unproven, or Keanu Neal, who at least had a season of that and has a better feel for the passing game, playing back to front as a strong safety, right? So I think that Keanu Neal, even though he will be a strong safety, his position flexibility in an emergency situation really gives the Buccaneers some extra coverage at linebacker this year, if it's just going to be that quartet of Devin White, Levante David, KJ Britt, and Grant Stewart. I don't think they're going to be re-signing Kevin Minter. We'll see if they draft a linebacker this year.
That's going to be one of the things. Do they draft a linebacker this year? Right now, the Bucs only have 4 picks in the first 4 rounds. They have a first-round pick at 27, a pick at number 60 in the second round, number 91 in the third round, I think 133 in the fourth round, I believe. And then they have 2 of the last picks in the 7th round. So there's a huge gap between their pick at the beginning of day 3 of the draft on Saturday till the very end. I believe they have maybe like the 6th or 7th to last pick and then the penultimate pick in the draft as well. So they have basically kind of like last year when they had the last pick and they took Grant Stewart and they took Chris Wilcox a couple picks before that. Yeah. They'll be kind of wrapping up the draft. We'll be with you throughout the entire day 3. So we'll be breaking down every pick. There's also this possibility that they trade back. Everybody's kind of talking about it. They want to see it happen because they want more picks, because there's more things to get excited about. I kind of want it to happen. But I don't, that we could be here the whole night on the draft show and would they trade out of the first round or could they trade back? Would it be 32? Would it be later in the first round? There's only 5 spots behind them, but that could be an option too.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is Jason Light has always used the 5th round option, right? And in all of those first round picks, even when a player hasn't quite even made it to the 5th year, right? They cut Brennan Hargraves after they picked up his 5th year option. He didn't even get to see year 5 because they cut him in 2019, which was his 4th season, for just being lazy and dogging it on the play. And Arians had enough, and Jason Light had enough. And I think it was against the Cardinals. So, but we just saw, as Pewter Report reported back in February, Devin White's 5th year option was picked up. They even picked up Vita Vea's 5th year option, but before he got to that, which would have been this year, they extended his contract. So there is some value in keeping a first round pick. And if you're going to trade back, maybe trading back with the Lions, who, if they don't take a quarterback early, which I don't think they're going to, but they've been speculated to possibly take a quarterback to compete with Jared Goff, that might be where Jason Light can push back from 27 to 32. I think that's an ideal situation. Pick up a middle round pick for that, John. Still have the 5th year option with pick number 32.
Yeah.
And it worked out well for him last year. I think you and I are both high on Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, who was actually the number 1 guy in our final Bucs mock draft and a Bucs best bet. Yeah,
absolutely. Loved Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. I think the pick has worked out so far as well as they could have hoped, considering he'd missed a year before he played. Obviously, they have high hopes for him this year. The edge rusher position is one we have not talked about a ton leading up to the draft. We did earlier on in the process. We don't necessarily think it'll be a full-time edge rusher tonight. We'll talk about Logan Hall and Devontae Wyatt in a second. But if the team does go edge rusher in the first round tonight, we believe that Michigan's David Ajabo is a player that they liked a lot early on in the process. The issue then, Scott, did become he tore his Achilles. And that is an injury that still comes with some uncertainty, even in a day and age where ACL injuries and knee injuries like that are more commonplace. The recovery is more common. Achilles, the explosiveness lost from that can still be something that follows the players. You mentioned with O.J. Howard, obviously it did. Now, that doesn't mean it will with the Ajabo, but given that and the fact he'll miss probably his rookie year, and if you take him in the first round, okay, you've got 3 years and the option basically of him, so you're losing a year of the contract value. It's a tough sell for a team that's trying to win a Super Bowl now.
It really is. I actually think Ajabo would be in play if Tom Brady had stayed retired, right? If this is kind of a quasi-rebuilding, reloading type of year for the Buccaneers, I could see the value in taking a player that the Buccaneers believe is actually a top 10, top 15 pick at 27 and then being patient. And, again, because he's in the first round, you do have that 5th year option. So even if he does miss his rookie season, you still have him under contract as a player on the field for 4 years.
Yeah.
So there is some value there. But John, like you said, as much as Tom Brady's a Michigan man, I think he wants to win right now.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to necessarily draft another Wolverine that won't help him in 2022.
Right. We appreciate some of these super chats. Callum always supporting the podcast. Greatly appreciated. Shout out from the UK. I'll be up waiting for the Bucs pick. I want Burks. Sorry, Scott. I like offense.
I like Burks too.
Good luck with the new adventure, John. Thank you, Callum. Appreciate that. And always appreciate you on Twitter and on here just supporting me and the pod and Pewter Report. It's truly awesome stuff. We appreciate all of you jumping in here. Mikhail says, rum and cokes ready for the draft tonight. Let's go. Appreciate the That's you hear Scott sipping a little bit. We're not going to say
water tonight, but
day 3 of the draft, we'll see.
But tomorrow night's Friday night.
Oh, tomorrow night. Not even waiting for day 3 of the draft. Josh Capo says super chats for correct mock draft picks again. Okay, so last year Josh Capo gave $5 super chats.
That's right.
Every time that I got a first round pick right in my mock draft. And I think I got 7 or 8 right. And so Josh supporting the pod faithfully. Yeah. And then we hired him.
That's right.
Not even less than a year later, we hired him to write for us. And so I'm not saying that you'll get hired to write for us if you give us super chats, but I'm not saying that either. It certainly doesn't hurt your chances.
That's
right?
true. It probably helps your chances. So keep the super chats fast and furious tonight. We always appreciate that. And
obviously, we appreciate Josh sending those super chats to us. You don't have to do that, Josh. Consider you working for us now. But hey, if you do it, hey, I'm not going to.
We're just going to turn around.
That's right. We're going to turn around to you. So let's put it that way. Kim says, John and Scott, yeah, where the heck is Casey K. Huddy these days? K. Huddy is making a ton of the awesome graphics that you're going to see on this show today. She's making this is going to be the most professional looking draft show that Pewter Report has ever had.
No doubt.
And large part of that is because of Casey. So she is working away hard at those things. But not only that, she's going to be, hopefully she'll be able to be on the show at some point and offer her thoughts on some of the picks as well, whether it's here in person or remotely. We're definitely going to have everybody on the Pewter Report team that wants to come on to talk about some of these picks. And
plenty of time on day 3
plenty
for sure.
Of time on day 3,
tomorrow night.
And tomorrow might be when Christian Watson comes off the board. And obviously, Kay Huddy was one of the first people to unearth that gem. So we'll need to have her on.
And of course, she's keeping an eye, and so am I, on the Lightning. She also kind of works.
That's right.
Not for the Bolts, but with the Bolts in a capacity like that.
Sports case, covering the Bucs, covering the Bolts, and so she'll be covering them as well. So wearing many hats, as she always does, literally and figuratively, for Kay Huddy. But she will be around. Don't worry, everybody will be around. Josh Capo, J.C. Allen, obviously Matt Matero is sitting over here looking like a G, as he always does. It will be on the show at some point as well. We appreciate the super chat, Dara. Who is the guy who most likely won't be there, but if he fell, the Bucs would take hands down? Great question. And encourage these questions. Pour them in, super chats, or otherwise, if ask away for these questions during the pre-draft show here up until 8 when the draft begins. But the player that the Bucs would take hands down if he fell, I mean, like, Kyle Hamilton wouldn't fall this far. I'm trying to be semi-realistic.
Right.
Devin Lloyd, would they take him?
I don't know.
They don't expect him to be there, I don't think, because as far as we know, there's been no homework into Devin Lloyd. I'm sure there's been some.
There has been some. I'm sure the area scouts have done their job.
Sure. I
just wonder, though, with that 40 speed, when you look at the Buccaneer profile for their linebackers, especially early on. I mean, Devin White was a 5th overall pick, obviously, but a 4.42 in the 40-yard dash. You look at Darren Lee, who was Todd Bowles' first-round pick in the Jets.
That's a deep pull there, Scott. I forgot about Darren Lee.
A little bit of homework.
You're ready to go. Okay.
But you know what I'm saying? He was a very fast linebacker coming out of Ohio State. So I think that's where the speed comes into play. And if Devin Lloyd's going to fall, it might be because of a slower than expected 40 time. Still an all-around football player, though. And I'll remind people, Ronde Barber is not the fastest corner. Later in his years, Derek Brooks wasn't the fastest linebacker. Mm-hmm. But when you can process, right, and you can see the play happen before it happens based on your film study, based on your experience, based on tendencies, down distance, formation, right, you can gain a step even if you've lost a step, if that makes sense, because you're going to start to flow to the ball because you know where the ball is going to be going.
Right.
And I think that for a real cerebral, top-notch intellectual player like Devin Lloyd, that's probably where he makes up for not having like that 4.45 speed.
Right. He does make up for it. He looks fast on tape too.
Yeah.
I mean, he's clearly rangy. He's not as fast as some of the other linebackers that will go maybe later in the draft and the way they've tested.
Christian Harris, the guy
Christian
we like in the second round from Alabama.
Could be. So he's one I would kind of like, but I don't think they'll take him also because of this. I think he's more of a Mike linebacker, and I don't think they'd want to move Devin to Devin White to Levante David's spot. Yeah. When Levante David retires. So that would be another reason why I'm not sure that they take him. Who would be a guy that would fall just totally unexpectedly that they might take? Maybe Jermaine Johnson. Again, he's not going to fall. We're trying to be, I guess, semi-realistic about this. What about a corner? Is there any corners? I don't know that they would. Would they take? I mean, I don't know. This is about most people have him going. If they have him in the first round, they have him going in the 20s.
Right.
So it wouldn't even be that far of a fall for him. But also, we don't know of any with linkage from other than the fact that the Bucs love Washington players.
But they only like the defensive linemen, right?
That's
They've
right.
got Benning Potoahi. They
didn't take any of the corners.
Yeah, it really has been DBU under Jimmy Lake for so many years there, who's groomed and put so many awesome cornerbacks and defensive backs into the NFL. But the Bucs have not bitten on any of those guys yet.
Right. Yep. Ben asked, is BA still going to be in the war room tonight? Yes, Bruce Arians will be in the war room tonight. Absolutely. Jason Light said that. That's his right-hand man now, especially on draft day. Here's an interesting question from Vortex. You think the Bucs would consider Pickens or Sky Moore if they traded down a little bit? I don't think Sky Moore would be considered here.
He's a fit.
Pickens would depend a lot upon the character, I think. Like not even just off the field, but just the maturity. That's been the question that's been out there with him. He's obviously had a few issues on the field, like he got in fights and things like that.
Yeah.
So they'd have to gauge that a little bit. I could see there being some interest in Pickens, but he is a kind of a true X, and I don't know that priority receiver, unless they loved a player, I don't know that the position's a priority for them early on.
Yeah, if anything, I think you'd probably want a player that could almost be like another Russell Gage that would play the Z, that flanker position as opposed to the split end, and also maybe play some slot.
Right.
And I think Pickens is just about strictly like Mike Evans, an X receiver, a split end. And the other thing, too, is they're going to get some really good intel on all the Georgia guys, because when you look at Todd Monken, right, the former offensive coordinator, he was a Buccaneer offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach for years here. So a lot of these scouts, general manager Jason Light, they know him from his days here in Tampa. And, of course, he just won a national championship as the offensive coordinator for the Bulldogs. Absolutely.
A couple more good questions. Detch wants to know thoughts on Jalen Petrie. I wouldn't be surprised if we pick him over Dax Hill or Lewis Cine. Petrie's not a name we've talked about a ton.
Right.
It would surprise me if he were selected over Dax Hill or Lewis Cine, just because there's been a little more linkage of the team to those two players than Petrie. Petrie, to me, Scott, I finished watching him and I just came away saying, I am not really sure where he plays in the NFL, because he's not even like Dax Hill. Dax Hill occasionally Dax Hill would kick back to safety, but most of the time Dax Hill was a true slot corner playing man coverage in a man-heavy scheme at Michigan. A very clear, translatable skill set to the NFL. He could maybe learn free safety, but at the very least, he will be a nickel corner, probably in a man coverage heavy scheme, and there will be an asset in that way. But Petrie is a totally different story, because he's basically zone underneath coverage. You'll see him in man on occasion, but not a lot, and especially not in the Big 12.
He's not a match guy. He's not a guy that's going to match and run with a tight end or a slot receiver.
And most of the time, he is an edge rusher in their scheme. Like, that is what he is. He lines up on the edge.
I love the player, man.
And he blitzes. And
he's a box player extraordinaire, and I love Dave Aranda's defense. He was the defensive coordinator at LSU, and then he became the head coach at Baylor. And trust me, watching Baylor play a lot, I'm a Big 12 guy as a K-Stater. Baylor's defense is it's amazing. It really is. And this guy was the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year for a reason. Sacks, tackles for loss. He just makes so many splash plays.
18 tackles for loss.
Yeah.
But he's an edge defender. he's
right.
And how does that because honestly, the player who he most reminds me of in terms of his usage, Fred Warner, played overhang, kind of like a blitzing edge, like an unaccounted for box defender.
This guy's built like a corner.
He's 198 pounds. So can he play linebacker? I saw some people I respect on Twitter saying, I don't really know what position Petrie is. Maybe he's a linebacker. And I'm like, that would be the position that makes the most sense. But first of all, if he's an off-ball linebacker, he has to read keys, which he's never done before.
Right.
If he's a deep safety, he has to play in deep zones, which he's never done. He played 16 snaps in his whole career at Baylor deep. So where he fits in the NFL, he is not going to be on a lot of teams' board just because there won't be a fit for him. And I don't think he'll be on the Bucs.
I agree.
Because of that. But there will be a couple teams that he might be really fun on.
The other thing, too, John, when you and I were first talking about this, I was really high on Petrie. I still am. I just like the player. I don't know that he's a Bucs fit.
Right.
But when you and I were talking about this, he does everything you want in the box. Blitzing from the slot, being that edge setter. I mean, the tackle for loss number you mentioned, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is Todd Bowles, because he likes to disguise so much and rotate those safeties, you pretty much have to be able to play free safety if you're the strong safety. And we saw there were plenty of occasions where Jordan Whitehead would rotate to a single high or at least a cover two, right, where he's playing a two deep, and they would walk Antoine Winfield up and play him close to the line of scrimmage. So you have to have that position flexibility and versatility at the safety spot. You have to be able to play both. Even if you're really good at one, you got to be able to do the other. And John, there just isn't any evidence on tape that he can play free safety and that he has that range and that ability to see the whole field, to play a single high, or to even drop back and play two-man.
Right, and that's the thing people don't realize. Jordan Whitehead, we call him a box safety. We just use that to designate what he normally does the most of. He still plays deep a lot. And two high coverages, he will rotate single high when Winfield comes down. The Bucs are one of the, I think, a top 10 team in the NFL in terms of coverage rotations at the snap, or post snap or pre snap, in terms of rotating their safety. So you just have to be able to play deep. And we know Dax Hill can do it a little bit, so maybe he's a consideration. He's another one where I would really need to hear what the plan is to know exactly what his usage would be. Right. But an interesting player, again, he played in a man coverage heavy scheme. The Bucs have not been that. Doesn't mean they couldn't be more of that, but the fit in and of itself for him isn't totally seamless. He played in zone, so I don't think he's going to be totally foreign to him like it would be with like a Roger McCreary or somebody who just doesn't have really zone reps on tape. But that would be one player that I think it gets commonly mocked to the Bucs, even by some of the quote unquote experts. And I don't say that just because to include everybody, not to rip on anybody, but and that one is one to me that would be a little bit of a surprise based on just watching him.
Right, exactly. We got a nice super chat here from Jason Delatorre, long time Pewter Report reader, listener, subscriber back in the day. Gonna miss you, Ledyard. Have a great show, guys. And then this is a really interesting. Look at that.
You don't even know what to say.
$100 super chat.
This is Casey. Casey says $100 super chat if the Bucs grab Christian Watson.
That's
wow,
guy for sure.
Look at that. Okay, we appreciate that. And this is funny. Kim says, John, you can wear more hats too. Just drink more Celsius and stay on at Pewter Report. This is the key. Kim knows it. But hey, I will be behind the scenes. I will be, no question about that. I'll always be involved. I'll probably jump on a pod here or there, talk Bucs at some point too. You never know. Maybe there'll be some draft content coming from me. And then Vortex says, I miss Paul. Is he coming back during the season? Yes. I talked to Paul on the phone the other day. He said, yep, when the season starts, he's back. He's contributing. He'll jump on pods again, everything. But Paul doesn't care about he probably not even watching tonight. He didn't care about the draft. He doesn't even know what's going on. He'll draft these guys. He might text me later and be like, who are these guys?
He's more
we
of
good?
a pro guy.
Yeah. And if they don't draft an offensive player, he's not going to care
exactly.
at all. Yeah. So,
Paul and I are like polar opposites. I'm all about defense. He's all about offense. That's what makes it great. We all have our different superhero powers on this Pewter Report superhero team.
Yeah, for sure. Tony Montana says John and Scott look like superstars on this camera and this light. Yeah. How about we just stepping it up a little bit on the Pewter? This is a very professional show. Now I'll say that, and we'll have some technical difficulties.
I'm growing my hair a little bit. Some would say, is that like a Blaine Gabbert look I'm going for?
I mean, you probably are.
Probably.
Yeah. You're back in the facility now, so he could see you. Exactly. It's kind of like, you remember in The Office when Michael grows the beard, when Ryan's growing the beard? That's you. That's you with Blaine Gabbert right now.
Oh, my God.
He's going to come in with a buzz cut, and you're going to be like, get a buzz. You shaved it off, and you're gonna be like, oh yeah, it was time. I just felt like
the thing is too. I actually have a picture of this. I'll try to get to it tomorrow. There's a picture of Blaine when he did cut his hair, and it's frightening. And he definitely made the right choice. And going back to to long hair, don't care. It was. I'll find the picture. We'll put it on there tomorrow. But it's like,
that's hard to beat that.
Yeah, it is. I mean, when you got the mullet hanging out from the helmet there, that's just top notch right there.
Yeah, true.
And by the way, he's QB1 right now. There's been no sign of Tom Brady. Well, actually, it's not true. Brady is here. He's working out, but it was a little bit of a dream.
Right.
for me.
It was for a day, maybe.
For a day,
Gabbert was
yeah.
the only quarterback in town. So let's see if we can we'll try and get to as many questions as we can, but we are about 25 minutes away from the draft starting, from the first round of the draft beginning. So make sure that we try and get to a lot of your questions too. Here's one interesting one. We talked a little bit about McBride. Jack says, would the Bucs pick Trey McBride if he falls to them? I mean, Trey McBride's probably going to be there. The Titans have been interested. The Bengals behind the Bucs are interested.
I think that's the team to look up
Yeah.
right there, right?
Yeah, if you trade back to 32, you might lose.
Yeah.
But if McBride goes in the first, are you okay with that? Are you saying, okay, well, that was just too much. We just didn't value him in the first. Like, if somebody else wants to take him, they're okay. We'll just have to take a tight end where we value him more.
Yeah.
Like, you never want to reach for players. You definitely don't want to reach for a tight end. You just don't. Like, unless it's like Kyle Pitts, dude. Like, you don't want to reach for a tight end. It's just, especially in an offense with three great wide receivers already. Like,
exactly.
It just feels like it would be not a smart move. So I think they're going to have to live with it if somebody takes him. I don't think he's a player you can fall in love with to that extent. I do like him. I really like his fit in Tampa Bay. It would be awesome if the Bucs could get him at 60. I think they would feel great about their first two picks. We'll see you the first.
And I wouldn't be surprised too, John, if the Buccaneers do trade back a little bit to maybe 32 and grab a Logan Hall, for example, or a Lewis Seen, they could take that mid-round pick along with their second-round pick, package it tomorrow, and move up. And if he gets by the Bengals, we'll have to see which teams are tight end needy. You look at Jacksonville at 33 in the second round, Detroit at 34, the Jets at 35. How high would they have to go up to get him? When you look at Davis Mills, Houston, where do they have a tight end, right? That might be a spot right there where listen, when you have a young quarterback like a Joe Burrow, like a Davis Mills right there at 37 for Houston, you want to get that security blanket, that safety blanket, that guy that is a receiving tight end like a Trey McBride. It would be a fantastic fit for a young quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, Trey McBride, just because of his ball skills, because of how short-handed he is, I think it's one of the most important traits for a tight end. Can you just catch the football, no matter where it is? If it's behind you, if it's up in the air, if it's low, if it's underneath, whatever it is, can you catch the football consistently?
Yeah.
Because you are probably never going to gain elite amounts of separation unless you're Travis Kelce, that type of route runner. Like, you're just probably not going to be a great separator. Even Rob Gronkowski has never been an elite separator.
Yeah,
he's been an elite catching the football, right? Anywhere it's been. Close quarters, contested catches, back shoulder. If you can do that consistently as a tight end, and you can block, obviously, I think that's important in the Bucs offense at least, you probably can fit in the NFL. And McBride does those two things at eye level. He's not a factor after the catch, and he's not a great route runner yet. But there's a good enough athlete in there to become a better route runner. I still think that he can improve a little bit more than most people think he's just done. He's a finished product. Yeah. I think he can improve a little bit, but the fact that he's already a good blocker and he's just great, he knows how to address the football. Some players don't know that. That's not natural for them. McBride knows how to address the football no matter where it is, no matter where it's thrown around him, and I think that's a huge asset.
He reminds me of a younger, faster Jay Novacek, the Cowboys tight end back in the day.
That's
Troy Aikman and all that.
Another deep pull. This is before even – I mean, I was born, but I would not have watched him play live. But he was one of my first football cards. I still remember it.
That's right. So I so bad wanted to call you Sonny Boy right there. That's an inside joke, but I won't.
It's not even that inside. If you read the comments on Pewter Report, which I don't, by the way, I don't read enough of the comments in the articles because most of the time that's where people go after you in every way. But one guy in there just is always mad at me, and he calls me Sonny Boy in the comments. Every article I write, and so now the staff calls me Sonny Boy.
That's John's nickname in the PR group chat.
Right. Jason, appreciate this $5 super chat. Smartest football guy I've heard in a while. Gonna miss you. Love your analysis and film study players. Cannot listen to most national guys. Again, there's some good ones, Jason. Appreciate that, and appreciate William with the $5 super chat as well, saying, John, don't leave my guy.
They're bribing you, John.
Yo, I was gonna say,
it's their bribes.
Honestly,
now.
you got to stop. Like, I'm trying not to cry on this show all weekend, but when you're on as little sleep as I am, it's danger zone. So you gotta be chill with me. I don't have to say goodbye yet. We got 3 days of the show here. We got a lot of hours on the air. I'm looking forward to those.
Another one here, another super chat.
Okay.
Darren, appreciate these.
Yeah, Darren. If Bucs draft a defensive tackle, a tight end, and an offensive guard with the first 3 picks, $100 on the Bucs to win the Super Bowl with MyBookie tonight. All right.
Okay.
Do we think they're going to draft a guard?
I think they can. I think there's enough guards that they like in this draft, and not just in the first round with Zion Johnson, right? We've talked about a couple of our Bucs best bets, right? That Dylan Parham from Memphis, they've had some communication with him pre-draft, and also Cole Strange from Chattanooga. I like him. The more I watch him, that's J.C. Allen's guy.
My gosh, I mean, talk about a guy that has no clue that he's not that big. He just goes after people like a maniac.
Yeah, he's
crazy.
That tough guy. Small school tough guy that Jason Light has gravitated towards. And you look at the Ali Marpet selection from Hobart College, the Alex Kappa pick from Humboldt State. This is another guy from Tennessee Chattanooga, Cole Strange, who at the Senior Bowl, you know what I like that they do at the Senior Bowl? They take the guards, they cross-train them at center.
Yeah.
And they get them some snaps at center. So it just increases their versatility. We saw that with Zion Johnson, who played left tackle at college, also played some guard. Then he goes to the Senior Bowl, and he can play some center right for you in a pinch.
Yeah.
It's where you don't want to necessarily play him, but the versatility is great. Cole Strange is one of those guys that I think is there in the middle rounds too. And if the Buccaneers are going to stick to their board, what that means is does a Dylan Parham, does a Cole Strange, a Haynes from Oklahoma, whoever's on their higher up list at the guard position, is that head and shoulders above the cornerbacks, the defensive linemen, the running backs, et cetera, at other positions they're interested in drafting, at tight end. Too.
This is a real tough one because if we had to guess right now, I think in our final Bucs mock draft, we did not have them taking, if I remember correctly, at least not in the first 4 picks. We didn't have them taking an offensive lineman.
Correct.
And we did have them taking a corner. We had Cam Taylor Britt.
Yes.
It's tough to me to pass on those 2 position groups in this class because I believe it's such a bad class.
Yeah.
And those are valuable positions. And this is a good class to me at those 2 positions. Maybe not incredible. I think the corner class is good.
Yeah.
And I'm afraid that if the Bucs pass in the first round, they won't get one in this draft. Or I shouldn't say they won't get one. They won't get one of the top guys in this draft.
Right.
And it would be nice. I think at 27 they could. This is kind of my confession time. I haven't talked
cornerback.
Yeah, drafting a cornerback. I haven't talked much about what I would do if I were the Bucs drafting. But if it were me, I would try to find a cornerback because, and I don't think they're going to draft one, but to me, it's one of the most valuable positions in the field. I don't think you can ever have too many good corners. We found that out last year when they were signing guys off the street and having to change what they did their coverage-wise because of some of the injuries. And Jamal Dean and Sean Murphy-Bunting, they haven't proven their long-term answers. I would love, personally, to see a situation where Dean is kind of pushed and plays his best ball and comes back on a decent deal. And they've got, Sean Murphy-Bunting moves on. Ross Cocker obviously moves on. Logan Ryan's in a contract year if he plays in the slot. There's a lot of guys. Carlton Davis is the only one that's back at the corner group.
Correct.
So everybody else is up in the air after this year. It'd be great to get another name in here. Kyler Gordon is one of my favorite players in this class. He's actually my number 2 ranked corner.
I like him a lot. He's probably my favorite corner outside of Sauce Gardner.
Right. Sauce is number 1 for me and number 1 overall player for me. And Kyler Gordon is number 2 for me. Really enjoy his game. I think that he's still getting better, but you can see the flashes of ball skills. I would say Kyler Gordon's the most explosive corner in the class. When he wants to accelerate, he mashes the gas and it's in an instant. He's up to top speed. So whether that's in coverage vertically down the field or closing on something in front of him underneath, he kind of has playmaker written all over him. And dude just wants to get after it in the run game. As a tackler, he's super aggressive. Love the way that he plays. So big fan of him. Kyer Elam from Florida. I know you're not crazy about him. I don't think he's missing maybe the next best Bucs fit because I think he's going to be best in a press man heavy scheme. But another good corner certainly could play in zone. The Bucs also should probably press more if they're healthy in the secondary. So I would love to see him come in because of the way that would translate to hopefully meaning that the defense would move to some more of a press look. Dean is more comfortable in press. Elam, Dean, and Davis would be a pretty fearsome cornerback trio, and you need those to win. I really do believe that the cornerbacks help you win football games probably as much as any position other than quarterback, depending on what your scheme is, especially. So I think that's just such an important position. I would love to see them tap into that in a deep draft like this, but it doesn't sound like, Scott, that is the direction that they're going. We'd be a little surprised if a corner was selected in the first round, especially most of the time we've heard Dax Hill, but we have seen some people say Kyer Elam. We've seen some maybe Kyler Gordon, but other than that, it has been pretty quiet on that front, and that's the one thing I'd say is a little disappointing to me. Yeah,
and I can understand it because I would be with you if I didn't hear Jason Light speak so forcefully in that pre-draft press conference he had. Usually Jason doesn't like to reveal too much, but he was so forceful when he was asked about the cornerback position. He said, our guys are healthy now, right? And I think that when you look at last year, it was tough to get a full read on Carlton Davis because he missed half the season. And they had seen him for an extra year because he's a year older. He's got another year's worth of experience in the NFL ahead of Sean Murphy-Bunting and Jamel Dean. And so when you look at Sean Murphy-Bunting, he missed half the season last year with that dislocated elbow. And I think that they really want to get a full read on this guy. And the problem is, if you draft a cornerback in the first round, John, he's got to play. If not start, he's got to play. Where do you put him? They've got a second-round pick invested in Sean Murphy-Bunting. I don't think they want to give up on him yet. They want to allow Sean Murphy-Bunting to either play his way into a new contract or play his way off the team, right? And that's why they've got Logan Ryan in here, I think, to push him and kind of also be that safety net. If Sean Murphy-Bunting just doesn't make plays, if he loses confidence, if he gives up touchdowns, then they've got Logan Ryan that they can put in the mix there. And I think if you draft a cornerback in the first round, the impetus is to get that guy in the field. And the same thing with Jamel Dean. I think Jamel Dean had his best season in Tampa Bay. The problem is he missed about 4 or 5 games with some dinged up injuries, and they'd like to get a full read on him. They'd love for Sean Murphy-Bunting and Jamel Dean to play full 17-game season,
right?
And maybe even 20 or so, right? 21.
They'd love it
to see if these guys are going to stay, if so, which one or both, and how much are they worth. And I think the problem is drafting a first-round corner would really kind of throw a wrench into those plans. And one of those guys is not going to get that true proper evaluation. And remember, they've got a second-round pick invested in Sean Murphy-Bunting and a third-round pick invested in Jamel Dean. And I think right now, John, if you and I both had to say and put some money on it, which of those two guys probably gets contract extension, it's probably Dean the way he's played.
It should be Dean the way he's played, no question. Whether the Bucs see it that way or not, or whether it remains that way this season with how Dean is, he can be a little volatile. Maybe it doesn't stay that way, but it should be him, no question, if they have to make an assessment off what's actually occurred as of this moment. Here's a great point here, or a great question here from Dusty. Is Roger McCreary's size really that big of an issue at 5'11"? So it may be the Auburn thing, but Roger McCreary was getting talked about to the Bucs at one point in this draft offseason. I said at the time, if Roger McCreary is a first-round pick, I'll eat my hat. And I stand by that. If Roger McCreary, I'm looking right in the camera, if Roger McCreary is one of the top 32 picks in the 2022 NFL draft, your boy will eat a hat on the show before the end of the draft.
Matt,
promise you.
Matt, do we have any hats tonight?
We don't have any here. One of K. Huddy's hats.
Oh, a visor. Okay.
I'd say I'll do it tonight. You got to give me 24 hours to emotionally and spiritually prepare myself for this endeavor. But I just can't. Roger McCreary he would enter the NFL. This is before I even get to his tape, but I'm going to talk about
He's a T-Rex, John. Look at his arms. Look at his arms.
His arms length would be in the 0th percentile. Oh, there's the visor. Okay, all right. Might have to eat that. His arm length is in the 0th percentile.
Right.
He did not test that great.
He's 5'11". But he's got the arms of like a 5'7" man.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say a 5-year-old, and I was going to say yes, because that's what we're talking about. But that's not the only thing. I don't want to make it seem like it's just that.
Right.
But he comes from a press man system, and frankly, he struggled on tape.
Right.
He's never played zone. So that is going to limit already some of the scheme fits before. He said at the Senior Bowl, he's going to have to learn that from scratch because it's not something he's done before. So there's just a lot of the peripheral stuff with Roger McCreary is a concern. He's never played inside in the slot. And with that lack of length and the fact that on tape, frankly, you can tell he's not a great athlete. That's a problem at corner if you're going to play on the outside. You are up against the speed and the athleticism of some of the best receivers in the league every single time. Sometimes in the slot, you can hide in certain systems. If he learns zone coverage, maybe there would be a path for him. I will say this, he does have good ball skills, but it is hard to reach the ball consistently when your arms are that short in the NFL. It just is true. And on tape, man, put him on the tape against Alabama. He competes. He's tough, but John Mechie wrecked him. And I think John Mechie's a 3rd-round wide receiver. I would not take Roger McCreary in the top 100. That's probably my hottest. Well, I shouldn't say in the top 100 because there's only like 70 players that should go in the top 100 this year.
Wow, top 100.
But I would not take Roger McCreary. I have a round 4 grade on Roger McCreary. All the peripheral stuff plus the tape just wasn't good enough to me to justify it. He's probably one of the most overhyped players in the class, in my opinion. He's not even getting that much hype, to be totally fair. I just personally do not think that he is worth the first round buzz that at one point he got. Now I don't think he's expected to go in the first round, but I think a lot of people think he's still going to go top 50, and maybe he does. I just think it'll be a mistake for whatever team takes him.
Yeah, while we're talking cornerbacks, John, there's been a lot of talk about which cornerback is, and this really kind of preludes into the start of the draft, which is literally in about 10 minutes. And probably within the hour, we're going to have our first cornerback taken. Mm-hmm. Is it going to be Derek Stingley Jr. from LSU? Is it going to be Sauce Gardner? Talk about those two players. I wrote, this is way back, I think, in October, November. I implored the Buccaneers. This is when they were getting besieged with cornerback injuries to draft Sauce Gardner. He's obviously not going to be there, right? I mean, the guy didn't give up a single touchdown
in his career
in Cincinnati. And his best game film was probably against Alabama, just solely based upon the fact that he shut down the Alabama receivers. That was really the best level of competition that he faced, being from an AAC school.
Right. He's the number one player on my board, and it's one of those things, Scott. Yeah, I wish he played SEC competition every week. I can't do anything about the fact that he didn't. He's fast, he's athletic, he's smooth, he's technical, he's aware, he tackles, he's physical, he's aggressive, he's tuned in, he knows what's going on around him. There's really not like any knock on him other than you just didn't see him take on top tier guys. And then he ran a 4.41 at the combine. So he answered any speed questions that you'd have from him playing against the lower level competition. Then he plays against Alabama, and he's the best player on the field when Alabama has the football. Like, that's how well he played. And it was just like, okay, well, I don't know. That's all I have to go off of. And guess what? He's pretty good. So he's my number one overall player. And granted, this class is great. I wouldn't say in most classes I would be comfortable with that. But in this class, I mean, he plays a position of value, and he has all the physical athletic traits and the tape that you want. And everybody says his character is great too. And he's zoned in. He loves football, and he's all about the game, and there's no distractions. And it just seems like one of the safest, smartest picks in the draft to me to take him. Stingley is kind of the total opposite. Everything peripherally is a total concern, but against the level of competition in a year where the SEC was unbelievable in 2019, Stingley had 6 picks, 21 pass breakups, allowed 34 catches on 92 targets. God,
whoa,
that is a ton of targets and very little catches surrendered. Here's the catch, though. When he gave up catches, the opposing receiver averaged 18 yards per catch against him, and he gave up 5 touchdowns. There was a lot of boomer bust on his tape. He broke up a lot of passes, 6 interceptions. A lot of them were jaw-dropping, great picks, breaks on the ball, going up and grabbing the football in the air. The problem with Stingley, though, is just the last 2 years. He just he's not played that much. When he has played, it's looked very lackluster.
Which Stingley are you going to get?
Yeah, you don't know. You're exactly right. You do not know what Stingley you're going to get if you draft him. He just hasn't played that much. He's opted out as a tackler. He's been hurt. The medicals are going to be a question mark. He tested well. He doesn't quite have the length that Gardner has and some of the other top corners have if he's going to be a press man guy, because he's not really as good in zone. If that's going to be his thing, I think the length would be an asset to him. He's a good athlete. Technically, he needs to improve. Can he lock in and improve? Athletically, the sky is the limit with him. He moves incredibly fluidly and has great instincts for the position. But at some point, you need technique too, and you need to be able to tackle, and you need to be able to be healthy, and those things have all been
the greatest ability of all for NFL football players is availability, right? That's the ability that you have to have. You can't help the love in the tub. And I think too, when I watched Sauce Gardner, and Cincinnati's one of those teams that I gravitated towards because of Luke Finkel, the defense that they play, and they've got so many pro prospects on that team. I think he's gotten more physical with each year. He got into some blitz situations this year, and he was a little bit more active around the line of scrimmage and run support. And I just think his confidence was always there, but his confidence just grew each year.
Right.
And this year, he was the most confident he's ever been. And when you're a confident player, you become more physical, right? That's just a natural evolution. And I think that you're getting a guy that's a willing tackler, a willing blitzer, and sometimes you can be really physical in coverage, but you can shy away from being physical in the run game. And I think Sauce Gardner is really kind of a complete cornerback in that respect.
Yeah, he is, and he's going to be a great pick for whoever team takes him. And I think it's going to be the Texans at number 3 when they get on the clock.
Should be if Lovie Smith didn't screw that up.
Should be, right. We'll see what Lovie does, but I think he would obviously value a cornerback like Sauce. Scheme versatile too. I think that's a big part of everything with Sauce. But obviously you want him in press man. Like if you're not using him in press man, I do think you're missing out some. So before the draft show gets started, I know a lot of people are asking again, Mediocrity Incarnate, man, $50 super chat. Thank you so much. Amazing. This is really nice. Appreciate this. Before things really get started, just wanted to say thanks to John for all the hard work you've put in these last few years. Good luck with your new pursuits. Bucs fans will miss your excellent coverage and analysis. I've seen a lot of people asking, just to kind of reiterate over the last couple shows. I've talked a little bit about it on Monday, so probably talked the most about it on Monday. So maybe go back and listen to Monday's show. I won't get into a ton here. I also talked about it on Twitter. You can probably look that up on Google, but I just talked about the fact that my family and I, especially my wife Britt and I, felt called to work with young adults, college age students, and young adults who are in the workplace, just on leadership development and education of some serious issues in our society that we believe are really important, spiritual, emotional, on a lot of levels, relationship building, specifically in a sports camp atmosphere. And so we'll be moving to Pennsylvania to do that and leaving the sports media field as we do that. So super bittersweet. These will be my last 3 days and 3 shows at Pewter Report. I'm very excited for these 3 shows, to be able to work with all these people and this team that I love, and with all of you, the fans who are absolutely outstanding. And I can't say enough good things. Bucs fans are my people. I'm going to say it again probably on Saturday at the end, but Bucs fans are my people.
They're better than Steelers fans.
I grew up a Steelers fan and I covered the team, and Bucs fans are my people. That's all I'll say about that. And so I appreciate
I will say one thing too, and I don't want to piss anybody off or burst any bubbles, but John's not going to be reconsidering in 41 days coming out of retirement. Okay,
because I'm moving to Pennsylvania.
He's moving to Pennsylvania, and
imagine that.
It's got him coming back. But the thing is when I hired John, this is what he was doing at the time. So this is not just like a whim for him. This is not some new endeavor. This is something that he was deeply involved in before. And you've really just kind of had 2 passions and 2 loves, and this spiritual mentoring that you're going to be getting back into. It is a higher calling, and it ultimately won out of your passions, and that's great, and incredibly supportive of that. But I just want people to understand that this is something John has done before, has experience in, loved it, and was actually it was kind of hard for you to move down here too, because you were torn at the time. I won't get into a ton because I know we got the draft coming up here, and I'll talk more about it on Saturday as round 7 winds down, maybe, and answer questions people have. But I think there's a lot going on in our culture and our society that I think needs to change, and we need people to become more educated about. And maybe I'll talk more about some of those things later in the show. And Britt and I are passionate about those things and about helping the next generation be better than we were, and than I especially was. And so I think that means a lot to us, and is something that we really care about. And so we're excited to be able to have the opportunity to do that full time, and to be able to do that with our girls, our daughters, Kaylee and Harper, who are 5 and 2. But we also are going to miss the heck out of all of you. And we honestly didn't think we were going to leave. We never really saw it coming. This game did come completely out of nowhere as we were down there covering the team, and I've absolutely loved everything about being here. That's what makes it really hard, is because a lot of times people are looking for the next thing because what they have isn't that great. Right. And that was not the situation for us. So it makes it hard, but it's also what a blessing to be able to have experienced now 2 great things. Yeah. So I'm excited. This draft's going to be awesome. I'm ready to rock it out with y'all and see who the Bucs pick. So let's get back to some of these questions here. Another
Salty Buccaneer wants to know how we feel about Joshua Williams, Fayetteville State. I think he's a steal, rounds 4 on, great measurables and technique. Yeah. He ran the 4.5s. Yeah. And so, Fayetteville State, Division II. First thing you're looking for is, does athleticism translate? Yeah, exactly. Did he dominate on tape? And does athleticism translate to the NFL? His tape is fine. I think he never gets tested. It's really hard to tell. The question mark is, how did he do at the Senior Bowl when he came?
Right.
I think he was pretty bad at the Senior Bowl. And I rewatched the one-on-ones the other day just to make sure, I was seeing some of the technical things that I was seeing. I think he's kind of lost technically. I think he's got to get some good coaching. I think he's going to probably go in round 5 or something like that. And maybe he's a special teamer. He's physical and he plays hard. Right. Great traits when you're trying to be a special teamer. Corner, though, yes, right? Very much. He's not going to play right away.
That I think is the great thing about the East-West Shrine Bowl in the Senior Bowl, is they really look for those small school guys, right? Especially at the skill positions. We see wide receivers there from small schools. We see cornerbacks on the defensive side. Yeah. Galco, Nagy, they do a great job of finding those guys that really need to be measured against FBS talent,
right?
And putting them in there. And so I credit those two bowls because they're the higher ones in terms of the talent for getting players like Joshua Williams in there to sink or swim, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's the reality is with players like Joshua Williams, and I went with Tariq Woolen. I went and watched his tape, and I was just like just a lot of work. I know they're tradesy, and Tariq Woolen, I mean, gosh, his explosiveness and his speed, 4.26 at 6'4", and that's unbelievable for a corner. But there's just a lot more that goes into that position. Think about the movements that have to happen at cornerback in the NFL. The flipping of the hips, the turns and transitions, the being able to come out of a pedal and break on the ball. You don't measure that in the 3-cone. You don't measure that in the 40-yard dash. You don't measure that in the shuttle. You don't measure that in the jumps. So just a lot of what the combine measures, you don't really learn about the cornerback position in terms of functional athleticism. Whereas edge rushers, 3-cone is all about bend, right? That's literally what it is. You're bending around the cones. That's a very translatable drill, like 10-yard split, very explosiveness, jumps or explosiveness. You don't necessarily always get that with corners. A lot of it you have to be able to see on tape and in practices from the Senior Bowl. And to me, Joshua Williams just really struggled there. So we'll see. I mean, that's a big measuring stick for me because I'm not going to learn that much against D2. I know he can beat D2 guys. He wouldn't be at the Senior Bowl if he didn't.
Look at Zion McCallum. He dominated, right, in terms of the number of interceptions and pass breakups.
He's another one,
54 pass breakups, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he was a big-time player.
How many interceptions did he have? Like 3 every year or something? I mean,
he had 13 interceptions. He had 3 interceptions in 4 out of his 5 years.
Yeah. And he's 23, I think. Is it
23 because he had that 5th year as a COVID year. And he's 3rd round pick, probably.
Maybe.
3rd or 4th?
Yeah, 3rd or 4th. And again, he was the same way. Senior Bowl struggled, and that's and I think all those guys, Williams and Tariq Woolen, and I think all those guys struggled to an extent. So yeah, I mean, this is whereas Jacksonville is not quite on the clock yet. They always say 8 o'clock, and then they never actually start at 8, which is why we'll be here for the Bucs pick until late. But but no, that is a great point, Scott. Those guys all, I think, there will occasionally be the small school corner that comes in and plays right away.
Yeah.
But we always see this every year where these athletic freaks come from these smaller schools, but then they get in the NFL and the functional athleticism needed to play your position is just totally different than the raw athletic testing numbers. Size and athleticism always help, but it has to be functional to your position.
And they always say, right, football is one of those games where it's not just about, your arms, your legs, it's about your head, right? It's from the neck up. And we're talking about small school corners. Donnie Abraham, who was a 3rd round pick back in 1996, my 2nd year on the job here at Pewter Report, came in from East Tennessee State. He was a Buccaneer in college. He was a Buccaneer in the NFL. Started for Monty Kiffin as a rookie, as a nickel corner. So he was the slot guy that came in. His first interception came in week 3 of the 1996 season against John Elway in Denver in a primetime game. And Donnie Abraham had 5 interceptions during his rookie season, which is still a rookie record. Think of all the cornerbacks that have rolled through here: Rondé Barber, Dwight Smith, Aqib Talib, Ryan Kelly. And Donnie Abraham still has that interception record as a rookie. So it's rare that you've got a small school corner that comes in. The Buccaneers did have one of those way back in the day, and Donnie Abraham, who actually was the all-time interceptor for the Buccaneers when he left.
Yeah.
And then it wasn't until later on that Rondé Barber beat him handily. But Donnie Abraham, the Iceman, still number 2 in terms of interceptions in Buccaneer history.
Right, absolutely. And, I would love to see them add a corner in this draft. I think it's a really good corner class. In fact, I have 7 corners in my top 25 players.
Wow. In
this class, which is a lot. It shows you a lot when I think of the class, too. It's not necessarily that all those guys are going to be all pros.
Right.
I only have 34 round 1 through 2 grades, 37, I think, round 1 through 2 grades. So the high end of the top part of the class to me is just not that good. Rounds 3 and 4, though a lot of those caliber type of players, which is what Jason Light said as well. That's kind of for me, round 3, when I say a round 3 player, the high end of round 3, you could have a couple years where you're a good starter. Most of your years, you're going to be like a solid starter in the NFL. And then the lower end of the round 3 is kind of like, okay, you're a solid starter, maybe into like a spot starter.
Yep.
And then round 4 is like spot starter. And the back end of round 4 is like special teams. I don't really do 7-round grades. I don't really know what a 7th round graded player does. Like everybody in rounds 5 through 7 is not expected to be a starter. They're a special team.
What's the difference between a 5th and a 7th, right?
Yeah.
It's
exactly.
It's just all it is.
The draft is probably 2 rounds too long, to be honest, but we
John,
love
it used to be 16 rounds.
It's crazy,
like that?
yeah. And so
I think Brad Johnson was like a 12th or 14th round pick back in the day.
Yeah, that's right. And hey, it worked out. So
worked out for him.
Yeah, they've one of the things that's key about this too is as you watch the draft, teams have gotten much better at measuring what matters in the NFL and valuing it appropriately, which is why it's harder to find players like that now where they hit big like that later in the draft because they're a lot better at figuring out what matters. I carried Donnie Abraham's
jerseys at my store at Bannister Mall. That's Bannister Mall in Missouri, in Kansas City, Missouri. I actually used to work at Bannister Mall. I used to work at the county seat at Bannister Mall back in 19.
What is the county seat? What do you do?
County seat was kind of like the Gap. It was like a jean store and like young teen, early 20s fashion.
Very hip Scott working in fashion.
Oh yeah, of course. I spent a couple years at Chess King at Oak Park Mall for the Kansas City people out there, and then I finished up my retail career at county seat at Bannister Mall.
Okay, so the Jaguars are still not on the clock. It's 8:06.
Yeah.
What are we waiting for? Let's do this, Roger. Come on. Jeez, Roger. Oh, there's a good point here that the NFL schedule is coming in a couple weeks.
Yeah.
Yes, true. Also, Anitra asks, if Jameson Williams didn't have the ACL injury, do you think he would have gotten drafted earlier? I think you're going to see Jameson Williams go pretty high tonight. Pretty high.
I think the Saints grab him if he's still there. With
two picks. But I think he'll be gone. I don't think.
I agree.
It wouldn't surprise me if he's a top 10 pick.
You think the Jets maybe?
The Jets at 10, but Atlanta at 8, I would definitely look at as a possibility. And then Washington at 11, and then the Eagles definitely, and the Saints at 2 if it gets down to the teens. But I think
Nocturnal Bucks. He's speaking my language.
He knows.
Chess King was firing.
Well, where's that super chat? Okay, Salty Buccaneer wants. Can you go through your top cornerback and linebacker list? There are 2 positions I think we absolutely need depth at defensively. Yes, let me just read to you my rankings. I did not watch everybody. I've told you a little. I didn't really rank Tariq Woolen, Zion McCollum, Marcus Jones, 5'8", 174 pounds. Like at some point when you've been doing this a long time, you just realize like certain size players, you have to be in the slot, have to be in certain specific fits. So I didn't necessarily rank everybody. For me, the corners go like this: Sauce Gardner at number 1. Kyler Gordon is my number 2 corner. Derek Stingley, my number 3. Kyer Elam, my number 4 corner. Andrew Booth, my number 5 corner on the outside. And then Trent McDuffie is my number 6 corner on the outside. Then I have Cam Taylor-Britt, Jalen Armour Davis from Alabama, who I like. And all those players are round 1 through 3 grades. So that's 9 guys in round 1 through 3 for me, a corner. I haven't looked at every other position, but except for wideout, I bet that's the most I have at any one position group. And then I have Daxton Hill and then Jalen Petrie as potential slot guys too. So players that I like, lots of players that I like. And then the linebackers quickly for y'all and just in my evaluations and opinions. Devin Lloyd is linebacker 1 for me by a healthy margin. Nakobe Dean is 2nd for me and Quay Walker is 3rd. I like both of them in the 2nd round. And then I have a bunch of day 3 guys who I think will be solid starters, but not much more than that. Chad Muma from Wyoming, Leo Chenal from Wisconsin, Christian Harris from Alabama, who is our Bucs best bet at the position. Brian Asamoah from Oklahoma is a player that I like a lot. Channing Tindall from Georgia just snuck into round 3. And then the day 3 guy I'm really intrigued by is Brandon Smith from Penn State. His low-end reps are terrible, but his high-end reps are really exciting.
6'4",
unreal. Oh, my God. I think it was a 250, 6'4", and his testing was incredible. And he's very fluid, big. And I thought he played hard. He just doesn't quite know what he's doing yet. But in coverage, some of the plays that he has and in zone schemes that drop, they dropped that Mike Backer out. He just wingspan and he takes up space and he knows he has a good feel for routes and things. So he's down there for me as well. And then Troy Anderson was the last on my ranking. So there's a decent number of linebackers. So there could be some depth selections there as well. I think they're trying to put the Jaguars on the clock. Did Roger get booed again?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
It's an annual treat for NFL fans.
Annual treat.
Boo the commissioner.
JC Allen is in the house, officially in the room. JC, glad you're here, sir. Officially in the house. We'll try and get everybody on the show at some point here. I know as we go through, definitely over the weekend for sure as well. So we will. Robert asks, is this the most confusing or unpredictable draft since 2013? That year had all kinds of questions as well. John, welcome back to PA. I have the grill ready. Yeah, the 3 months you get to grill in PA. Sweet months when the sun's out. Robert, this is not, I don't think it's that unpredictable of a draft, but everybody seems to be saying that. But you have to remember, they say this every year, Scott. Every year they say there's going to be some shockers.
I think the reason why it's so unpredictable this year is because the lack of consensus, John. Who is the consensus top left tackle? Who is the consensus quarterback?
Edge rusher.
Who is the consensus edge rusher? Right?
Yeah.
Who is the consensus corner? We're talking about that. Stingley and Sauce Gardner. So I think that's what makes it so unpredictable. Is this is one of those drafts where it truly is beauty in the eye of the beholder, right? It's what is your best team fit? What is your preference at a certain position? And that plus you throw in, I think there's going to be some real trades, some trades throughout. I think that you're going to see teams that are in the front of the draft want to trade out, and as a result, I think that the teams that will trade up will be inclined to do so because it's not going to cost as much to trade up this year, I don't think.
It might not. I mean, depends what teams are, if they're driving hard bargain or not. But usually quarterbacks drive that, and knowing that there just are not that value on the quarterback class. Maybe
is Seattle drafting the first quarterback, or is it going to be Carolina at 6?
I think it'll be Seattle, but I've been wrong before. But I think it'll be Seattle. I have them taking Malik Willis in my mock. JC's giving thumbs up. He also believes Seattle is taking the first quarterback. So we'll see. Jaguars are on the clock. So the draft has gotten underway. This is Trayvon Walker for me. In my final mock, I believe that they will select Trayvon Walker, 9.5 college sacks. It's a tough sell for some people. I know you've been critical of him. I've maybe been on the fence a little. Maybe I've taken the coward's path, but I am much lower on this. He's number 30 on my board. Obviously, for the number 1 overall pick, that would be pretty unprecedented for me.
Yeah, it just, to me, watching every Georgia game, my wife Ashley is a Georgia fan, came from Georgia. I watched them for years with her, and I love the defense, right? I love that Bulldogs defense this year. There's so many great pro prospects, but there were so many times where he flashed athleticism, but it was a flash. You didn't see it consistently from play to play, and there's a lot of talent there. And I don't think that he really stood out like he should have. If he's the number 1 pick in the 2022 NFL draft, he should have been the best player on that Georgia defense. And there were games and there were stretches of play where he just wasn't.
Right.
And so I am concerned about the production there. I've seen too many tremendous athletes gets drafted too high, and then you're waiting for that production to match the athleticism, and it just doesn't. But the kid is a very hard worker.
Yes.
So it's not a character thing where he's going to just rest on his athleticism. I think he wants to be great. You see the plays where he's chasing guys down the field, the hustle, the hard work. It could be a thing where's he going to fit though? Is he an edge guy? Because he didn't play edge. He played a lot of 3-eye, 4-eye. Interior, and now you're trying to project a guy that doesn't have a lot of pass rush production in terms of sacks to an edge position where he really didn't play much.
Yeah, that's where it gets very tricky. Obviously, Georgia's defense loaded with talent, and so we'll see who the pick and ultimately ends up being. But you also think about Jacksonville, and you think about the reality of their roster. And this is a team that has Josh Allen, who they took in the first round, has Caleb Unchasten, who they took in the first round. Both of those are edge players.
Right.
They've invested a lot in that spot, obviously. Jason hasn't worked out. Allen looks like he's going to work out.
Right.
But a pivotal year upcoming for him as well. So
you know what? I love Trayvon Walker as an inside nickel rusher. But what about the downs where you're not nickel? First and second down, does he come off the field?
Yeah. That's the tricky part. Where does he play every single down? I think he plays on the edge, to be honest with you, because he is that athletic. His lateral mobility, you're not going to be able to run outside on him, I really don't think. Great run defender. The tricky part with him is that his floor is not, he's not a boom or bust first round pick or first overall pick to me if he is the first overall pick. I know we're talking about him like he is. We don't know yet.
Yeah.
But Jaguars are still on the clock. They have had only months to figure this out. But I do believe that he can play full time on the edge, but also has the ability to kick inside. It's not like you have to put him inside and he can rush there.
Right.
The big thing for me will be him learning rush patterns. Like he has to figure out when to use and deploy certain moves because in college, a lot of the time Georgia was blitzing on almost every down. They blitzed constantly. Brought the linebackers. So most of the time he is not being told to win a one-on-one as a pass rusher. He's being told, take this gap or this guy to this place, and that's what he does. So he bought into the team concept. It doesn't seem like it hurt his draft stock at all, but it did hurt his production. But also it hindered his development. He's not developed as a pass rusher because of that too, which is a concern.
And John, the thing too is does he have a spin move? That's one of those counter moves as an edge rusher that you really need to have. You can't just test the arc every time and try to run around or bull rush through a guy. You've got to go inside. And sometimes you can have that jab step and then a swipe and go inside or a chop, or you can do a spin move. And I just don't recall him doing that, and you wouldn't as an interior player. You're not supposed to spin inside and give your back to an offensive lineman. They'll drive you down the field. So I just wonder how advanced his pass rush moves are. Like you said, he didn't really have those true one-on-ones. It's a big projection. It really is for the Jaguars if they're going to pick him.
And it's the number 1 overall pick. This is where I have him ranked 30, and I think people would be like, this could be,
Albert Breer says the Jags are taking Georgia edge rusher
Trayvon Walker. Okay, so Breer's tipping picks tonight, isn't he? Pick is in. And okay, well, if that is the pick, 1 for 1 on the mock draft.
There you go.
That's the important thing.
Yep.
All right, Capo, pay up. $5, buddy. No, this was expected, I think, for them to make this move. But it's very interesting because Aiden Hutchinson has had this big billing all draft cycle, and they would have the opportunity to start with a guy who I think is going to be run and pass.
Happy is Detroit right now?
I think Detroit's very happy
to get Aiden Hutchinson to stay home in the state of Michigan and restore the roar. Right.
That's right.
He's a what is he? A knee biter?
Knee biters. He's kind of fits in that mentality. Now there has been a lot of buzz in Detroit media that Kayvon Thibodeau could be the pick and not Aiden Hutchinson, which would be absolutely hilarious. I'll talk about that if that ends up happening. But Walker at 1, I mean, this is Jacksonville has kind of gone into the offseason with people thinking they do one thing at a lot of different areas, and they just haven't done those things. They've gone another way, pretty much zigged when everybody else thought they'd zag, and we'll see how that works out for them. Obviously, it's a massive offseason for them, and just the coaching and the new regime change and having Trevor Lawrence there. So what you put around them is so critical. And they believe now they've got, along with Josh Allen, cornerstones. And I will say this, I don't know if Trayvon Walker is ever going to live up to being the first overall pick, but they have 2 absolute dogs in Josh Allen and Trayvon Walker who are going to work their tails off. We're going to be ultra physical, ultra aggressive, alpha mentalities, great athletes. It's a good place to start from a process standpoint. I just think Aiden Hutchinson would have brought a lot of those things too. And heck, I think Kayvon Thibodeau would have brought a lot of those things. I can't speak to the character stuff, but everything else on the field, he's pretty good.
I'm not saying that Trayvon Walker is going to be the next Cleveland Farrell, but this kind of move, getting a player that, listen, I think everybody was surprised, right, when the Raiders took him 4th overall. It's not like Cleveland Farrell didn't have production. He did. He was very productive at Clemson. He wasn't a bad athlete. He just wasn't an elite athlete. But he certainly hasn't done anything. His career is, the arrow's pointing down for him in the Raiders. He was a part-time starter this year. His best year was as a rookie. So I just wonder if this isn't, for different reasons, but a similar kind of thing where a player is just simply overdrafted. Time will tell.
Time will tell. I will say this: Walker is bigger, stronger, faster, more athletic than Farrell, more physically dominant than Farrell was. Where the Farrell, there were kind of all those questions in all those areas with him, and you don't have those questions with Walker, which is why I think the floor will be a lot higher. But you need to be a pass rusher, and that's the NFL. That's what it is. You have to be able to beat guys one-on-one, and it may take time before he's able to do that. Jacksonville is not in a hurry. They have a long way to go, and they have a number 1 quarterback that they're trying to build this thing around slowly but surely, and now they feel like they've got some defensive leaders. So, yes, it's not the pick I would have made. I don't think it's as totally egregious as it would have been in a normal draft class, where there was a lot of blue-chip talent at the top, and you're out here taking a big swing.
We've talked about it before. This is a beauty is in the eye of the beholder draft.
And, look, even as the draft goes on, like later in the draft, it's going to be fine. But at the top of the draft and the top 10 of the draft, this is where, okay, if you're going to be there and you can't trade down,
right,
take a risk, take a high upside move. Like, look, you only live once here, and you got to try and get that done. So
it
I
only
understand
might cost you your job.
Yeah,
hey,
right. Listen, I mean, he might be on Balky, might be on borrowed time anyway. So
I think he is.
Maybe he's thinking Lions went right for it. So is this Hutchinson? Is this Thibodeau? I think most people think it's going to be Hutchinson, and we'll see which one of these two it is. Could they pull a surprise?
Hutchinson to the Lions.
Oh, okay. All right.
Dave Burkett,
2 for 2 on the
Mr.
mock.
Detroit Lions coverage.
So 2 for 2 on the mock, if that is indeed the way that this one goes down. And so Hutchinson gets to stay in Detroit. He is a knee biter. He is a culture guy. This was probably like they ran to the pick the podium. So this was probably easiest pick that there could be
Dan
for
Campbell's
Detroit.
crying.
Dan Campbell is probably in tears right now. He's often in tears. And so this is kind of exactly what the Lions want, was to be in this position after this year. Right. They didn't play themselves out of the 2 seed or the two seed, the number 2 pick in the draft, which is kind of exactly what they wanted. They got to be able to stay here. And one of the things they've really lacked is edge pass rushers.
Right.
They have not had those, and they've needed them. Now they feel like they have a guy that they can build this thing around in terms of edge pass rush ability, which is very important to what they want to build. They know this. They also want to add wide receiver. They've been pretty open about that as well. So we'll see what direction they end up taking this thing as the draft unfolds into the later rounds. But Hutchinson, to me, I still have Thibodeau as the number 1 edge rusher in the class. I think Thibodeau is extremely talented. I think that anybody that explosive, I mean, he's going to go into the NFL and he's going to be one of the most explosive players in the league right away. So
he really is. And, isn't this where locker room culture, coaching matters, right? If he goes to the right place, doesn't have a great culture that allows people to kind of slip, right? That allows people to not reach their full potential, right? I mean, I'm talking like from experience. The old Buccaneers before Tony Dungy got here was full of those players. That's why they lost. And that's what you get sometimes when you're picking in the top 5 is you're getting a really bad team that's going through a coaching change. And then when you have a new coach, right? How many of those players are buying in? Is it half the locker room? Is it 3/4 of the locker room? There's always a process of a new coach comes in and he's got to weed out the players that he doesn't like, the people that don't buy in, right? So when you bring a new player in that may not be 100% into football, is he going to be influenced by some of those bad apples? Or is he going to be one of those guys that buys in from day one? I think that's really where the questions are with Kayvon Thibodeau is not on the field rushing the passer.
Right, those are. And I can't speak to those things, so I don't. But I can say on the field, I think he's a dominant football player. And we'll see where he ends up coming off the board. I don't think it'll be next. We'll probably have a corner next. Would just be my guess. All the hype seemed to be Sauce or Stingley at number 3.
Appreciate that, Mr. Bucs Nation. Super chat.
Oh,
appreciate it very much.
James out here in these streets.
Good seeing James at the Arians Family Foundation Gala.
Absolutely. Always seeing James around. And Leo here with the $2 super chat as well. Left, which would have been furious with that pick, maybe. Might have wanted some offense. That's true. But the Lions, listen to this defensive line. The Okwaras, Romeo and Julian are both there. Remember, Julian was a 3rd round pick 2 years ago, 2020. And then Romeo has obviously got a second contract there and has been a player that when he's healthy has been good. Charles Harris broke out a little bit for them last year and was a guy that they wanted to keep around. I don't know whether that's going to continue with Charles Harris or not, but that's a possibility. And then you talk about Onwuzurike, who they drafted in the 2nd round, and Ali McNeil in the 3rd round. They drafted 2 defensive tackles on day 2 last year. Now, neither of those guys played well as rookies, but they got the old head Michael Brockers there. So there's a lot of question marks still, but they have invested a lot in their defensive line. They clearly want the trenches. They took Sewell first last year.
It's time to grow up, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Jonah Jackson, Frank Ragnow, Sewell, all these guys have been Taylor Decker. Those are 3 first-round picks and a 3rd-round pick on the offensive line that have invested in their trenches. Then you have a 2nd-round pick, a 3rd-round pick, a D tackle, obviously a veteran stud in Michael Brockers, a former first-round pick in Charles Harris, and then now you have a 2nd-round pick or 3rd-round pick in Julian Okwara and the 2nd overall pick in Aiden Hutchinson. So tons of resources invested in the offensive and defensive lines. Yeah. No surprise that's where Dan Campbell wanted to build. And now you're going to see whether that works out for them or not, as the Texans are on the clock at number 3.
What's the pick here?
Justin says, Bucs, please trade up for Sauce. So a jump from 27 to 3 would mean 3 years of first-round picks? Maybe more?
I don't know if Lovie Smith would pick up the phone with Jason Light on the other end.
Don't think so. Do not think that would
happen. Matter of fact, I don't know that those two have talked since Lovie Smith was fired.
Wow.
Could be wrong.
Yeah. And trying to get a beat on the Texans pick here as they're on the clock. It's going to be either Derek Stingley or Sauce Gardner, I believe, here. A lot of buzz going Stingley's way in recent days. And it looks like they are indeed taking Derek Stingley at number 3. So first one I got wrong. I thought this would be Sauce. Pretty incredible. Derek Stingley basically mailed it in for 2 years. Yeah. Like, has hardly done anything since 2019.
Sounds like a Lovie Smith pick.
And got drafted anyway here. So this is going to be interesting. And now the Jets.
Hopefully, Stingley will be NFL ready.
Yeah. The Jets are at a point now where they could look and say, Sauce Gardner at 4.
Robert
and Matt Matera is over here grinning. Number 1 overall player on my board.
Matt Matera's got a bottle of sauce and he is guzzling it right now, chugging it.
This is nothing short of a terrific pick if the Jets are able to get Sauce Gardner here. How much they need secondary help. This would just be such a big culture-changing type of move for them. I don't want to throw Derek Stingley out, though, like he isn't good. Like, that's not what I don't think he's this good. I would not have been the choice that I would have made. The Texans are so bad that it's probably not going to matter for the roster in terms of wins and losses that much over the next couple of years. But even if you're just looking here, Desmond King is in their secondary. They literally need like every position other than left tackle, basically. Right. So they couldn't have gone wrong here in terms of that. But their corners are Steven Nelson and Desmond King and Tevier Thomas. MJ Stewart's around these parts. There's really nobody. They really don't have, Stingley will come in and start, I'm sure, right away across from Nelson. King will play in the slot. This is a group at safeties. They need help. They need help pretty much everywhere. To me, Stingley's just a big risk because of what I said earlier. He just hasn't played very much over the last 2 years. Even when he was on the field, there were more questions than people talked about in 2019. He finished his 2019 season. People said if he were allowed to come out after this true freshman season, he'd be the first non-quarterback off the board. And I just didn't think it was true. This proves maybe it would have been true, but I just don't think it was true based on his tape. I think he was good. He had lots of room to grow and become a great pick in 3 years from now, and he didn't really grow. And so
how many games did he miss over the last 2 years?
That's a good question. I'll check. He played 3 last year and 8, I believe, the year before. So I don't know how many.
So he's probably played 2 full seasons out of 3 in college, and you add up all the games. You just wonder how much that stunted his growth a little bit, right? Just in terms of making him NFL ready. He's got the ball skills. He's got the athleticism, but the nuances of the game, right? That matched with the injury history is a little concerning.
It's concerning, and his physical profile is not the same as some of these other top corners in the class. I don't think that's everything, but I do think it matters. It matters when you're comparing guys that are pretty close based on tape. Devontae Smith lit him up in 2019. Van Jefferson lit him up in 2019. Those are the pro guys that you're playing. Those are the guys who want to see you ball against. And there were some good moments. Now, he broke up 21 passes, and he had 6 interceptions. Even in the SEC, where like they're throwing the ball a little bit more that year, especially, they were throwing it around the yard. I mean, he was still like completely dominant when it came to on-ball play. Yeah. Like, to make that many plays on the ball is really just outstanding. And that's what he has. If you're looking at defense through the lens of, you probably won't be able to stop people long-term anyway. So get turnovers and make plays and be a playmaker. He fits that bill, but I think there'll be some boom or bust to it.
Robert Gordon with a $5 super chat. A Steelers fan, a Patriots fan, and a Jets fan walk into a bar, and SR says, "Hey, you want to cover the Buccaneers?" Well, yeah, and they do. They do a great job. And listen, the thing too that as we're waiting for the next pick here, that goes into this is being objective, right? It's like you can't be. And Mark Cook and I, the late great Mark Cook, who was a diehard Buccaneer fan, he was what I call a 1977er. This franchise started in '76. He started covering the Buccaneers when he was a little like toddler, tyke, in '77. Then he grew up to be a Buccaneer reporter and a Pewter reporter. But there were times where he really had to put his feelings aside and just objectively cover this team and not get too emotional. And so sometimes when you don't have the long time allegiances to the Buccaneers team, you're going to get some great unbiased objective coverage. And I think that's what the Buccaneer fans want out there. Doesn't mean that we don't root for the players that we see out there on the practice field putting in sweat, blood, and tears. And that we, when we see Jason Light chugging Pepto-Bismol, right, as some of his players that he's drafted end up getting hurt, and he's having to go get a Pierre Desser and a Richard Sherman and all this, and he's having ulcers because of that. Like, you feel for these people that you cover. And obviously you guys out there, the Pewter people, we want this team to do well for you because this is your football team. So do we have a rooting interest in the Buccaneers? Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Am I a Buccaneer fan? Folks, I've watched about 12 years of football at the end of the playoffs. I've seen so much bad Buccaneer football that thank God I'm not a fan because the Sunshine Skyway Bridge is awfully close by. I'll just leave it at that.
I was like, wait, is there more to that than I understood? Okay, so Stingley to the Texans, and now number 4 is the Jets, and they're on the clock, and the clock is winding down. They're still going here. Matt is vibing. He's expecting big things. Someone asked earlier to me on Twitter, what is the dream scenario for the Jets in the draft? And I said, Sauce Gardner falls to number 4 and they take him.
Yeah.
Kayvon Thibodeau falls to number 10 and they take him. And Mekhi Becton is ready to roll 2 thumbs up this season. And that scenario is here for them if they want to take Sauce Gardner. Now they could take Thibodeau here. Sauce could fall. The Giants would freak out probably. The Jets are on the clock looking around, so maybe they want to move down and they feel comfortable with 2 or 3 guys here.
Yeah, and a lot of times that's what happens when you see a team engage in a trade. Matt, you're awfully happy over there. What's
going on, Matt?
Oh, Sauce Gardner.
Sauce
Gardner.
So fascinating. You've got edge, corner, back-to-back.
Yeah.
And now there will be and should be
a run on offensive tackle.
Yes,
soon.
But throughout the careers of these players, you're going to see complete comparisons, right? You're going to see Hutchinson and Walker compared forever. But no notable scheme difference. Why scheme difference wouldn't be the reason why the Jacksonville didn't select Hutchinson.
Right.
They just thought Walker was a better player, and it's the same thing. Both Stingley and Sauce Gardner are press man corners mainly. They can play in zone some, but Gardner's better than Stingley at it, but both are going to be press man corners, man coverage heavy corners. That's what they're going to give you. That's why they're being taken in the top 5. And they were scheme wise, they would have worked with either. So there's no big distinction there. They should be compared for the rest of their careers as to who is better. And I have Sauce number 1 on my board overall and Stingley number 15. And I have Hutchinson number 8 on my board overall, I believe, 8 or 9. I think 8 or 9 maybe overall on my board. And I have Walker 30. So you know what side of the debates I'm on. I think both teams picking 1 and 3 made the mistakes in this situation.
I've seen a lot of LSU football, watched a lot of Cincinnati football. I think Sauce Gardner is the better cornerback. And John, I think he's probably not going to give up a touchdown in the NFL too. He's going to be the only player in NFL history to not give up a touchdown in college or in the pros, right? I think Matt's nodding his head yes to that.
I feel like we need to get Matt on here before the next Jets pick. So Matt, we're going to get you primed up here to go on before the next Jets pick as I wrap up a couple thoughts on this one and do the Giants pick. And then maybe I'll hand it over to you for a few picks here. But this is a fascinating top of the draft already because we've seen 4 straight defensive players taken. And I believe somebody had it here. First time since 1992 that 3 defensive players topped the draft. That was from Albert Breer. I don't know if in that year 4 defensive players topped the draft, but 1992, Scott.
Wow.
And you know how starved these teams. These are not 3. These are not 4 offensive powerhouses that are selected. They need offensive talent, and they're not taking them because that's this class.
But what you're looking at here is the exact antidote, right, to an offensive firepower league, right? A league that is driven now by the wide receiver position and quarterbacks. You're seeing the antidote. You're seeing pass rushers. You're seeing top shelf cover corners, right? So
4 valuable positions are at the top of the draft.
Exactly. And in another valuable position for the offense is going to be offensive tackles. And you're going to see a run on those positions here starting sooner rather than later.
Right. Probably this next pick. And what that Stingley thing did, I don't know if the Jets would have taken Stingley that high, to be honest with you. Just some of what I've heard and some of knowing Robert Saleh and kind of what they think there, how they think there with Joe Douglas. I think that I'm not sure they would have taken Stingley. I'll just leave it at that, and people can fill in the blanks there based on Stingley's last couple of years. But I think when Sauce was there, it was easy for them. They jumped at it. And I think they love Ekwonu, and I think they'd love to try and get him still.
Yeah. Richard Sherman, former Bucs corner, says Salah got I am Sauce Gardner. That's his Twitter handle.
Mm-hmm.
Big time. Great scheme fit.
Great scheme fit indeed. Perfect, because he can do anything that Salah wants him to do, basically. But ultimately, you need that lockdown.
Are they going to call him Big Apple Sauce now? Is he the Big Apple?
Matt's not feeling that one as much, I don't think. But
well, that's all over Twitter now. It wasn't my creation.
Oh, was it your? No, okay, all right.
I'm not taking credit.
Watch off though. Okay, so this is first time in 31 years. 1991, 4 defensive players at the top of the draft.
Yeah.
Would we see a fifth here?
By the way.
Yeah, would we see a fifth here? The Giants are on the clock. Thibodeau, Jermaine Johnson. I don't think it'll happen. I think a tackle is going to come here, but I think the Giants would have loved to see Stingley fall.
Yes,
but it's not going to happen.
And the thing too is the Giants are going to have the first offensive tackle selection. Right?
Yeah.
So they drafted Andrew Brown from Georgia a couple years ago in the 2020 draft.
Right.
So now they can really get some bookends offensive tackles. Who would that be?
So this is interesting because Andrew Thomas is their left tackle, and they just drafted him first round 2 years ago. He was in Wirf's draft. Maybe? This is the funny part. All the tackles at the top of the draft are left tackles. Doesn't mean they couldn't play the right side, obviously. But to me, that's one of the hardest things about mock drafting when a team needs a right tackle. They're as important as left tackles, in my opinion. I don't think there's a difference in terms of importance.
Well,
I just don't know whether they can play.
Evan Neal played right tackle his junior year.
Yeah, and it wasn't as good as left tackle. It was good, though, and maybe they feel like that's something that they can build off of. But, yes, that's going to be one of the tricky parts. Let's say they have the tackles, and they like Ekwonu's tape most out of the guys, or they like Charles Cross's tape the most out of the top guys. Well, okay, you've watched them at left tackle, and you love them there, but can they switch? And how do they figure that out? Sometimes the workouts they bring players in before help, but I don't know that that's going to be enough to convince you of that. So that's what makes it tricky when you need a right tackle, because you're not moving Andrew Thomas. He just came on last year after a rough rookie season. He looks like your left tackle of the future. If you want to find another tackle to go with him, and right now they really don't have one,
this could be a situation where you have back-to-back offensive tackles too, because Carolina picks at number 6.
And if they're not taking a quarterback, they have to take a tackle. They're absolutely stupid if they don't take a tackle.
And probably a left tackle, because they feel pretty good about Taylor Moton at their right tackle. He's their best offensive lineman.
Yeah, and so this is going to be fun to see what happens, obviously, with these tackles, because the order, you mentioned it earlier, there's not been any consensus. And so, and Ian Rappaport is saying about Trayvon Walker was in a serious car accident, and he emerged without injury somehow.
He's invincible. That's why.
Wow.
That's why he was drafted first overall.
He crashed into 2 parked cars. Per him and Tom Pelissero, he emerged without injury somehow. No citations, but a scare for sure.
Wow.
That's going to be a story we'll probably get more news on. I had to check to see if that was checkmarked before I read that one. Did not expect that. That was actually 16 minutes ago. I don't know how I missed that. That was right around the time the Jaguars were selected, I feel like. But anyway, this will set up an interesting situation if the Giants do go tackle. There has been absolutely no consensus. Early on, it seemed like Charles Cross was going to be falling into the teens or 20s. Some people were mocking him the Steelers or the Saints or Chargers, and the late teens. Now, lately, it's been back up in the top 10 where he's been. And Neal has been the one that's sliding a little bit, but still in the top 10. And Ekwonu has been the one going off the board first. And he is a player that could play guard potentially in the NFL. About a couple of the teams in the top 10 see him as a guard. And I would not be surprised if the Giants are one of those teams, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if he's the pick here.
And you just don't want to draft a guard this high, though, right? You want this to be a player that can play on the edge. I got to think it's Evan Neal, because he's got that experience of right tackle. I think
one of those two is who it'll be. Charles Cross, I don't buy in the climb up the board for him here.
It's actually, I think.
Are we on a verified source here?
Right there. That's pretty.
Oh, wow. Patricia Trania says that it's Kayvon Thibodeau. She has the check mark.
She's dialed into the
Wow.
The Giants have selected Kayvon Thibodeau.
Wow. So 5 defensive players off the board.
Defense wins championships.
And now the Panthers are sitting at 6
with their choice of the left tackle of their dreams, whoever
Yes.
that may be.
And now you have a situation with Thibodeau and Azeez Ojulari coming off the edge for the Giants, who have been pining for edge rushers for years since they had the great defenses with Strahan and Umenyiora and
before that,
Justin
Lawrence
Tuck.
Taylor,
And
right?
yes,
It's been a
they
while.
are trying to get back to that, and they believe in Thibodeau. Do you think if Joe Judge and Dave Gettleman were there, Kayvon Thibodeau would be the pick?
I don't know.
It's a new era, and guess what? Joe Schoen, who's running the Giants now, he was in Buffalo.
Yep.
What'd they do? AJ Epinesa, Carlos Basham. They just brought in Von Miller. Obviously, he wasn't there for that part of it, but guys that he's worked with, they recognized they flooded the edge rusher position. They had Jerry Hughes. They brought in Mario Addison. Like, they have just kind of attacked that position every offseason. When he was with the Bills, goes to the Giants, trying to do the same thing again now, trying to build them the same way that he did before. That's why I thought,
even though Brian Daboll is an offensive-minded coach, right? He's a play caller. You got to understand, it's like you need a good defense, right, to stop these offenses. And when you're looking at the talent that they've stockpiled on the offensive side of the ball in Dallas, for example, right, with Dak Prescott still slinging it, and there's an opportunity here for the Giants to be able to get some pass rush, which has really cost them at the end of some of these games.
And the tackle situation has just panned out perfectly for the Panthers, because they obviously have every quarterback here too. That was expected, but the tackle situation is hilarious because they needed a left tackle like crazy. I mean, Cam Irving's their left tackle. They went out first day of free agency, rushed into it, put Pat Elflein and Cam Irving. Boom, we did it. We fixed their offensive line. Took two of the worst players available at their positions at the outset of free agency. Didn't try for any of the big fish. Thought they could cut corners and save a little money. Not that much money. They still overpaid both of them, and solve their offensive line problems, and they were dead wrong.
They would have been so much better off just going to Beef O Brady's and buying a crap ton of wings.
Wings and beer. Beer and wings. Nobody combines them like Beef O Brady's. Start with their award-winning wings, traditional or boneless, in whatever sauce or dry rub you crave. Next, pick the cold brew that's perfect for you. Beef's has all your faves on tap. It doesn't get any better than that, unless you count all the flat-screen TVs playing game after game. Beef O Brady's, where game time meets beer and wing time all the time. Drink responsibly.
Folks, those wings taste as good as they look. I'm telling you, whether you like the bone-in or whether you like the boneless, they've got them for you, Beef O Brady's. 45 Tampa Bay area locations. So if you're not watching the draft tonight for Beef O Brady's, get there tomorrow night. Watch it with your family on Saturday all day. They've got great sports. They've got great food. And burgers, nachos, wings, beer, everything you want at Beef O Brady's. Check out their menu on beefobradys.com. You can also find a location nearest you on beefobradys.com. You can also order to go, pick up, carry out, delivery. You can also use Beef O Brady's for your catering. So if you have a draft party coming up this weekend, make sure that you make it Beef's.
Yeah, absolutely. And guess what? So far, we've seen 3 teams add to the beef up front, drafting edge rushers. 3 edge rushers in the top 5. Listen, I'm paying attention. Jermaine Johnson is another one that a lot of people have been rumoring could go in the top 10.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying it's going to go here to Carolina. Obviously, they've got Brian Burns, and they obviously have huge needs at offensive tackle. Mm-hmm. But at some point, we could see that happen in the top 10. Kyle Hamilton was once talked about as the best player in this draft, my number 2 player in this class, and he is still available and on the board here. So there are going to be more defensive players in this top 10, and there's probably going to be 3 tackles coming up here very soon.
How many mock drafts are ruined now with all of this defense, right? Because I think a lot of people have thought there's going to be an offensive tackle or 2 in here, right, to start this thing off.
Now, let me see. Let me check my mock here to try and remember what I had. I had the first 2 right. I had the Texans going Sauce, the Jets going Ekwonu. But if Sauce had been on the board, I would have had that. Then I had the Giants taking Kayvon Thibodeau at number 5.
Look at that.
So I've gotten 3 of the 5 right. So Josh Capo is going to be out a little bit of money tonight. And we'll see what happens at number 6. I had Evan Neal going to the Panthers here, but I had Ekwonu off the board when that happened.
Right.
So we'll see if Carolina does indeed.
Jags general manager Trent Baalke says he didn't field any calls trying to trade up for the number 1 pick. That's not surprising. What we've heard from teams early on in the draft, in the top 5, top 10, there's just has not been any rush by any other teams to move up. This is a draft, I think, where a lot of people want to trade back. not many people want to trade up. And if it's going to be a trade up, it's probably going to be outside of the top 10, right? The 15 range, I think, is where we could probably start seeing some trades. Probably maybe, I don't know, is Seattle, are they going to be beholden to take a quarterback? Or do you think they want to trade back and acquire some picks?
Seattle needs a left tackle. Dwayne Brown, nothing's happened there, so they need a left tackle. Seattle needs cornerback help. Seattle needs edge rusher help. So Jermaine Johnson could be a Seahawk. Absolutely, there are plenty of options there for Seattle. It does not have to be a quarterback at all.
The Panthers were rumored to possibly be interested in Kenny Pickett, but I got to think that it's got to be an offensive tackle here.
If they go quarterback here for the Panthers, that would be the first move that really shook things up. I mean, some people expected Stingley, and credit to them, people who figured that out. I knew the Giants were into Thibodeau. I don't think the Panthers, by the way, I've heard, and maybe I'm totally wrong, and they'll take Charles Cross here. I've heard that they weren't as high on Charles Cross as Evan Neal and Ekwonu, and so there is the possibility that I could be totally wrong.
I think the reason with Cross is he's much better pass protected than he's a run blocker. Matt Rule likes to run the football. He's an old school kind of balanced offense kind of guy. So he's going to go for a guy. I think Evan Neal makes the most sense. He's the biggest guy, most athletic.
He's huge.
And
his size, his movement ability, his size is totally freaky. I mean, you expect 6'7", what is he, 330, 340, like that he would have trouble moving, and there would be a little bit of, and there just isn't. I mean, he explodes off the ball. He moves people in the run game despite his height.
Is this a situation where the Panthers, because there are 3 tackles right here, the premium tackles on the board, are they trying to trade back a couple spots? They don't pick again.
Yeah,
until the 3rd round.
They're still on the clock. So I mean, this is definitely, I'm sure, what they're trying to do here. Maybe they're comfortable with any of these tackles. That's kind of how I felt watching them. Like I would just
pick one.
This is tricky for me. Like it was kind of like the Wirfs year. That was really hard for me. I thought Thomas was 4 that year, but I really felt like Becton, Wirfs, and Jedrick Wills were all very close to me. I ended up going Wills, Wirfs, Becton, Thomas. So I was pretty close. Wirfs clearly the best guy now, but Wills had kind of a down year last year, was hurt last year, I should say, not really down year. And then Becton had a good start and then has fallen off. What's going to happen with him? This is interesting. And honestly, the Panthers pick is in, so they didn't get to trade. But I was going to say the Jets at 10, they've got a lot of picks to work with. Could they try to jump back up and grab one of their top tackles in this class? They're looking at the board and they're saying, I think what they're saying right now is, okay, this is what pick is this? 6?
6. Yeah.
And 7 is the Giants, so that's probably going to be a tackle. This could be a tackle. The Giants definitely want to move back from 7 though, and so this could be a possibility here. You could say it. Icky. Okay, so Ekwonu is coming off the board here to the Panthers at number 6. So the Panthers used up most of the clock. They made some calls. They tweeted out calls were made.
And the thing is,
we tried to get out of this pick. We didn't love him that much.
The
what
Panthers
a weird post.
Need a pure left tackle, and this is probably the best pure left tackle.
Yeah,
in terms of being a complete player, right?
Yeah, so it's my 3rd tackle in the class, but like I said, I like them all, and Ekwonu is still in my top 7 players in the class. I want 7 or 8 players in the class, so I'm still a big fan of him. He has the biggest upside, I'll say, because of his explosiveness. One of the most important traits for a tackle. He is not as consistent as Charles Cross or Neal in terms of his pass sets. His footwork will need to be reworked. Technically, he is a little bit more of a mess, but he is extremely talented, and he absolutely wants to kill everybody that he plays in a football field. So I love those things about him. It's a great trait to have. There's obviously going to need to be room for growth with him. He will. If you watch him against Jermaine Johnson, you'll see some good reps. Also some reps where Jermaine Johnson tossed him, where Jermaine Johnson pulled him and swam outside of him, things like that. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done in pass protection. In the run game, I would say he's ready to play right away. Also, the Panthers could see him as a guard. I don't know. Some people do. Some teams do see him as a guard.
Question from Mark Fisher. Scott, you said you had inside info on Reagan Upshaw in 1996. Any inside knowledge this year for Bucs, or is it educated guesses? I've got my methodology in terms of how I've been able to narrow and hit some of these Bucs best bets over the years. I can't really disclose those publicly.
It's a little bit of everything.
But
a little bit of everything, Mark. A little bit of everything. So the first tackle's off the board. Now at 7. The Giants may get the tackle they wanted at 5.
Yeah.
But they didn't leave Thibodeau on the board, even though there was probably very little chance the Panthers were taking him, unless they know something we don't. And so very interesting. They basically probably felt comfortable, or maybe they had intel on which tackle. If they take a tackle here, it would be interesting that they didn't take a tackle before the Panthers, right? Because they would have, assuming they like all of us thought the Panthers were taking a tackle, they knew they were risking potentially their top tackle to the Panthers if they took Thibodeau. Whereas if they'd waited, they knew a team could trade up. But if they felt like the Panthers were staying put, so 1, they're not taking a tackle. 2, they don't care which tackle is there for them at 7. Or 3, they're trying to get out of this pick.
Yeah.
And I think that could be a possibility as well. I don't think that pick is in yet. So Giants trading back here to me is a strong possibility.
It makes sense. I'll buy it for sure. It's interesting because now
coming up,
the Saints
official. The Saints could be trying to move up. Yeah, the Steelers could be a team trying to move up. I think it'll be less of a move up. I think it'll be like the Jets trying to get their top tackle. They just saw one go off the board. They said, okay, we liked Icky. It's not him, but we want to make sure we get Evan Neal, or we want to make sure we get Charles Cross. They might be able to stay there and get Cross, so maybe they want to get Neal, and maybe that's their mentality here.
And it's interesting now because we just had Carolina's selection, and now you've got Atlanta picking at 8. So sandwiched in between, you've got the Giants here at 7. So then we're going to have our second NFC South team. And just to kind of preview that a little bit, because we're more interested in the South than we are the Giants, the Falcons, they need a wide receiver in a bad way.
Yep. They're just chilling.
Yeah, but this is a deep wide receiver draft. Yep. But it looks like they're going to have their shot at getting the first wide receiver here, right, at number 8, which is not that big of a surprise. What are the positions could they be looking at? We've seen a couple of edge rushers go. Is it too early for Jermaine Johnson from Florida State here?
It's not too early for that to happen. I think Atlanta's the top place that could happen. So that's a possibility here, and it's a possibility in 9 as well, Seattle. Yeah. And that wouldn't surprise me at all. Obviously, it could happen at 10. Right. Could happen at 10. Absolutely could happen at 10. Jets like him. I would bet that Jermaine Johnson comes off the board in one of those 3 picks.
Yeah.
So if one of those 3 is Jermaine Johnson, then you have tackles as well. Right. Okay, so tackles to consider, obviously. But, yeah, I would bet that is one of those picks is probably Jermaine Johnson, and then you have 2 of the tackles going here as well. And then there'll be a surprise. A wideout's getting in the mix here as well. So what do we have? 7, 8, 9, and 10. Jermaine Johnson, 2 tackles, and a wideout. That's my prediction. Yeah. That's my prediction for the fight.
Okay.
And it's going to be the Falcons maybe taking a wideout. Jameson Williams, Drake London. Those are –
yeah.
Like the Jets probably wanted Sauce,
right,
and not Stingley, and the Texans obviously wanted Stingley, and the Jaguars obviously wanted Walker. Giants got Thibodeau, who I'm sure they were pretty happy with.
Right.
Feels like things have worked out for a lot of the teams. Panthers got their pick of the tackles.
Did the Panthers, did they come away with the quarterback? And what I say is that is because they don't pick again until I believe the 3rd round.
Okay, I didn't know that. That's interesting.
All of the top quarterbacks are going to be gone by then. But is there a way for the Panthers to maybe dip into next year's draft class and package some picks to move up? Let's see when the Panthers.
How'd they pull that off?
Yeah,
was that for the Sam Darnold trade? Gosh, how are you in the situation the Panthers are in? And you have 1 pick in the top. You say 60? Where do they pick? Is this true?
I'm looking here.
Yeah. They pick at 137. Is that their next pick?
Yes.
Click on their.
They don't have Evan Neal to the Giants.
Okay, so JC says Evan Neal to the Giants here at 7. So they stay put. They get the guy that will play right tackle for them, who played left right tackle, as you said, in college. Yep. They felt like they could trust the tape. He can play on that side. I don't know how you're a Giants fan and you're not thrilled. Yeah. You have to be thrilled.
This is a nice 1-2
Neal is a stud. Right, even if I like Charles Cross a lot, there's no telling he could play right tackle. Correct. You knew it with Neal a little bit. So I understand the pick completely for the Giants. You have your left tackle and you have your right tackle.
So big,
and now you have your 2 edges.
Saquon Barkley can hide behind him and then make a move and just dash away
100%.
And become the player that he was at Penn State again.
I don't know if we'll see those days. I hope, but I don't know if we'll see those days. But either way, Neal and Thomas to build around at tackle, and Thibodeau and Ojulari to build around at edge defender. Yep. Already you've seen Joe Schoen come in, and I think he's done terrific this offseason. Right. Everything the Giants have done, I'm a fan of. Everything they did before, I hated from the moment they did it. I was the most anti-Gettleman person
except for trading Jason Pierre-Paul to the Buccaneers for a 3rd-round pick. That was a hell of a move Dave Gettleman. We appreciate that down
here. Yeah, and I've been anti-Gettleman the whole way, and so he's helped out the Bucs maybe a little bit, but he didn't help out that team, and anti-Joe Judge the whole way. And so moving on from those two and a whole new regime, and I just think it's off to a tremendous start. Giants fans should be ecstatic with the results of those first two picks. I believe they got 2 of the 10 players that I have graded with a first-round pick on this draft, and that's a huge win. And the Jets have the option to do that as well. Obviously, they would have loved Thibodeau, but Jermaine Johnson's a really good player, and Charles Cross is still on the board. So if they want to go tackle, Charles Cross, a natural left tackle, that could be an option for them, because I do not think Atlanta or Seattle are going to take a tackle.
Right.
We'll see. I'm going to do this Atlanta pick, and then Matt is going to come on here to talk about as we lead up to this Jets pick and talk a little bit about things. Eventually, we'll shift back to the Bucs here, but right now, nothing really unfolding that we didn't expect for the most part. These are all players we thought would go in the top 10. There have been no surprises. They tell us every year it's going to be a shocking top 10. Your mind's going to be blown in this first round. Maybe it will come later, but right now that
it's going to come later. I think the players that we've seen go are going to be players that we thought we're going to be top 10 picks, but that's the thing, right? There's not many true first round picks in this draft.
Yeah.
So once that number falls out, 15, 18, whatever it is, that's where I think from maybe 16 on, you're going to see some wild card picks, because that's where you're going to have players that are definitely not consensus anymore and ranked all over the board at other positions here. So I got to think with Arthur Smith being an offensive-minded guy, and I don't know any of the Falcons wide receivers. I can't name them.
Olamide Zaccheaus.
Don't know who he is.
Hold on. I don't know. I got nothing.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah,
they have all the wideouts sitting here. They'd love to trade down and get one, I'm sure. What else are they going to do? It's either that or Jermaine Johnson, in my opinion.
Yeah.
This is done exactly. There's been no real shockers so far, and maybe we'll see the first one here, but I think we'll see Jameson Williams here, would be my guess. I think that's who I had going to the Falcons. Again, the Falcons are clearly rebuilding, right?
You know what's crazy?
They don't need him to play week 1.
Jameson Williams probably goes here if he doesn't tear the ACL.
Yep.
And he tore the ACL, and he probably still is going to go here.
Sports science being what it is today, obviously, and that's how much teams think of Jameson Williams, which is crazy. I personally think it's too high. I just think he's not well-rounded enough. He's a one-year wonder's wrong. I don't care about the one-year wonder stuff. I just care that he's not well-rounded and he hasn't had a lot of experience.
Right.
But they say he competes like crazy.
Yeah.
He's obviously one of the fastest players in the league if he's able to fully recover. But that's it kind of right now.
He's speed. It's just the acceleration. He just gets faster as he trucks, right?
Incredibly fast.
And just really separates from the defensive backs.
I'd like to get one more right in my mock, because I have a Neal pick. Obviously, what did I have? I had Derek Stingley to 7 to the Giants in my mock, so I couldn't pull that one off. The Panthers went another direction with Neal, but I had Ekwonu off the board.
Yeah.
The Stingley pick messed me up. If I'd have gone Stingley, Sauce, I would have been all right. I'd have been cruising in this mock, but now the Falcons are on. They can make me right. I could still get a few more right here, because there hasn't been that many shakeups.
This is going to be interesting to see what Atlanta does here.
Especially if it could be Drake London. Like, there's a lot of options that this first round pick could go. And so, I feel like Atlanta needs so many things. They might have considered staying if you were here, but I don't think they will now. I'm just.
They're obviously thinking about it.
Yeah.
They're taking their full time.
Yeah.
It's not like they're running up to throw in the draft card. At the same time, they also need offensive line help.
Yeah.
Right? Cross, is that out of the realm of possibility here to get an offensive line player of that caliber this early?
Yeah. And seeing some things, but trying not to say anything that isn't legit yet. But it does look like the Falcons are drafting a weapon, a wide receiver maybe, not a tight end.
They have a pretty good one in Kyle Pitts last year. So I think
one thing they do have.
Yes.
So if this is a wide receiver, and I've seen a couple things, but I haven't seen anything from a check mark yet. If this is a wide receiver, is this where the run starts with wideouts? Because the Falcons, the Jets, Washington,
Jets, right,
not out of the question for Minnesota, I believe.
Correct.
Not out of the question for Houston, certainly at 13. I have them taking Garrett Wilson, I believe.
Yeah.
And then obviously Philadelphia, New Orleans could take one. The Chargers could as well.
And Garrett Wilson could be a factor here too. It really depends on again, what type of wide receiver Arthur Smith
And there
wants.
it is. Drake London is going to be an Atlanta Falcon. So London too, and Matt is pumped. So Matt didn't want Drake London at 10, I guess. Matt. Okay.
There you
So
go.
he hit his prop bet. That's why he's pumped.
Matt just cashed in.
Well done, Matt.
And listen, Arthur Smith hopes that Drake London is a Mike Evans type player for
This
the Falcons.
comparison I've hated.
I've
hated it.
I agree.
And now it'll continue because he's in, and I'm glad
he's in the
because
NFC South.
I don't think Drake London's anything like Mike Evans. People don't understand Mike Evans. They don't understand him, Scott.
No.
He runs past people.
Yes.
He does not run with people or behind people and then jump ball over them. Sure, he can do it, but he runs past people. He runs past Jalen Ramsey for game-winning touchdowns. He runs past corners.
Yes.
He has speed.
Preach,
Drake
John,
London does
preach.
not, and that is a huge difference, a fundamental, massive difference in their games. Just because they are both tall and big does not make them the same player.
Well, and I think too, it's the basketball background. I think people are so gravitated towards that.
Crazy.
But listen, that's fine. Both of these guys can leap up their 6'5" frames and box out and grab jump balls. But Mike Evans can do so much more. I think that's the big thing.
And I'm not even saying Drake London won't be good at all. Like I kind of came around to him a little bit. He was in the 20s on my board, so would not have been my top wide receiver necessarily here. But
it's
the comparison, Scott, that I don't get, because Mike Evans, people think that he is this can't separate contested catch receiver, and he just is not. That is not what he is. He is a great route runner, and he has unbelievable deep speed. London does not. He is not fast, and that's just a massive difference between the two players that I believe makes them super fundamentally different, and I think that that's really important. But now, do we see the run on wide receiver start? And obviously Seattle probably won't take one, but could very well be what happens with the Jets and then a few more teams.
It very well could. And, speaking of the Jets, we would be remiss if we did not have Matt Matera, who, Matt, are you from New York?
Yeah, from this magical place called Long Island. How you doing?
How you doing? Yeah, we have Matt Matera on here from Pewter Report. And Matt, you've got to be happy early on, right? We don't know what the Bucs are going to pick, so you can't really comment on that. But certainly, when you look at what the Jets have done, having we had the chance to meet Robert Saleh, you and I did, and talk to him at the NFL owners meeting. First of all, fantastic guy,
awesome guy. I mean, we spoke with him for what, like 10 minutes, something like that. He was very open. We talked about a lot of.
Talked about the
fun,
Bucs
interesting.
Jets game.
Bucs Jets game. We talked about Richard Sherman and the influence that he had for the Bucs. Obviously, Sherman played for the 49ers when Saleh was the defensive coordinator. So really just went away from that conversation loving Robert Saleh more than I was already a fan of him, because I think he's putting the Jets in the right direction. And I like the pick that the Jets made too, because if you look on the defensive side of the ball, I mean, their defense in general was putrid last year.
Right.
So they had a lot of different spots to fill. Edge rusher mainly was one of them. They haven't had an edge rusher since John Abraham played.
Right.
Bucs fans will know him because he went to the Falcons, played in the division for a while. But they obviously needed a lot of help at corner as well, too. They haven't had a corner since Darrell Revis and Antonio Cromartie. But again, Darrell Revis, Buccaneer legend.
Yeah, he was a Pro Bowler 1 year.
Yeah, he was. Maybe he'll go into the Hall as a Buck. I don't necessarily think so.
Doubt it.
But yeah, I mean, coming up on this 10th pick now, there's multiple options they can go. I really think if the Bucs go wide receiver, and I'm kind of glad London got taken, not just because I hit my my prop bet, but I think that the fact that it helps with having Wilson available on the board potentially. We'll see what happens with the 9th pick there, but the Jets really have an opportunity here to build out a pretty solid offense to really help Zach Wilson. I mean, obviously they still need to figure out if he's going to be the quarterback of the future and see if he can develop from his first year. But if you look at the wide receiver room, they have Corey Davis, who's a solid player, a number one receiver. Elijah Moore, I absolutely love. I think if he can stay healthy, he could really be a dynamic, just great player. They have Braxton Berrios, who he was an all-pro special teams player. He's kind of like I'm going to try to make as many Bucs references as I can. He was kind of like a bit of an Adam Humphries type of receiver in the Jets offense, or
just that possession.
Yeah,
guy,
exactly.
Not
So
flashy.
yeah, so if they could just add one more guy like Garrett Wilson, or whatever direction they decide to go. I'm not saying the Jets are going to make a run for the playoffs or anything like that, but they absolutely will not just be a pushover. So I'm very excited with what they can do here with the 10th pick, and we'll see what happens, of course, with the 9th pick.
Yeah. So your thoughts on Drake London? You said obviously you're happy that he helped you win some money tonight. I mean, that's always a good
of
thing,
course,
right?
yeah.
Go Atlanta. But at the same time, though, this is a player that if I'm the Buccaneers, I'm not really scared of. If you look at the Buccaneer corners, Jamel Dean, 6'1", long arm.
Mhm.
Same with Carlton Davis. From a size standpoint, they've got the size and physicality to match up with a Drake London. And from a speed standpoint, Dean's faster, and I think Carlton Davis certainly can keep up with him from a technique standpoint. So I think a player like Garrett Wilson might have been a little bit more problematic.
100%. That's where
Buccaneers to
Carlton Davis has struggled is the quick twitch type of receivers.
Yeah.
He can stay with the long, tall, lanky type of guys. I mean, I still go back to a couple of years ago when, and this before Carlton was really the grave digger Carlton Davis that we've come to know and love.
Right.
I still remember that game towards the end of the year when, I don't want to say he shut down, but he severely limited DeAndre Hopkins when he was still on the Texans. He played great there. He obviously has played very well against Michael Thomas when Thomas didn't really play last year at all because he was injured. But Davis has fared very well against those types of receivers, those kind of styles.
Right.
Where London, it's the same type of thing. I understand. And London, he said he models his game after Mike Evans. So I think people jump to make that comparison right away because, he is tall and he's lanky. But I think the difference, too, and John and yourself are talking about a little bit, is Mike Evans is very deceptively fast.
Yeah.
And he's a gamer and he's a baller. And I'm not saying London is going to be an inefficient player. It's just Mike Evans is built different. He's you don't find too many Mike Evans, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. And I think Carlton matches very well against
it's that
him.
Sneaky speed that Mike Evans has. And the thing is, Mike Evans came into the league at 230 plus pounds. And he's actually, I don't know what the roster weight for him is. They don't change that from year to year. It's just, they kind of leave it alone. But Mike Evans has been playing in the 220s. And I've just seen his body just transform, and he's gotten leaner, more slender, and I think as a result, faster, quicker. And he realizes he doesn't need to be some big hulking wide receiver. He's long, he's naturally physically tough as it is. So having some extra body mass is not going to help him from a physical standpoint. It's just going to slow him down. So I agree. I think where the comparison needs to stop is the foot race. I think Mike Evans
100%.
is just simply a faster player. We don't know what Drake London's 40-yard dash time was because he broke his ankle. That ended a very productive last year at USC, and he just was not able to run the 40-yard dash at the combine or his pro day. So kind of like Tyler Johnson, where you're taking a guess on how fast the player is for the Buccaneers. Tyler Johnson wasn't as fast as the Bucs were hoping. They've seen how he can't separate. It'll be interesting to see exactly how fast Drake London is for the Falcons twice a year when they play the Buccaneers.
I was telling people over the weekend that the best thing that ever happened to Tyler Johnson was that the Outback Bowl is played in Tampa, where all of the Bucs coaching staff essentially was watching that game.
That's
He
lit up Auburn.
That was one of the best individual performances I've ever seen.
Yes.
Certainly in Outback Bowl history, without question. So, I think we see with a lot of receivers, you can dominate some games in college. You can, if you have your skill set just better than certain college players, you're going to go out there and be a top-level player. But can you not even adjust, but can you take the quote-unquote weaknesses of your game and go and tweak that? I mean, we saw it with Jalen Darden a little bit too. He's lightning quick. He's so fast. But he is very, very, very unpolished as a route runner. And we're seeing it with Tyler Johnson as well. He's having issues making those third down catches or just being able to get separation. Getting that yak. And we all know how important winning one-on-one battles, getting that separation is in the Buccaneers offense, whether it's Bruce Arians or Byron Leftwich, that's not really going to change too much. So that's definitely something to really look at into this season.
So, Matt, well, first of all, we would be remiss if we didn't tell you that Charles Cross from Mississippi State, the left tackle, was drafted by the Seattle Seahawks. Big question for you, Matt. Why is it Jets, Mets fans or Giants, Yankees fans?
Very, very good question. And hello, Robert, to yourself. Part of it is if you just hate yourself and you just want to see losing. That's why you go with the Mets and Jets. The Mets and the Jets are a little more towards...
Does that take more mental toughness?
It takes a ton of mental toughness. I like to equate it as the Yankees and Giants are the old-fashioned country club people with their pinkies out. Right. You know, oh, Jeremy went to private school this summer.
I'm going to wear some pinstripes this year.
The Mets and Jets fans are slumming it. We're out in the gutter, you know. I'm not going to say being a scumbag, but, you know, we're not as exactly...
Being a scumbag in a good way. Right?
Yeah.
The best
our hearts are in
scumbag.
A little scummy, but our hearts are in the right place.
There you go. Exactly.
You know, but it's a little bit of the Long Island versus the city connection. That has something to do with it. But yeah, to each their own.
Yep. Well, we've got the Jets on the clock here, number 10. So what is your pick? Who would you like to see? You put on your green cap. Who would you like to see the Jets take here at number 10?
Well, now that all the tackles are off the board, if the Jets, I'm going to keep doing that. If the Jets are picking offense here, it's got to be a wide receiver, and I would love it to be Garrett Wilson. I mean, as we were talking about before, a lot of people had Wilson as the number one receiver on the board, and I think you're getting a player that is dynamic, can do a lot of different things. Would you be okay
if they took Jameson Williams?
I would be all right with it, but the injury, the ACL and everything, that's something that concerns me. Like even with Chris Godwin, a little bit, it concerns me.
Sometimes you come back and you're fine.
Yeah.
Right. Sometimes you come back and you're medically cleared to play, but it takes a year of getting back to your old self. So you kind of come back as a 75, 80% production of which you had before the injury, because it's more of a mental thing than it is a physical thing.
Yeah, and I think O.J. Howard is a perfect example of that. That was more
Achilles,
of the it was Achilles, but I'm talking about serious injuries in general. And we said this on the podcast too. Adrian Peterson ruined it for everyone else for the way that he was able to come back from an ACL injury, and that was years ago before we even really knew how someone could bounce back from something like that. So that's my only issue there.
He had a 2,000-yard season.
I know, unbelievable. He almost broke the rushing record.
Torn ACL, that's nuts.
So yeah, I would lean towards Wilson just for the fact that he's healthy. He didn't have the most touchdowns, but he was the most productive receiver at Ohio State, and I think he complements the rest of the Jets receiver room really quite well.
Right, so, folks, we would be remiss if we didn't tell you, demand from you that you subscribe to Pewter Report TV.
Please do.
It's our YouTube channel, and we greatly appreciate that. Hit the like button, too, and give us a thumbs up on the videos. We do the Pewter Report podcast Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday during the off-season at 4 o'clock Eastern time, typically. We've got the draft show coming up tomorrow night. Just a quick plug for that. That is going to be day 2, rounds 2 and 3. And that draft show is going to start at 6 p.m.
So an hour
Eastern
earlier.
Time. Yes. So the draft itself starts at 7 o'clock. We will go live an hour early at 6 o'clock. Make sure you subscribe to Pewter Report TV and hit the like button on all of our videos, on the draft show, on the Pewter Report podcast. When you do that, it helps our algorithm, and it gets us in front of more Buccaneer fans on YouTube. And that just is great because we love Pewter people like you.
We love the fans. We love getting all the feedback as well, too. If you have certain suggestions, things that you like. For example, the mock drafts that we were doing on Thursday.
Yeah.
We did one. Fun. Yeah. We did one yesterday. Obviously, today is Thursday with the draft. But the mock drafts, we kept doing them because you guys loved them. So we absolutely love getting that feedback. And I love that the Jets, it looks like they picked Garrett Wilson. So things are looking up for New York Jets. It's so funny. You look at
the New York team.
Yeah, you're going to have
New York. You're
going to have offensive tackle versus edge rusher for the Giants, and you're going to have corner versus receiver for the Jets in training camp. I'm excited. The Jets are building out their room.
Yes.
They're going to be I was going to be like, they're going to be a problem this year. They're not going to be a problem yet. They still got
the Bills, the Patriots, the Dolphins,
But they're heading towards the right direction. So I can at least be happy about that.
They're moving on.
For those who don't know, the Jets right now are the longest tenured team that has not made the playoffs. It's been over a decade.
Ouch.
All right. But you know what? Bucs fans, they were there, though.
That's true.
And
Bucs fans can sympathize with Matt.
Yeah. So it's
Matt,
it's a good thing.
You had a double whammy. You're covering the Buccaneers and you're rooting for the Jets. That's like a double-barreled.
It's actually, honestly,
right,
Scott, it's perfect in the sense that the Bucs and Jets played last year, but they don't normally play against each other too much. So there's not too many situations where something that the Jets do will really affect the Bucs. So there's that nice crossover. As I can keep my eye on the Jets a little bit. My main focus, obviously, is the Bucs.
Matt, while we have you here, a couple other New York-based questions, and this is timely because the New York teams have already picked. So we got Matt here at the right time. Jets, Mets are the younger teams. Giants, Yankees have been around much, much longer. Is that fair to say?
That is true. So the Mets actually only became a team because the Brooklyn Dodgers and the New York Giants went out to California.
Okay.
So the Mets became a team in 1961, I believe, 1960 or 1961. And the colors are blue and orange because they took some from the Dodgers and the Giants. But yes, that is true.
Okay. Does this hold true with the Islanders and the Rangers? So,
well,
where
Long Island, the Islanders. The Islanders play on Long Island, so that goes with it for that. And yes, the Rangers are like one of the original 6 teams, so it does go hand in hand with that too.
Right. Then you got the Buffalo Sabres, right? That's upstate.
Upstate. So the Bills and the Sabres, it's
almost like a different.
It's like an 8-hour drive.
Right? It's not even part of New York, right?
It's Western New York. It's like Buffalo's like closer to Pittsburgh than it is to New York City.
Gotcha.
So
good stuff. So the next team on the clock is Washington. Now we've seen 2 receivers off the board here, right? We have Drake London. Washington just traded back, is what with the Saints.
With the Saints, all right.
Saints moving up for, I'm guessing, a wide receiver here.
I mean, they sure need it.
or a quarterback.
Or a quarterback.
They have the opportunity to take, all of the quarterbacks. Malik Willis, maybe? That would be interesting.
I mean, he's a fun player to watch. Especially like at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
Which was crazy, too, because obviously the more important part of watching a Senior Bowl is the practices themselves.
Right.
The game, it is what it is. You have players that have never played together. You're trying to build chemistry in 3 or 4 days to go and play a game. But I remember from that Senior Bowl game, the offensive line for the team that Willis was on, could not block at all whatsoever. So he was running for his life.
If the Saints draft a quarterback here, we have to have a live cam somewhere of Jameis Winston's reaction. We get all the Jameis workout videos, right? We get Jameis's reaction to everything, right? He's very active on social media. I'd love to see a live reaction. Knowing Jameis, he's probably going to be clapping. Okay. Here we go. Right? Yeah. I could see that from Jameis Winston. Inside, he's going, crap, man. Nobody likes it. Nobody believes.
What
do
I got to do to play a game?
That's right. Exactly. Oh boy. So very quickly here, within the first 11 picks of the draft, we're going to have every NFC South team except for your Tampa Bay Buccaneers have a selection. So if you just joined us, then you know that the Carolina Panthers did not take a quarterback, right? That was a rumor that Kenny Pickett was possibly in consideration there. This is going to be interesting because if the Saints take a quarterback here, I'm in favor of that because I don't think there's any of these quarterbacks that scare me if I'm the Buccaneers.
That's right.
Especially this year or next year.
Well, that's what I was going to say is what I personally think makes this draft so exciting and interesting is the fact that no one really loves any quarterback in general. That's why you see 4 defensive players or 5 defensive players start out with the draft.
Speaking of defensive players, Kyle Hamilton's still there.
That's right.
You just had their safety situation be very much in flux, right? With the departure, and I don't know. I'm thinking maybe Kyle Hamilton. He might be the best player on the board now.
That would make sense. I mean, they.
What's that? Okay, we have the compensation of the trade here. Let's get to that.
John, you can move my laptop too.
The Saints are trading the 16th pick and a 3rd rounder and a 4th rounder to Washington for the 11th. So this is their middle round picks, 3rd and 4th round, as well as the 16th. Now do they have any multiple picks in those rounds?
It's tough to keep track of like literally every single team's draft spot, even in the same.
Yeah. So they have picks 49. Yeah. Yep. So they have some picks still, but they gave up their 3rd and 4th round selections.
And the Honey Badger came in recently for a visit, but nothing came to fruition there. I mean, obviously there's the LSU connection, and that's his home area, but nothing came about there. I just think for the Saints, I mean, Michael Thomas is coming off an injury, and there was obviously those behind the scenes things that maybe wasn't happy there. Now Sean Payton obviously won't be coaching the Saints this year. Maybe not at all. Maybe goes to the Dolphins. Who knows? Not with Brady, of course. But I don't see nothing on the Saints offense really scares me. I mean, Kamara is obviously one of the better running backs in the game, but the Bucs have always, at least recently, since Todd Bowles got there, the Bucs have not had too many issues with Alvin Kamara. Yeah. Sure, sometimes he'll kill you in the passing game with a little 5-yard dump pass that he'll take a ways. But I would say for the most part, if you put it all together, the Bucs have been able to contain Alvin Kamara. So especially with having a lesser quarterback this year, whether it's Winston, whether they decide to go another direction.
Yeah. If you're Washington, you have to be pretty happy. You're sliding back
a
couple spots, and you're picking up some real talent, because I'm telling you, the 3rd and the 4th rounds, they're still going to be hella good players there. This is a deep draft. Chris Olave. Wow.
Big
Chris
night for
Olave.
Ohio State. I had him as my Bucs draft crush. Chris
Olave.
I was on the fence of whether he'd be there at 27, but I didn't think he'd be this early.
They traded up to get Chris Olave, who I think might have been there had they
That's
stayed
what
put.
I'm saying.
Wow.
Has quite the pick.
Yep. So the thing with Olave is this guy is a touchdown producer. He will get behind the defense. He is a vertical-based weapon. Jameis Winston does have a strong arm. I think Jameis Winston is very excited. They didn't draft a quarterback, but the thing with Olave is he's a flyer. He will get down the field. He's played big in big games, and he's been a consistent player. This is not a guy that's just had one really good year. He's had a good career at Ohio State.
That's right. And, of course, Ohio State has talent upon talent upon talent. And we talked about Wilson a lot, but it was Olave that led the Buckeyes in touchdowns last season. And I think, too, again, we were talking about Drake London before going to Atlanta. With Olave here, obviously I don't who would I be more concerned about with the Bucs secondary going up against, Olave or London? I would pick Olave just for the speed alone. Some of the moves that he can make. He can go down the field, but I think he doesn't get as much credit for what he can do, on the short and intermediate routes as well, too. So I like his quickness. He obviously has a nose for the end zone. So still a little bit early to pick Olave. I, like you said, could have waited a couple of more rounds to still select him.
John had Olave to the Saints at 19 in his mock, so he gets. The Lions have made a trade.
All right, we're getting trades left and right. Every time Scott and I are on, either the Bucs make a trade, they sign
something happens.
They sign someone.
What? Yes, the Lions are moving down from 32.
Wow, so they're moving down.
The Lions have traded up to pick number 12.
All right, so they got to be in love with someone
There's
here.
not been a quarterback taken yet. You can't be all in on Jared Goff, right?
No, not a fan.
But here's the thing. What about the safety position? Is there a consensus in the room about safeties? Kyle Hamilton's still there. Is this where you make a trade up for that? Or is that worth trading up? I don't know what the haul is yet in this trade, but to go from 32 all the way up to 12, right, to Minnesota. That's steep.
And a lot of people are saying Hamilton, is a game changer. He's dynamic, and he's a very talented player. I'm just curious as you said, what the haul will be, because
Detroit sent picks number 32, 34, and 66 to that's it.
The Vikings for
12 and 46.
All right,
That's not bad.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, they essentially traded picks in the second round, 34 and 46,
mm-hmm.
and they gave a pick number 66.
Yeah, that's
pretty reasonable.
Look at Detroit doing something. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They got 46, so they only have to wait a couple more. Yeah. Look at Detroit doing something right for probably the first time since acquiring Barry Sanders or Calvin Johnson. Calvin Johnson.
Yeah, Megatron was pretty good too.
Yeah.
Dominic Sue. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. This is interesting. So who do we think they're trading up for? Jamison Williams still on the clock, obviously. We're seeing the run of wide receivers here, obviously.
That's right.
And you've got, Kyle Hamilton still on the board. This is interesting. This is a. And see, this is outside of the top 10. This is where the
exactly. It's very unknown. Again, I mean, with them taking Hutchinson, obviously doesn't make me think that they're going to take an edge rusher unless they want to go insane.
Again, it wasn't a whole bunch of trade bounty to move up, but to move up from 32 all the way to number 12, that's 20 spots. You'd have to think this is a premium position like a quarterback, and there has not been a quarterback taken yet. Maybe the Lions want to start that run.
Question is, which quarterback? Is it Pickett? Is it Willis?
I wouldn't trade it for any of these guys.
Well, no, neither would I. I'm just saying, I'm curious how Detroit looks at these guys.
I'll tell you what I would do, though. If I had like a big, huge haul of money, what I would probably do is invest it. If we're talking about draft hauls here,
yes.
This is different than cash, but a haul is a haul, and the folks over at Immunity Financial can help you with your haul and help you make more money. That would be even bigger haul.
At Amuni Financial, we help you live in the now.
Dude,
congratulations. We're so happy for you.
Thank you.
And even though the now may feel very different, you still need to plan for the future.
How's retirement treating you?
Oh, just fantastic.
I know I say it all the time, but you really got to come up to Colorado.
Let's do it.
All right.
Yeah.
We can help you develop that plan to keep you on track so you can still prepare for tomorrow, today. Amuni Financial. Plan ahead, stay ahead.
Matt, we got to get to Colorado.
We need to. We need the Bucs to play the Broncos.
Yes, and the Lions just drafted Jamison. I'm sorry, not the Lions. Yeah, the Lions.
Yes, Lions.
Yeah, Jamison Williams from Alabama. So that run on wide receivers is there. But listen, there's also been a run in the stock market. There's been a run of inflation. There's been runs of gas prices, right? And if you want to have some help, if you want to have some experts in your corner when it comes to the economy, to managing your family's wealth, I mean, turn to the folks at Muni Financial. They can do more than simply allocate your assets. They can help you with legacy planning, brokerage and advisory services, retirement accounts, college savings accounts, and insurance services with over 40 years of experience in the Tampa Bay area. And they can help you across the country too, not just in Florida. Let Immunity Financial help you plan ahead and stay ahead. Give them a call like I did at Immunity Financial, 1-800-868-6864, or visit them on the web at immuni.com.
Apparently the Eagles have made a trade now.
Matt, when it's you and I on the podcast, things happen.
Just
how it happens.
Stop. It's really incredible. I guess that's a good thing, though. That's what spices it up. And there's already a spicy draft to begin with, of course, again, because after the first couple of picks, these teams could really go in any direction. For the Lions, though, I like this pick with Williams just for the mere fact. And I was saying it, I guess it's different because, again, the Jets are my team. And it's like I like Williams, but the injury, I want a player that can play now, or at least is going to play now.
Right.
But the Lions, of course, are still in a position where, with all due respect to Lions fans watching this, they're not going anywhere as long as Aaron Rodgers is still in the division.
Sure.
I don't care if he has no receivers to throw to.
You still get Jared Goff as your quarterback.
Yeah,
that's just
exactly. So why not take a player that, again, before being injured, was considered arguably the top wide receiver off the board?
Yeah.
Why not take a guy that can wait? You can wait on and then still build up more picks, more capital,
right,
and prepare for the future.
So the Eagles are now selecting a 13. They traded up with the Houston Texans. 2 spots.
Okay.
They give up 122, 164, 124, 162, and 166. So that's some middle round picks right there to move up 2 spots. So if you're the Eagles,
I'm trying to think what the Eagles' needs are at the moment.
Kyle Hamilton.
You think Kyle Hamilton?
That should be the pick. Kyle Hamilton should be still on the board. Rangy, playmaking, big, physical safety. He can check a lot of boxes, do a lot of things. Or Jordan Davis. Is this where they want to get Jordan Davis if you're the Eagles? This might be where Jordan Davis comes off the board here, because you look at this, Baltimore at number 14 was a spot that was rumored to be in the mix for Jordan Davis at number 14, and they're at 15, so they had to get ahead of Baltimore to get Jordan Davis. I think that's probably what we're seeing here. First defensive tackle off the board. Let's see if that is indeed the case.
That's crazy, too, because just thinking about all the mocks, didn't seem like we'd have a defensive tackle, going this far.
Yeah, Texans acquired number 15th overall pick from the Eagles, in addition to number 124, 162, and 166, all to move up a couple spots. It just seems to me that this is for Jordan Davis.
Yeah, that would make sense the way you played it out. I just feel like Hamilton is more of a, for lack of a better word, a sure thing, or at least a dynamic playmaking type of guy that you can just almost plug in right away. Like I remember just watching the first game of the season when it was Florida State against Notre Dame, and he was just a guy that jumped onto the scene. I mean, obviously he was a talented player before that,
right? But
his last year, he just automatically just made an impact, was making plays. You felt this presence out there. Granted, it was Florida State.
Yeah.
We all know the issues that went on with them. I would be more confident in him as a plug and play, go right away, not even have to think about
Jordan
it. But
Davis.
it is Jordan Davis with the pick, so there you go.
That makes a lot of sense right there. They had to get ahead of the Baltimore Ravens to do that. Just a big, massive run stuffing defensive tackle.
6'6".
Yeah.
Just absolutely gigantic.
Yeah. And he can move, but he really is a player that is kind of a phone booth player. He's just going to control his gap. Now, he will shut down that gap.
Yeah.
You're not going to go anywhere in that gap. But when I looked at the Georgia team, especially on that defensive line, at the tackles, and even though he played inside, I'm not going to call Trayvon Walker a tackle, because he kind of played a lot of 4-eye defensive end in that 3-4 defense that Georgia runs. But out of Devontae Wyatt, Jordan Davis, and Jalen Carter, I thought Jordan Davis was the third best defensive tackle. He did what he did very well, but very limited. This was a player that rarely saw the field on third down. Did not have many pass rush opportunities because he's just not a good pass rusher. He doesn't have a lot of moves. And watching the film with Warren Sapp, and even after the combine, when he ran a 4.72 time, Sapp texted me and he said, he plays like 5.01 on Saturdays, but goes to the combine and runs a 4.7. And so I think that what you see is what you get with Jordan Davis. I don't think he's going to be much more than what he is, but what he is a very good run stuffing player. He will control the gap. He will push the pocket to a degree, but this is a player that probably is going to be a first and second down guy and is not going to help you too much. And if you're facing teams, maybe in the division, the Giants have a balanced offense. The Cowboys would like to throw it. We know that the Washington Commodores are a balanced team, right, under Ron Rivera.
Yeah.
So maybe they put more of an emphasis on stopping the run than you would find in maybe the shoot it out AFC West, where it has all these quarterbacks and
need quicker guys.
Yeah, that are high volume passing attacks. So maybe in the NFC East, it's a little bit more balanced on a run pass scale, and maybe Jordan Davis is more effective in that type of situation.
And that's exactly what you talked about on other Pewter Report podcasts, why he wasn't a fit for what Tampa Bay is looking for in terms of if they want to address the defensive tackle if Ndamukong Suh doesn't come back, where the Bucs want that player with the pass rushing moves that has the quick first step and can get to the quarterback a little bit. But not every defensive tackle is built that way. When you have that huge size, not everyone has that freakish movement like Vita Vea does.
You mentioned Vita Vea. Buck fan since Leroy63 asks, Scott, can Davis be Vita Vea? I don't think he can. Vita Vea actually was a pretty darn good pass rusher for Washington. He was actually the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year. That's hard for a 3-4 nose tackle to actually win in any conference.
Yeah.
The Defensive Player of the Year award for that conference, and he did. And again, I don't think that Jordan Davis was the best player on a very loaded Georgia defense by any means. Not the best defensive tackle. I thought Jalen Carter was number 1. Devontae Wyatt was number 2. Jordan Davis number 3. This is a player, though, with rare size and rare speed. So the triangle numbers look great. The testing was great. The production for what he was asked to do was quite good. But I don't think that he's going to be Vita Vea, because Vita Vea can impact the defense,
the game on
third down,
on all three downs. And I think that's what I know that's what I love about Vita Vea too. You go back to his rookie year, he had his struggles to the point where Jason Light pretty much had to have a pep talk with him later in the season. But he's a player that has progressed every single year. He's worked on those pass rushing skills. I mean, he's not going to get to the quarterback the way
4
that
sacks this year.
Something like that. And he's never going to be, in terms of pass rushing, he's not going to be Warren Sapp. No one's going to be Warren Sapp. But I think you saw the impact too the year that they won the Super Bowl. He was out for most of it. But even when he came back, just for those last 2 games, the push that he has up front, Vea is able to just take on those double teams and create one-on-one opportunities for the other edge rushers like Shaq Barrett. So that's what Davis should try to do. But like you said, he's probably not even going to be on the field on third downs where Vita Vea can go and do that.
I don't think it's a bad pick. I think it's a good pick for Philadelphia for the reasons we talked about. It's just that, he's a fit in San Diego. He's a fit in Baltimore. He's a fit in Philly. There's a couple of fits for Jordan Davis, and I can see why the Eagles not only wanted to draft him, but wanted to get ahead of Baltimore to do that, because I'm sure the Baltimore was probably going to select him. So speaking of Baltimore, we have Houston on the clock now at 13, then Baltimore at 14. Let's see what Baltimore's backup plan was, assuming they were going to get Jordan Davis there. But for the Texans, do you get Kyle Hamilton? We're
building out that secondary.
Yeah, maybe. And I think for the Ravens, you look at 2 players. I think you look at Devin Lloyd, the Utah linebacker, or you look at Jermaine Johnson, the Florida State edge rusher. Those are probably some picks there.
Yeah, Jermaine Johnson's a player that I just enjoy so much. Again, going back to the Senior Bowl, just seeing the way that he dominated. I mean, how many players go to the Senior Bowl and are so good that it's like, all right, I don't even have to go to the last practice or play in the game because I just destroyed everyone in front of him.
Money. I'm going home.
Yeah, exactly. And he just, his size is great. He's got an arsenal of moves. Shaq Barrett always likes to say, I have an arsenal of moves, or I have a package of moves and everything like that. I think he's in that category as well, too. He's got great speed, good bend, good first step. So I would be, if
Kyle Hamilton is
all right,
the pick.
there we go. Talk about one guy, they go.
Well, it makes a lot of sense when you look at Lovie Smith, right? Kyle Hamilton, he's a defensive-minded player, playing for a defensive-minded coach. That seems to make a lot of sense. And now if you're looking at the Ravens, I think we're probably sticking on the defensive side here too. And you're looking at Jermaine Johnson, or you're looking at Devin Lloyd. Those are probably the two players there that I could see them targeting. The Ravens.
Oh, you're saying the Ravens?
Oh, that's okay. That's correct. Yeah. All right.
There you go.
So Kyle Hamilton and Marcus Williams to the Ravens. That's a hell of a secondary. And again, when you're looking at the Ravens, they're going to go defense.
Mhm.
So yeah, I got my trades mixed up there. So now you're looking at what the Houston Texans on the clock at 15.
Yeah.
So Kyle Hamilton's off the board there. That would have been a good pick in Houston, I think. But when you look at Baltimore, they've had a lineage of great safeties, right?
That's
Eric
true.
Weddle was there.
Ed Reed going back there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ed Reed's like just one of my favorite players
He's
to
one
watch.
of the best players, man.
There's something
Absolutely
about just a dynamic safety, whether it's Ed Reed, whether it's Palomalu with the Steelers. Just the great defenses start with building up the middle, defensive tackle, linebacker, and safety. The Bucs' first Super Bowl winning team obviously had that with Sapp and Brooks and Lynch back there as well too. So yeah, good for Kyle Hamilton, because even though I don't like Notre Dame, he's a very talented player.
He's so much you can do with him because he has the range and the size to be a factor in the secondary and coverage, but then he can also have that size to come up and enforce the run and do some things in the box if you need him to do. It's just that versatility. And I'll tell you what, the thing with the Ravens is they're a good drafting team. And for whatever reason, they have players that they like fall to them. You never really see the Ravens have to go up and get somebody. The one notable time they did was to get Lamar Jackson at 32.
I think that panned out.
Panned out really well. But I'm just saying a lot of times the Ravens just kind of stay put, almost like the Patriots. They just kind of stay put and let those Patriot-type players fall to them. Ravens let the Raven-type players fall to them as well.
Yeah, they don't get too aggressive. They don't say like, "Oh, we love this guy so much, we're going to give you a gigantic haul." That fans make fun of teams for years because you gave up so much, and this guy ended up being the bust. The Ravens are one of the most consistent teams in terms of just drafting players in the middle rounds where you look back and you're like, man, what a good pick that was, So credit to comp picks as well. Obviously, a lot of teams put a little more emphasis on that than others, I would say, in terms of. I mean, remember when the Saints signed Andy Dalton and they lost like a third or fourth round comp pick?
Yeah, they lost a third round comp pick. Yeah,
like that's ridiculous.
Right. Yeah, that would have been something if the Saints would have traded for a quarterback. Then you've essentially burned a compensatory pick because you have Andy Dalton. You've got Jameis Winston coming off the knee injury. We've all seen Jameis rehab. We know that he's back. Jameis is back, and then you would draft a quarterback. So it's interesting that that didn't happen. So we shall see. But folks, you might notice that the Pewter Report Draft Show is presented by Beef O Brady's, and we greatly appreciate their support. And if you haven't had a chance to try one of their Beef O Brady's burgers, folks, you're missing out.
You want beefy? Nobody out-beefs beefs. Try the O'Brady Burger. Made with premium Angus, perfectly seasoned and topped with melted provolone. It's an all-star, just like that other Brady in town. And if you're tailgating, you might want to pile on Beef's award-winning wings, too. Traditional or boneless in whatever sauce or dry rub you crave. Dine in, to go, or even catering. Play it your way. See you at Beef's. You want
Beef O Brady's 45 Tampa Bay area locations. That means there's one near you. And if you want to find out where those locations are, look no further than beefobradies.com. On beefobradies.com, you can not just find locations, you can find their menu. And you can also use that menu to do some to-go ordering, right? You can place your to-go order, pick it up. You can also do some catering. If you're having a draft party tomorrow night, if you're having a draft party on Saturday for day 3 of the draft, if you're watching some NBA playoffs, right? Some NHL playoffs, which are getting ready to get kicked off, make it Beef O Brady's to feed you and your family. Again, 45 Tampa Bay area locations, beefobradys.com.
Yeah, Beef O Brady's has a little bit of something for everyone, as you said. The catering, the order to pick up, multiple TVs, the beer selection, as you mentioned earlier, and just overall, just great food. You won't be disappointed when you go.
Nachos, just the
Burgers.
The typical classic American fare that you want at your famous sports pub like Beef O Brady's, but done to the nines. Just great food.
Upgrade. Let me upgrade. You see teams trading so they can move up. Beef O Brady's is like nailing your draft pick.
Yeah, we're waiting to find out what the situation is with the Eagles. There's some conflicting reports on Twitter right now as to the Texans are taking Kenyon Green at 15. Not Zion Johnson. Kenyon Green.
I had over 10.5 SEC players to go in the first round, so
wow.
I'll take another SEC guy right there. But yeah, I mean, how do you do that with Zion still on the board?
I don't know. That's baffling to me. Wow, I'm trying to wrap my head around that one.
And it's just so funny too, because again, going back to the Bucs, there was like a lot of connections with Zion, and that was a little bit more before we heard from Jason Light, and it sounds like Jason is very comfortable with the guards in-house for the Bucs, and that's going to be that competition in training camp this year. But in terms of if the Bucs were going to draft an offensive guard, everyone was talking about Zion, and some people wanted to lump Kenyon Green in there as well too. But that was just kind of like wishful thinking of, all right, the Bucs like didn't bring him in for an invite. They didn't talk to him
right
at the combine and things like that. And it's one of those, when there's smoke, there's fire. Stop trying to, well, at this point, it doesn't matter because he got drafted, but it was just something that was never there. It was either Zion or that was it in terms of guards in the first round or in an early round pick. It was always Zion. So it's honestly crazy that he wasn't the first guard taken off the board. I mean, John on the podcast has constantly talking about how Zion is almost the perfect product.
Yeah.
He's a guard, so you're obviously not going to take him with a top 5 pick. Josh had him as his number 1 player. What was that last part? In the entire draft.
Josh Capo did his
Josh
top,
Q.
His big board today, and Zion Johnson was his top rated player. Now, again, this is kind of done in a vacuum, right? It's not based on positional need.
Yeah,
because
obviously
no
every
one's gonna
team
draft
needs something
a guard
different.
first.
We have another trade.
The Ravens just traded Hollywood Brown and a third round pick with Cardinals for 2023.
Hollywood
Wow.
Brown
Hollywood Brown and a third round pick.
and a third rounder to the Cardinals.
That's wild.
Trades, man. They're crazy.
That's wild.
Huh. He was probably trying to recruit AB as well.
We have gone from no trades really in the first top 10 picks
Mhm.
in a very kind of safe, guarded, not too full of surprises, except for maybe just the defensive players
Sure,
to start
yeah.
this draft. To now it's just trades aplenty. This was kind of the Wild West shootout we expected. This is when people said this is going to be an unpredictable draft. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. This is kind of what people were talking about. It's if you like a player, you got to go get a player, right? There's no more consensus right now.
This is the OK corral.
It is.
From just, again, the positions that have been drafted and not expecting, Drake London to be the first receiver off the board or another wide receiver's off the board right now.
The Commodes are taking Jahan Dotson at
Penn
16
State.
from Penn State. That's crazy. Jahan Dotson.
He said at the combine that he worked out with Chris Godwin in the offseason. That's just a fun fact for everyone. But that is just, that's not what we were expecting. But again, as Scott keeps saying, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and it just seems like team's interests are way off from what analysts, other people have, looked at their big board or just ranking at positions in general. Because
folks, Treylon Burks is still there.
He hunts boar.
Okay. He hunts boars with
hunts
a knife.
People.
With the knife.
With the knife.
Come on.
And 2 hunting dogs.
You're trying to tell me that Jahan Dotson is better than Treylon Burks? That's just crazy.
And that would have been another SEC guy. Would have been perfect.
They're no longer the Commodores to me. They're the Commodes, the Washington Commodes.
They're just Washington to me. They're not even a team. Wow. They're just Washington.
So the Ravens have already given up on 5'8", 160-pound Hollywood Brown, trading him away. That's just wild.
Bucs fans, since Leroy63 says some beholders need to have their eyes checked, Matt. Yeah, I agree. But, that's why you see a lot of turnover in front offices in the NFL.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Okay, so the Ravens have traded him to the Cardinals. So if you're the Cardinals now, don't you have – you've got kind of like a plethora of smaller type fast receivers to a degree?
Might need a quarterback. No. Just the way that's going.
Wait, Hollywood Brown, didn't he play at Oklahoma? He played at Oklahoma, right? Okay. Yeah, he played with Calamari. Okay. So you just wonder if this is not to keep Kyler happy, right? He gets,
it has to be.
Guy and all of that. So
guarantee he's going to post something on his Instagram like him and Hollywood together, or like an old Oklahoma picture. It's gotta be coming up soon.
Yeah, that is crazy. Oklahoma teammates together again. So we're let's see. With all these trades, I'm trying to keep up.
Yeah, I know.
Who's the Texans are on the clock now? Yeah, I can't keep up with these trades.
It's interesting. We're seeing more of a trend over the last couple of years of reuniting college quarterbacks and receivers.
Yeah.
I mean, Miami's doing it. The Bengals obviously did it with Burrow and Jamar Chase. The Raiders just did it. Yeah. So
right. So we have Kenyon Green officially at 15. That's the last official selection right now. Washington, right? They just drafted Jahan Dotson.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So and then next is the Chargers at 17. That's what we're looking at here. Okay. It could be Devontae White because I think they wanted Jordan Davis too, along with the Ravens. So yeah, that's interesting.
Of course, that's one of the options that potentially go to the Bucs.
Where does the first quarterback go? Does that quarterback go to Pittsburgh at 20?
Does it go in the first round? I mean, it would be,
20,
you think so? I think it goes to 20.
I can't believe that Washington took Jahan Dotson. That's crazy.
All right, I think we're going to get JC in here.
If they would have traded, or I should say, if they would have taken Treylon Burks, like that's the player right there. If you trade Treylon Burks, or draft him there, and you're Washington, then you're giving Carson Wentz a big time target. And you know what? I think that he did pretty well throwing to a Michael Pittman Jr., right? A bigger target type wide receiver. I don't think Carson Wentz is a terribly accurate quarterback, and Jahan Dotson's a smallish wide. What's your take on this wide receiver run here, Jason?
I think they're going to break the record for sure here. You're looking at already, what are we at? 6 wide receivers taken so far. You still have Treylon Burks.
Yeah.
And this means to me that we're going to see some names that we might have thought we were going to see in the second round, and guys like Sky Moore, who I think is going to climb into this first round, Christian Watson, which pulls up other wide receivers on day 2, like an Alec Pierce, a Khalil Shakur. All these guys are going to go higher than what was expected, I believe, because the run on wide receiver and the teams that need wide receivers. So you can make a case for the Cowboys could use another wide receiver. You can make a case for, obviously, we know
Green Bay Packers need a wide receiver.
And the Chiefs as well. Yeah. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the rest of this draft plays out. There's been a lot of action. We knew there was going to be a lot of surprises. Kenyon Green, to me, thank goodness, guys, I won't have to flip any tables here at $1 and get kicked out of here. So I'm glad he's off the board. But yeah, it's going to be super interesting the way the rest of this draft plays out. Traylon Burks is a guy I know we're high on. I just don't see him making there to 27 at all now.
Yeah, I don't either. And at the same time, I think that the Buccaneers are looking on the defensive side of the ball. I just think that they've kind of narrowed that down. They have Russell Gage. This is still a deep wide receiver draft.
Right.
You can get an Alec Pierce from Cincinnati, who's a player that they like later in the draft, 3rd, 4th round. There's some other weapons there that you can get. I don't think that's such a huge need for the Buccaneers. I think if the right players there, like a Traylon Burks, someone that they brought in he and Chris Olave. Olave's already off the board, going to New Orleans. But those are the 2 players I think that Tampa Bay might have thought. Chargers taking Zion Johnson. So
great pick for them for that offensive line. They've done a lot of work on the defense this offseason. So now they add another guy to help protect Justin Herbert. A little bittersweet. Like I said, I haven't wanted a first-round guard. I put an article about a first-round guard. I don't want a first-round guard. But if you were going to take one, Zion Johnson was a guy. Plug-and-play started, 10 years. He's one of the only first-round grades I have for an interior lineman, Tyler Lindenbaum being the same. And I know how high Josh Capo was, how high John was on him. So, I mean, to see him go off the board, it's one of those things where it takes another guy that the Bucs might have considered, but it also pushes other players down the board, such as a Devontae Wyatt and even a Logan Hall, because at this rate, who knows who's going to pop up in the first round with the way these picks are going off the board.
Yeah, you're right, JC. When you look at the Buccaneers, and just like a little, kind of behind the scenes at Pewter Report, when we do our Bucs best bets, I've been doing these for years, and I consulted with John Ledyard on these as well as we're doing our draft evaluations. It's easy to sit there and just say, oh, we're going to pick Traylon Burks and Zion Johnson. We're going to manufacture a hit by having all of the Bucs best bets be potential first-round picks. Right. You can't do that because of situations like this.
Exactly.
We didn't think Zion Johnson would be there at 27, so we didn't put him in there as a Bucs best bet for that reason. So there's some strategy to this as well. Would they have taken him at 27? Well, we're not going to know because he's already off the board, but we didn't think he was going to be there to begin with.
Oh, wow. Huge trade right now going down. The Titans are planning to trade A.J. Brown to the Eagles. Adam Schefter is breaking the news. Wide receivers on the move. Marquise Brown, Lamar Jackson just retweeted a pretty nasty tweet about losing Marquise Brown, so he's not happy. You got to wonder how Ryan Tannehill's feeling about losing A.J. Brown. Obviously, he's been injured the past 2 years. Deebo Samuel's another guy who's upset about his contract situation. With all the money that's being thrown out to top wide receivers, it looks like the Titans are not willing to pay A.J. Brown, and he's on the move to the Eagles.
Folks, listen, when you draft a player, you're drafting a person. And the reason I say it like that is the player that you're drafting is a team first. And here's why that makes a difference. I'm going to throw 2 names out at you. Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. Mike Evans has never held out. He's never been the highest paid wide receiver. He has not even been he might have been, when he did his contract for a minute, one of the highest paid, but he's kind of been around the top 10, closer to number 10 than number 1.
Wow.
But he's never asked for more money, never asked for a trade, demanded a trade. Chris Godwin, I think, was given a fair price. There have been other receivers that have made more than him.
That's crazy. 18th pick now on the clock to the Tennessee Titans, along with 101 comp 3rd round selection going to the Titans for A.J. Brown. The trade is becoming official as we speak, with the Titans now on the clock at 18.
Wow.
Holy cow.
Smokes. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. So let's talk about Zion Johnson just for a quick second, right? Going to the Chargers. When you look at the AFC West, it is a quarterback-driven league. It's a league that really you've got to protect the quarterback, because now you've not only seen quarterbacks load up in the AFC West, you've seen pass rushers load up. So that's a situation where you now have guys that have to protect for some of those pass rushers to keep those quarterbacks upright. And in the AFC West, you're talking about not just Justin Herbert. Now you're talking about Russell Wilson. And, of course, Patrick Mahomes is in there as well. And Derek Carr, who got a new deal. So the AFC West, yes, it's offensive driven with plenty of wide receivers. Devontae Adams is now in the mix there with the Raiders. But you got to protect them too.
Yeah, absolutely. As I'm back on the show now with JC and getting Scott a little bit of a break here. Appreciate everybody letting me watch the Suns win. I very much appreciate that. No, this has been a wild couple picks here in a row, JC, where we've had just a lot going on, obviously. But let's just focus. So Hollywood Brown, totally off the radar for me. Had no clue
no idea
he was even available. The Ravens took Rashad Bateman last year, but are not exactly flush with wide receiver talent. Obviously, Lamar Jackson loves Marquise Brown. So huge shakeup in that situation is obviously he's looking for a major contract. But then you also have the situation where Kyler Murray is his college teammate, and he's ecstatic. And the Cardinals are trying to work out a long-term deal with him. So they make him happy. The Ravens, after taking Kyle Hamilton, pissed Lamar Jackson off.
Oh, my goodness.
It has been a crazy draft in the teens after a very chalk top 10.
And Ryan Tannehill's got to be pretty pissed off, too. We'll see what they go.
Does Ryan Tannehill feel emotions?
Do they?
I don't know if Ryan Tannehill feels emotions. I don't know if that's a thing.
You mean that MFer?
That's right. That's right. Hey, tell the Bucs fans. We know who it was. It was him.
We know. It's, man, I think now it's like the question here, is this a spot for the Titans to grab a wide receiver? We thought that they could be in play for the offensive lineman perhaps, and now both of the top guys are there. Are off the board with Zion Johnson going at 17, and obviously can't even say Kenyon Green going earlier to the Texans before him.
You think that one's funny?
I think that's hilarious.
Do they have our names in the right spot? They do. Look at this. Scott killing it with the graphics.
Oh, wow.
Look at that. Wow. I love it. But you're right. Yeah, this has absolutely been crazy. But A.J. Brown is even crazier because the Titans were adamant this is not happening. We're not trading this guy. So either they straight up lied, which honestly doesn't happen as much as people joke around about it happening, or something changed in the last couple days that shifted that whole conversation. And it's crazy because it obviously A.J. Brown is not in this most ideal quarterback situation with Ryan Tannehill, but he's not going to one either. Jalen Hurts, and then who knows after that. Exactly. So they now have A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith in the NFC East, which is very winnable. They need quarterback play, obviously. They just traded away pick number 18 and 101 for A.J. Brown. Now the Eagles have to also give him a massive contract.
Right.
I will say this. The Titans got terrific value for him. No question about that. This is a top premier wide receiver in the NFL value. That's a late third and an 18th overall pick in this year's draft, not a future year. This year, where you know what the order, you know what the board is, you know who you're getting pretty much. Right. So huge deal. I think.
The only issue with A.J. Brown dealt with some injuries over the past
the Titans
few
are
years.
drafting Treylon Burks.
Oh, are they?
So the player that I compared A.J. Brown to all throughout the draft season goes to the Titans here at number 18. So basically, the Titans felt like they could add assets and they could draft a cheaper version of A.J. Brown here.
And it's funny. I put a poll out earlier this morning about what players, the draft day is here, what players would you guys like to see the Bucs? I left Treylon Burks off of there because I thought he'd be gone. I didn't think he'd go this high. And in this crazy exchange of events where A.J. Brown is on the move. But, the overwhelming consensus was a lot of people wanted them to get a wide receiver here over a defensive tackle. But that's no longer in the cards. You got to think now, and me and Scott were talking about it, with Green Bay and Kansas City, what do they do? Are they going to reach for guys like a Sky Moore, like a Christian Watson in this draft, or do they stick to their board and potentially go defensive players? This is madness.
This is crazy.
This is absolutely insane.
And it's hilarious that the Titans literally just like, all right, we can get a cheap, younger version of you. We're going to do that. Now, I will say this. I do not think that Burks is as good as A.J. Brown. I don't. And I was probably a little bit too low on Brown coming out. Brown is a very, very, very good football player. Burks, to me, is like a little, not a poor man's version. That's too harsh. But middle class, maybe something like that. I don't know if he's going to be as good as A.J. Brown.
We got a $5 super chat from William Butler asking, why aren't the Bucs being aggressive? I mean, I don't think they need to be. I mean, the way the board is falling right now, they still have some of their top players that we think they'll be targeting, with a guy like Devontae Wyatt, Logan Hall, Lewis Seen, a couple other, maybe outside options like a Khair Elam, David Ajabo. And they also, I mean, we're seeing teams not be shy about trading back. 0 quarterbacks that have been off the board yet. There could be a quarterback off the board here to my guys' team in a terrible quarterback year. But, we don't know what's really going to happen when it comes to the Bucs being on the clock at 27, and they could, in fact, trade back. It's interesting because I thought maybe if there were wide receivers there, a team might want to, if Green Bay didn't take one or the Cowboys didn't take one, they might want to get ahead of Green Bay and Kansas City to move back up, if not necessarily for a quarterback. That's off the board.
Yeah. Well, Brown already has a new contract, a 4-year extension for $100 million, $57 million guaranteed. So that's $25 million per year. He gets the contract. So right away, that's Debo. He knows what his market is now. That's what it'll be. He should just get the same contract. AJ Brown, but not with the Titans, but the first wide receiver to make a move to reset things.
And going back in time now, Mike Williams, thank you for sharing an agent with Chris Godwin and not one of these other crazy guys, because $20 million a year looks like an absolute steal for a player of Chris Godwin's caliber, consistency, and what he means to this offense. I mean, imagine if he didn't get that contract and they were able to get him for like 17.5, 18 million. How ridiculously good that would look right now.
Yeah,
wow,
I mean, no
crazy.
question. The Eagles felt like that was the position they wanted to invest in. They already have Devontae Smith on the rookie contract with the 5th-year option for 4 more years. So now they pair those two up, and it'll be about finding them a quarterback, which is almost certainly going to happen on a rookie contract at this point, one would assume. And so they felt like, okay, we're going to save money at one wide receiver spot already. We're going to save money at quarterback when we draft one, or it's going to be Hurts, who we're already saving money on because he's cheap and affordable. So
$57 million guaranteed too.
$57 million guaranteed, exactly. So they are going to do this and pay that off that contract while they are in this window. I totally get it from their perspective. I think when he's healthy, he's a game-changing wide receiver in the NFL. No question in my mind, he's a top 10 wideout in the NFL. Yeah. But the health is a question mark. That's probably, if you're going to ask the Titans what prompted them to do this, it's that. But I am still stunned. I know multiple Titans beat reporters, and they never thought this had a chance of happening. No. I mean, none of them thought this was happening at all. So this is going to few things are really shocking to us in the media. We're like, wow, some things like the Brown thing, Marquise Brown, we didn't think about it, right? We wouldn't think about it. But few things are like, we believe the opposite of that will happen, like strongly, confidently, and then it doesn't happen at all. It's just insane. Completely wild move.
We're here with 19 on the clock here, which is the Saints. The Saints are back up on the clock. There's still a tackle there. Trevor Penning is still there. They potentially could go this route, grab their wide receiver. They could also add edge. Jermaine Johnson is free fall, is still flying down there. Or they could grab quarterback. They have all the quarterbacks available to them here at 19. So we'll see what the Saints do coming up. Like Scott said, I'd love to be in a room right now with Jameis Winston just sweating it out to see if they're going to be taking a quarterback here or not. But
I don't think they will. But let's look at some of the top players that are falling down the board a little bit as we get to this point in the draft. Just looking at Dane Brugler's draft guide, because his draft guide tends to be pretty close to the order of which players come off the board too. It seems like Devin Lloyd is the linebacker from Utah is still falling a little bit. Jermaine Johnson, you mentioned, the edge from Florida State. Trent McDuffie, the corner from Washington, still on the board. And Dennis Allen, a defensive coach, exactly, could be looking at another defensive back. Obviously, Saints always adding to that group. They already have taken the wide receiver. I had them taking a tackle here, I believe, but that tackle is off the board. So this could be Trevor Penning, another player who's sliding a little bit.
Potentially be the pick here. I mean, they need someone to replace Teron Armstead. And while Trevor Penning's a little more of a projection than the other 3 guys, and might even, I mean, I think they'll stick with them at tackle, but he could also move into guard in certain schemes as well. So it's going to be interesting who they take here. Cornerback, to me, I don't see it as a need as much with the Trent McDuffie.
It's not, but they always want like 4 or 5 guys that can play.
Right, that is true.
That's how they do it. And there's certainly plenty of good cornerbacks available on the board, and we've had the top 2 guys go off and then none since then. So a run on corners, I bet, will happen in the 20s. I had that in my mock draft as well. So there's still a lot of potential for defensive backs to come off the board. But mentioned Devin Lloyd still being on the board, and Demario Davis is getting up there in age. Is that a player they consider? Would be a little bit of a surprise pick. Penning, obviously would be a surprise. Would be a position of need for them. That part wouldn't necessarily be a surprise, but I don't know. This quarterback is still an option to me
I
too.
think so too. And John Ward, $5 super chat. We appreciate that. As how many more wide receivers do you think will get picked in the first round? We've had almost all of the ones with either first or high second round grades. Again, I think Sky Moore was a guy who I was talking about on the way in here. I think that he's a guy who could sneak into this next round here. And also, I mean, the Christian Watson, his name's still in play. Mm-hmm. And with so many teams still needing wide receivers on the board, or at least being able to use wide receivers, I would not be shocked. But how many do you think get in there?
Yep, and the Saints do select Trevor Penning. So call by you. The Saints take Trevor Penning off the board. That's now 4 offensive tackles off the board. He was generally seen as the guy who was expected to go 4, and the Saints just stick at 19 and take him there. So they got their tackle, and they got their wideout. I had that in my mock, a tackle and a wideout going to the Saints. I had said all along I did not think this team would pick a quarterback, even though I understood why people linked that to them. I just did not think that was the direction that they were going when they made that trade with the Eagles originally. This was the plan, to get a wide receiver and a tackle. Maybe they didn't care about which tackle it was. Maybe they cared more about the wideout. I had them taking Charles Cross. He obviously didn't at 16. He didn't get to 16. And so that'll put the Steelers on the clock here with every quarterback on the board. And I would be shocked if this pick isn't Malik Willis.
White as well has been a popular name mocked to them as well. So it could be him. It will be interesting to see. Could they go edge rusher here with Jermaine Johnson?
There's a possibility of a couple things. I mean, I don't think they'll take an edge rusher because Alex Highsmith has played really well, and obviously TJ Watt is a star. But this would give them a formidable trio for sure, no question. The other thing to consider is that they obviously have needs at linebacker. Obviously, they signed Miles Jack, but there still could be a potential where Devin Lloyd's a great value on their board, and Jack is still kind of an unknown because there's been injuries with him before. So there's a couple different ways this thing could go for Pittsburgh, to be honest, other than quarterback. I just would be shocked. They've done so much homework. They clearly need one.
Coaches and GMs.
He loves Malik Willis. Yeah, everybody knows who they're going to pick.
You know what? But that would put a very interesting position at 21, because you have some of the top cornerbacks still on the board, whether you rank them McDuffie, Elam, Booth, Gordon, however you rank them. And then also Jermaine Johnson and Devin Lloyd for the Patriots, who could use help at all 3 of those positions. I'm like a kid in a candy store right now having all those guys, and I don't think I'd be upset with any one of them.
Yeah.
This was Trey McDuffie.
Right. I mean, it seems like there's a lot of good options for New England, no question. Demetrius says, is there character injury concerns with Jermaine Johnson? Thank you for the super chat. No character or injury concerns that we know of with Jermaine Johnson. Talked to him at the Senior Bowl and at the Combine. I think he's really going to impress a lot of teams. Very confident dude. A little bit shy at first, but then warms up to you and you can see confident. And he said, this is really funny about Jermaine Johnson. He said the number one thing he was ready to do in the NFL was to serve. And that's what he was there to do. That's what God created and put him on this earth to do, is to serve his teammates, his coaches, the fans, everything. So just a unique perspective. You don't hear a lot of players say that, especially when they know they're about to be a first-round pick. And I think it was pretty cool to hear him say that.
I think one knock on Jermaine Johnson is obviously he was stuck behind some great defenders in Georgia, had to make the transfer over to FSU, blew up this year. But that could be one reason why teams maybe aren't as high on him as as some of these other, and be the reason for his slip right now. I mean, he could have, I thought, gone as high as 8 to the Falcons. I thought the Matty's Jets were a real possibility at 10. They decided to go with the guy with the day 3 name, Garrett Wilson. But it's gonna be it's gonna be interesting where he gets picked, because if he doesn't get picked at 21 with New England, does the slide continue? Maybe does the Cowboys stop that? Or the newly acquired 23 pick from the Baltimore Ravens could potentially get Kyle Hamilton and Jermaine Johnson at 23, which would be a heck of a haul for them.
It's a couple different ways this could go. They could be Kyle Hamilton and Devin Lloyd, which would also be a great haul. And so,
they're poised to make.
They're in a decent spot. Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, just mentioning some of the top players the Bucs aren't that far away here. Like the Steelers are about to pick at 20, Bucs pick at 27. So we're getting closer. Let's just take a look at some of the names that are available. Devin Lloyd, who we didn't think was going to get all the way to the Bucs, and maybe still won't. I don't think they'll take a linebacker, but it's worth throwing the name out there to consider because of the value. Jermaine Johnson also still falling and might might go to New England here. It might be Kyle Hamilton just falling to the Ravens and Jermaine Johnson just falling to the Patriots. McDuffie is another corner I think will go in this range. I predicted the other day to you that he would go later than most people had him, which was in the teens, and he looks like that's about to happen. Kyler Gordon, I thought he'd actually go a little bit earlier than he has, and he has not. The run on wideouts actually everywhere, including the trades, has changed some of that so far because of the draft order changing up so much. George Karlaftis, I predicted I had him falling to the bottom of the first round. Yeah, he could fall out of the first round. Other reports have Tyler Linderbaum, same thing. Right, yeah, he could be in that range. Devontae Wyatt, obviously still on the board. And other players that we've talked, Lewis Seen, we've talked about him looking like he has a shot to be there for the Bucs as well. Obviously a player that they're really interested in. Logan Hall so far still there. So the Steelers gonna go draft at number 20 here, and we'll see who they ended up picking, but most people expect this to be the first quarterback off.
If not, I think it's between the quarterback and Devontae Wyatt. I've seen a lot of Devontae Wyatt and a lot of different mocks. Maybe because the crop, maybe they can come back and grab one in the second round. Same thing with a team like the Saints, a Carson Strong in the third, guy who stands in the pocket, has a good arm strength, good deep ball kind of. Maybe that's a guy who could come back and circle on. And
the Steelers have drafted Pitt quarterback Kenny Pickett. So
Jason Pitt. Wow.
Not only do they draft a quarterback in the worst quarterback class, they don't even draft one of the good ones. There is no good ones.
I'm sorry.
But yeah,
this is Trubisky and Kenny Pickett.
This is a terrible pick by Pittsburgh, but we expect that at this point.
Oh,
we are here for that.
I am sorry. I feel for you.
Laughable. At 21, New England is is on the clock now at this point.
This draft is flying by.
Yes.
You have to think the NFL and ESPN are going to come in here and give you some weird, 20-minute story about one of the prospects. Say, slow down. It's 10:15. We're moving way too fast here, but New England on the clock, and like I said, I love the options available here. Tons of guys: Trent McDuffie, Andrew Booth, Kiara Elam, Kyler Gordon at cornerback. If they want to go that route after losing J.C. Jackson, if they want to add another edge rusher to that group, Jermaine Johnson still sitting there in their face. And I think my personal favorite pick, and I would love for them to go, is Devin Lloyd to replace Dante Hightower in that role. I think he'd be great. But any one of those players, I think you can't go wrong.
Yeah.
I like Booth a lot more out of the cornerbacks. Booth and Gordon are 3-4 for me. I know you're higher on Gordon. I'm not high on McDuffie or Elam at all. So I think they're gonna get a home run anyways.
Well,
but
I do like Elam. Is that what did you say? I'm not high on Elam?
I'm not.
Oh, you're not. Okay, got you. All right. Yeah, I like Elam. I think this is set up just perfectly for the Patriots. Devin Lloyd and Jermaine Johnson.
They're going to trade down.
Here.
Watch.
Yeah. That's a possibility with them. You never know.
Are.
They only like 5 players every year.
Speaking about trading down and trading back, Josh with the $5 super chat says maybe we can trade back after all. Who are we leaning towards? And I think we kind of went over that just a second ago. But could they trade back?
Lots of trades so far.
There's been a lot of movement.
More movement than we thought. So.
And again, you still have a lot of these quarterbacks still on the board here. Malik Willis, who was thought to be the consensus number 1. Matt Corral has been getting a lot of steam. He's actually in Vegas for the draft, and he said earlier tonight on the red carpet that he heard from a lot of GMs and he felt comfortable attending day one because if not, he could potentially be the only guy sitting there at the end of the night.
100%. 100%.
Maybe he's got some inside. Desmond Ridder is another guy who could potentially sneak into that. So, those are all quarterbacks right there that the Bucs could potentially trade up and try to get.
Yeah, I don't think the Bucs are going to trade up. I don't think they should trade up.
Trade back, I'm sorry.
Oh, trade. Okay, yeah. Trade back, I'd be all about. I don't want to trade back too far, but if other teams want to come up. Okay, so looking at the board, we've got top players kind of that are available. We mentioned Devin Lloyd. We mentioned Jermaine Johnson and Trent McDuffie as well. Let's keep rolling down the board here and just look at some names. Karlaftis and Linderbaum we mentioned. Dax Hill also, the corner, nickel corner / safety maybe from Michigan. Devontae Wyatt, Andrew Booth, Arnold Ebiketie, Nakobe Dean, linebacker from Georgia. A lot of people thought he'd fall. So not really many true fallers other than maybe Devin Lloyd and Jermaine Johnson here. They're really the only I expected McDuffie in this range to still be falling, and I expected Karlaftis, Linderbaum, Nakobe Dean. Those were all pretty expected. Right. So I don't see any real fallers here other than those two, and they're exactly what New England could use here.
Exactly. Field Yates just kind of broke down the Eagles trade acquisition of A.J. Brown, pretty much turned Carson Wentz into A.J. Brown. A few other wrinkles in there, but I make that deal every single day.
I saw
of the
that
week.
tweet. Wild.
Wild. It's insane. It's one of those. It's like the Dolphins trade with the Tunzel that just kept giving and giving for years. And hopefully that's what turns out for
and one thing we didn't talk about, the Cardinals made this trade for Marquise Brown. They picking up his fifth-year option, Steve Keim just said. So they get that fifth-year option, but here's the other thing, JC. Now they have to pay Hollywood Brown. And what do they have to pay him? He is not on the level of A.J. Brown or Debo Samuel or those guys. He is a good player. He is not on their value. If he wants to be paid like that, he's missed some time too.
He's gonna have to
He's a small frame.
You can't pay DeAndre Hopkins 27 and Hollywood Brown 25. You can't. You cannot put that much resource plus a huge deal for Kyler Murray coming probably within the 45. You're talking almost $100 million of your cap space.
Yeah.
Obviously not. Well, yeah, $100 million a year in cap space and 2 wide receivers and your quarterback. You can't do it. That's insane. I don't get the move. I don't get the.
Steve Keim knowing he's never going to get fired because he does whatever Bidwell wants, and that's all Bidwell cares about. And so he's not going to get fired. Doesn't matter. He's the worst, one of the worst GMs in the league that has a couple of them. It doesn't matter. Like, he's not going to get fired. He knows it. He can do whatever he wants. And that's what he's going to do. Kingsbury might get fired, but it's not his call.
I'm just not in love with the player itself, and I'm definitely not in love with the Patriots are trading back.
Ravens. So are they seriously trading back?
The Patriots are trading back.
Unbelievable.
Yes. You knew it was going to happen.
They had the board fall right to them.
They made the most unimpressive trade.
Who's coming up?
Days before trading.
Let's see who's coming up here.
7. It's the Bucs. No, I'm just
chill, dude. We're professionals on here. It is interesting that it's the Patriots because the Bucs and Patriots have obviously pulled off several trades, Gronk and Shaq Mason.
You mean the Bucs have robbed the Patriots of several trades?
Sure.
5th round for Shaq.
Obviously, the relationships between the front offices as well are pretty strong. So, but we'll see. We don't know who's traded up yet at this point. But again, Devin Lloyd, Jermaine Johnson, seems like those would be 2 of the targets, unless it's a quarterback needy team trading up. I don't know if there are any quarterback needy teams.
This says potentially Baltimore moving up for Jermaine Johnson or Dylan Lloyd. It's only gonna they're only gonna be moving.
Ravens
up
moving up. That would be
2
interesting.
Picks to secure one of these guys. I think. I don't know though. It's gonna be interesting. I mean, there's so many moving parts with all of these trades. It's really hard to predict who's going where, what's going to happen at this point.
Well, the Ravens pick at 23, so if they move up, it would be a small trade up.
4th round.
So we'll see.
The Chiefs.
As the Chiefs. Okay, the Chiefs have been they wanted to trade up for a wide receiver for a long time. Now
I hate that.
6 wide receivers are off the board. Am I right about that? Let's see. There was 4 in a row at the top of there was London, or 4 almost in a row. Wilson, Olave, Williams, and then Dotson and Burks. So 6 wide receivers off the board in the top 18 picks.
Belichick.
That's crazy.
Belichick. He's got the value staring at him in the face. And he's going to move all the way down. I'm assuming this is to pick 29.
29 or 30. The Chiefs have both of them. And so
I'm not happy, guys. I'm not Kenny Pickett happy, but I'm not.
I don't feel anything anymore.
He's just numb.
I'm totally numb.
He knows he's getting out of the field.
Mason Rudolph, Duck Hodges, whatever was left of Ben Roethlisberger.
He's getting out of the field. He's moving back to Pennsylvania.
Completely numb.
He will not be attending.
I haven't felt anything in years. Patriots traded pick number 21, and the Chiefs gave him 29, 94, and 121. That's
a great haul.
Great deal for the Patriots.
It's a great haul. And
again,
hopefully
one player just typically doesn't carry the value that multiple shots that a player can bring,
and
especially in that class.
It looks like the cornerbacks we named, at least one of them could potentially fall there.
Absolutely.
Guys could come, but I mean, the interesting thing here too is as teams continue to move up and down the board.
The Jermaine Johnson thing is interesting. Like, this was not a player that most people thought would fall. There was a ton of top 10 buzz to multiple teams. The Jets, who had 2 picks in the top 10, the Falcons, and the Seahawks. The fact that he's still on the board is very surprising, and the Chiefs really need an edge rusher. So it would make a ton of sense to me for them to take him here.
And they're gonna the Chiefs are gonna Trent McDuffie.
So
Trent
the corner
McDuffie, so
goes
the
off
corner
the
goes
board,
off.
and that's not a potential Bucs target.
Right.
And now things are getting a little bit interesting here as we approach the Bucs pick.
Right.
The Packers are on the clock. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks ahead of the Bucs selection
and
here.
a guy who's still here is Georgia's Devontae Wyatt, and we projected that he might be able to slide a little bit, and it's looking like that could potentially be the case where he could be available. The question there is now, we've talked about this ad nauseum on the podcast, is do they prefer a guy like Devontae Wyatt over a guy like Logan Hall?
Yeah, this is where it gets interesting, a defensive tackle in general. We've only had one go off the board. Obviously, there's some talk Wyatt could go in this range in the next 10 picks. Obviously, Logan Hall, we've talked about at the end of the first round as well. And then I'd say Travis Jones, outside shot. I don't think he's going to go in the first. But, yeah, I think that could be a possibility as well. So lots of intrigue, Scott. And now Trent McDuffie, a corner, is off the board. I honestly thought he'd fall a little bit further. The Chiefs traded up after the first 2 corners came off the board at 2 and 3. Yeah. This is the 3rd corner selected. I did not think it would be McDuffie.
I don't think he's a cornerback worth trading up for, to be honest.
I agree with you. Yeah. I think better cornerbacks will probably be on the board at 29 where they were.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Don't agree with that trade.
Yep.
We are rolling through the draft show, and if you are in the comments, please, if you could, hit the thumbs up button, give us a like, share the link with friends and family if you've liked the show. Tell people about us, subscribe to Pewter Report TV, hit the bell for the notifications when we go live. This has been a blast. Y'all have been amazing. And a lot of people in here watching right now, and we greatly appreciate it. We are trying to make this the biggest draft show that we've ever had, and I think with your all help, we are going to accomplish that easily. You all have been great, but hit that thumbs up if you can. Give us a like. And then what we'll do, that'll help boost our YouTube algorithm, bring more people into the show, and hopefully more subscribers as well. We're trying to climb toward 9,000 subscribers. We're on a good pace, moving on up. We got to 8,000 a few weeks ago, so already climbing our way toward 9,000. We appreciate that. And we will be live tomorrow for rounds 2 and 3, starting at 6 p.m., right, Scott?
That's
6
correct.
p.m., so an hour before round 2 starts. We'll be live tomorrow. And then we'll also be live round 4 through 7 of the draft on Saturday as well, starting at 11 a.m. Eastern. We will be live for all 4 rounds. Pewter Report TV on YouTube, and it's all going to be presented to you by our friends over at Beef O Brady's. 3 days of draft coverage on the Pewter Report Draft Show for every single pick.
Wings and beer. Beer and wings. Nobody combines them like Beef O Brady's. Start with their award-winning wings, traditional or boneless, in whatever sauce or dry rub you crave. Next, pick the cold brew that's perfect for you. Beef's has all your faves on tap. It doesn't get any better than that, unless you count all the flat-screen TVs playing game after game. Beef O Brady's, where game time meets beer and wing time all the time. Drink responsibly.
John, look at those wings. Holy smokes, man. If you like bone-in or boneless wings, Beef O Brady is the place to go. Not only just burgers, folks. They go wings, nachos, beer. I mean, all the staples you're looking for when it comes to American pub fare, but they do it just to the nines, to the nth degree. Beef O Brady's, good food, good sports, tons of TVs. It's the place to go to eat well and watch sports. And obviously, if you're not at Beef's right now, make sure you're at Beef's tomorrow for the draft. Or if you're planning a draft party for tomorrow night or for Saturday, by all means, log on to beefobradies.com. Check out their menu. You can place a to-go order for pickup. You can do catering. And folks, they got 45 Tampa Bay area locations. 45. So make sure you get to a Beef O Brady's near you.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jason Shaw says 47 likes. What the F is wrong with y'all? It's 587 watching. Come on. And a nicer way, I will add to what Jason's saying. Yes, please like the show if you could. Give us a thumbs up. That is a huge help to us, and I appreciate your passion for what we're doing here, Jason. And I appreciate all the kind comments as well. Tony Saylor, no surprise from Tony, if anybody ever reads his comments, has this to say. John is the only person from Pennsylvania who moved to Florida and is moving back to Pennsylvania willfully. I actually completely agree with this.
You're going back for Steelers football, aren't you, John?
I'm definitely not. I'm a Bucs fan now. I don't know what you're talking about. Completely a Bucs fan. I don't know. Never heard of the Steelers. Jonathan with the $10 super chat. Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Jonathan.
Thank you.
Cheers to another
That's
Bucs
awesome.
draft day. You guys rock. Thanks for all you do. You guys are greatly appreciated, and I do appreciate all the comments you guys are leaving for me as well. I see them all. I don't feel bad putting them all up on the screen because we are, trying to obviously make sure we're covering the draft too. But you guys have been absolutely fantastic, and I thank you. The Packers are taking Georgia linebacker Quay Walker here.
Wow.
So a lot of people thought Walker's stock had risen to being a top 20 pick.
And he was
Instead,
above
he goes-
Nakobe Dean, his teammate, too.
Above Nakobe Dean. Most people thought that would be the case.
And
He would be
Devin
taken
Lloyd.
above Dean. Now and above Lloyd, yes.
Yeah,
And
first
now
linebacker, first
Right.
off-ball linebacker off the board.
and I did have him as the first off-ball linebacker off the board on my mock. I had him a couple spots earlier. I had the Eagles taking a linebacker in the first round. Should have known better.
Right.
They don't care about that position.
Right.
But it is getting to the point now, Scott, where we like Devin Lloyd could legitimately be there.
Yeah,
for
you're
the
talking
Bucs.
about Devin Lloyd. You're talking about Devontae Wyatt, Jermaine Johnson. You're talking Logan Hall.
So the Ravens are here at
Cine.
23, and this is Jermaine Johnson. A lot of people thought the Ravens would take him at 14.
I could see him going there. I could see Lloyd going there.
And I could see Jermaine Johnson, honestly, to the Cowboys or Ravens in these next two picks.
Yes.
But if he makes it past the next two picks, the Bills and the Titans are flush with edge rushers.
Correct.
They don't even have room on the roster for them, basically.
Right.
I would sure would shock me that the Titans have Harold Landry, Denico Autry, Bud Dupree, who they already paid huge money to Landry, and all three of those guys they paid huge money to. And the Bills, Von Miller, obviously Epinesa, Basham, Russo, who they just drafted. There's just no way for those teams. The Cowboys could use them. Obviously, they kind of struck out on the edge group. So
They
I
really
do think
did.
he'll come in
Like,
the next two picks.
Yeah,
He'll come off the
I think Jermaine Johnson really would be a great fit in Dallas because you're right. They did miss out on a lot of edge rushers.
Yeah. And remember, a lot of people thought Zion Johnson would be the pick here. Now the Bills just traded up to 23. So the Bills were at 25. So this is the Ravens just moved back two more spots. The Ravens are killing this draft.
They are, yeah.
Because they could still probably get Devin Lloyd here because the Cowboys aren't going to take him.
Yes, correct.
Unless, well, Jerry, first round linebackers.
He loves his linebackers, doesn't he?
They're taking a risk.
That would be a Jerry thing to do. You need an edge rusher, but you're going to draft him to the linebacker.
This would be peak Jerry. He's two linebackers then that could rush off the edge if he needed him to. But
so basically, Dallas is no longer employing a 3-4 defense. They'd be employing a 2-5 defense.
yeah,
Two
basically
defensive linemen, 5 linebackers.
Jerry's dream, to be honest.
Yeah.
Got Leighton Vander Esch still floating around there
boy.
too. Okay, so the Bills are on the clock here. They just moved up two spots. This has to be for a corner, I'm thinking. I can't imagine. I don't know why they moved up for a corner unless they thought the Ravens were going to take one.
Yeah.
But this has to be a corner. They wouldn't have just moved up for a running back. The Cowboys weren't going to take one. So this, I would feel like this has to be
Brees
corner.
Hall.
This is Kyer Elam, maybe.
Yeah.
They got picked. Ravens got picked 130 and 25.
Yeah.
So from the Bills.
So I think the thing is, if you're Jason Light and you're Todd Bowles, you're in prime position because when you look at trading back in the draft, you want to make sure there's enough players in your pool to do that. You're not trading back because one guy that you like is there or two guys. If you're trading back, say 4 spots or 5 spots, you want to make sure that there are at least 3 or 4 guys that you like, knowing that maybe 1 or 2 of those teams that you're drafting back, from it doesn't have a need at a position that you're targeting, right? So, but right now, a lot of the players that we have as Bucs best bets, I think the only one that's off the board right now is Treylon Burks, right? For the Bucs best bets that we have.
Yeah.
And there's an awful lot of them. Devontae Wyatt, Lewis Cine, the safety from Georgia, Logan Hall from Houston. Those are some players right there. We almost put Kyer Elam in there at the cornerback spot. It's kind of a hard sell. We talked about that in the pregame show about having a cornerback in the first round, but you never know. And this is going to be interesting. I can't believe the Chiefs took Trey McDuffie. That's crazy.
Yeah, that is to trade up there is pretty crazy. We appreciate the $10 super chat from Tony. Oh, Tony giving us the love back. I love it. Been following PR since the magazine days. Thanks for all the coverage and best of luck. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
Very kind. Man, the board is kind of falling. I don't know that we could have envisioned it much better. And this is the Bills taking Kyer Elam. So a Florida corner comes off the board here.
Right.
A player that you were not as fond of. Now, I think he's a great fit for Buffalo.
Yeah, for sure.
And he can do a couple different things. So Elam off the board. And the board is still looking pretty much like we expected it
folks,
to.
I know we got some Florida Gator fans out there. The reason why I didn't like Elam when I was watching the game film, he's physical in coverage, right? He will bully wide receivers. He's got long arms. He's a physical guy at the line of scrimmage and also down the field, right? He'll challenge for the ball. What I didn't necessarily like about him was I thought he was gun shy in run defense. And listen, the Buccaneers missed a lot of tackles, especially in the secondary last year. And I don't think that Todd Bowles would put up for a guy that was, quite frankly, a bystander on a lot of run plays. And that doesn't sit well with me as a defensive-minded guy. I like cornerbacks who will come up and hit you. I mean, I grew up with Rondé Barber and Brian Kelly, two of the most hard-hitting cornerbacks in the league. And so I appreciate that. That's a trait that's never gone out of style. Coverage is one thing. It's necessary. And if you have a generational talent like Deion Sanders, who was allergic to tackling, allergic to hitting, that's fine.
Different story.
But it's a different story. You're right. Yeah. But if you are any cornerback in this year's draft, in my opinion, you better be able to do both. And you better come up and run support. And I just didn't feel like Kyer Elam was that type of player that made him a Bucs fit in that way.
Yeah, this is the way the board is falling. I'm trying to think ahead here on the picks, but you've got Cowboys, Ravens, Titans. And I mean, the Ravens could take Lloyd. This could be Johnson and Lloyd right here, 24 and 25. Right. And then 26. Did the Titans keep that pick? They did keep that pick, didn't they? No?
Yeah, they moved up to get Treylon Burks.
Right. Wasn't that part of the A.J. Brown thing? They just got that pick.
Oh, okay.
For A.J. Brown. They didn't give up 26.
Okay.
So they got that pick in 101. Okay. Yeah. So they still are at 26. And
they've already drafted their wide receiver.
Yeah.
To replace A.J. Brown. So
I could see Mcbride here trying to just add talent. Could go. Yeah. I mean, there could be offensive line.
Yeah.
Could be surprise Tyler Smith spot. Could be surprised Tyler Smith spot. Cowboys. I feel like Cowboys are more of a chocolate picking team.
Tyler Smith at Tulsa. Yeah, I thought that if the Bucs were going to draft him, you move him inside the guard because he's so physical.
Dude,
he is.
I mean, he literally played Ohio State, didn't even have technique, and he just absolutely threw their guys on the ground, threw them around.
That was some really good tape.
Crazy to watch because the technique's not even there. He like pass sets with his hands at his sides.
Yes,
and he just like punches out.
Yes.
Just crazy, wrestles people. He's a fun player for sure.
So what's going to happen is when the Buccaneers pick, I'm going to give you my quick thoughts on that. Jason Light and Todd Bowles will be coming to the podium to answer questions. Matt Matera and myself will go out there and do the reporting and come back and give you our thoughts. And meanwhile, J.C. Allen's going to fill in for me because his Patriots will be on the clock by then, number 29.
Ooh, how about that? That worked out pretty well. Unless the Patriots trade back again, which they probably will.
Why not? It will be interesting to see if the Buccaneers trade back. That's kind of the thing.
Yeah, I mean, hey, this clear as day that the NFL did not feel like Devin Lloyd was the kind of value that I felt like he was in this class at linebacker. I mean, it is a position that does fall down the board a little bit, so maybe I jumped the gun a tiny bit there, but clearly not seen as a linebacker in the vein of
that seems like it'll be a spot for him.
I mean, he and Patrick Queen together. Queen has not really worked out 2 years into it, but hey, move him to Will. Let him run around and be an athlete more. Let somebody else call the defense.
Yep.
It's a perfect kind of fit there. I feel like
Patrick Queen reminded me a lot of Quan Alexander. Just in terms of
that's pretty good.
Running around and missing some tackles and not being in the right spot. But
I actually liked Queen coming out. It's been an L for me for sure so far. 2 years in, we'll see.
So Mike Tomlin's quote: "We circled the globe, or at least the United States, the last couple months, exploring and researching, and it's funny that we ended up with the guy next door."
Sick, buddy, sick. Did great work. Really dug in there. Found your next Mason Rudolph. Good job. Really learned from that mistake. Train wreck organization, circle organization. That's what they are. They're a circle organization. Don't learn from any of their mistakes ever.
It's like a circular firing squad, right?
Keep doing the same thing.
People just keep firing away.
It's a mess. It's a mess.
All right, so we get the Cowboys on the clock.
Yes, and Josh is right here. Logan Hall, Lewis Seen, Andrew Booth, Devontae Wyatt, Devin Lloyd, Trey McBride. I'm missing somebody, right? No. Jermaine Johnson right now, all still on the board. for the Bucs. All players that would help the Bucs for sure. Some people would be more excited about than others.
With the Cowboys, could they be taking Tyler Linderbaum?
That would be interesting. I kind of came off that early on. I was all about that.
Yeah.
I think Biotish might be their guy, but they still need a guard. Zion and Kenyon Green are gone.
Yeah.
Man, this would be a weird spot for Tyler Smith, but I mean, I'm not weird. It would make some sense. It would just be surprising. He would be one of the surprising first round picks.
Right.
I honestly don't think Kenyon Green, a lot of people didn't have him in the first round. I did have him in the first round in my last mock, I believe, but I don't think a lot of people had him.
Any way that Tyler Linderbaum could go to the Buccaneers and play guard? He's really undersized, though, isn't he? I mean, I know they've got Shaq.
He's a center only.
Yeah.
His arms are very short.
Right.
He's very good at center. He'll be drafted to play center. Yeah, I don't feel that one.
Yeah.
I think he is just a center.
Yeah.
So yeah, almost that time for the Bucs. Just a couple picks away now, and the board is laid out pretty much as exactly how we expected. I don't think there's any guy that the Bucs would have been targeting here that I'm surprised is off the board. Obviously,
correct.
We kind of said we didn't really think they were going to take a guard. Like
Didn't
even
think
if
they're
they
going to
were
take a guard. We didn't necessarily think it would be Kyra Elam either. So the people that were fond of Zion Johnson or Kenyon Green
and I had both of them off the board before the Bucs picked anyways. Not this early, but still.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting note on the AJ Brown contract. His agent also represents DK Metcalf and
Yes, correct.
Wow.
Tory Dandy. Yep. So I did know that. Yeah, I'm extremely smart. But no, that is a great point, JC. Yes. I thought we did talk about it at one point, but maybe I'm wrong. I apologize. I answered you very, very jerkishly. I'm sorry. I apologize for that. Jonathan Stones with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Jonathan. Here's $5 for John's first pint of Yingling. Definitely my favorite beer. Thank you. When you make it back to PA, good luck, John. Enjoyed all you've done for PR and for us Bucs fans. It's easy to see how much passion you have for the profession. Thank you. I appreciate that, Jonathan. Very kind of you, and definitely appreciate super chat as well.
You know, the great thing about Pewter Report is we've really assembled over the last couple of years a superhero squad, an all-star team of players that cover the Buccaneers. John's leaving. Obviously, we've got J.C. Allen. We've got Casey Hudson, Matt Matera have been with us for years. Josh Capo is a new addition. Paul Atwell will be an in-season contributor again. And we have a new Pewter reporter that's going to be making his debut tomorrow.
Yes.
We'll keep that a secret.
That's
so make sure
exciting.
He will be here in the chair.
Yes.
You'll get a chance to meet the newest Pewter reporter tomorrow.
Yes.
Here at the AdventHealth Training Center, where we're live with the Pewter Report Draft Show, sponsored by Beef O Brady.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great stuff. That's exciting. I'm pumped about that. Okay, the Cowboys are on the clock, then the Ravens, the Titans, and the Bucs. And the Cowboys are taking their time, aren't they? My gosh, like
Jerry, it's real simple.
Jerry.
Jermaine Johnson.
Jerry.
You need an edge rusher.
Screw this up, Jerry.
It's the NFL. They want to show some dramatic piece. They're like, oh, 10-40.
Yeah.
We're way ahead of schedule.
Exactly.
I'm not going to talk about Jermaine Johnson as a potential Buck until he gets past 24 and 25.
I agree. Yeah.
So we'll just table that there because I just don't believe he's getting past these next two teams.
I will say this now. Before the Senior Bowl, I had probed the organization about Jermaine Johnson, and the reception I got was lukewarm.
Interesting.
I like him. I've liked him since day one. I think I sent you a highlight.
You were one of the first players you said to me in like December.
Yes.
You were like, "This guy's the next show. Try and drink."
I think very highly of Jermaine Johnson.
You were right, John.
Tyler Smith is going to the Cowboys.
Wow. Okay.
Pulled that one out of my butt.
They need it. They need it.
This is awesome.
I am not really high on his ability. I did a scouting report on him.
Tyler Smith? Yeah.
I think he's got to kick in the guard next level.
He might have to kick in the guard, but I'll tell you what, this dude is absolutely nasty. He beats the living crap out of people.
He's only going to get better.
And he could be the potential left tackle takeover for Tyron Smith someday too. It's possible.
Right.
But he'll probably slide right into left guard.
He'll be at guard to start, and he's got the chance to kick out a tackle. Listen, the Cowboys, say what you want. They have drafted offensive line reasonably well. They built a fantastic offensive line. It kind of fell apart. Injuries took their toll, right? And I think they're trying to get back to that, right? You got a franchise quarterback like Dak Prescott. You've got to make sure he stays healthy because they've already experienced what happens when he doesn't.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they need to keep him upright. And not only do they need to keep him upright, they need to – he doesn't play the same way when he's flustered. He doesn't play. Some guys he's not really an outside of structure quarterback,
Right.
Dak Prescott. Even though he does have athleticism, it's not really how he wins. He wins from the pocket.
Right.
And so you need to really protect him in the pocket. If you do, he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. He's so good when he's not pressured constantly all game. But when he gets off his game, it's when there's pressure. And that's not unusual. It's not just him.
Right.
But this is a big move for that. Now, I will say this, Tyler Smith, he needs work. He's not ready yet. So that's something that they're going to have to consider as well. But
and it's also position change too. I mean, people say, playing in a guard, it's easier because you've got help to your left, help to your right.
Yeah.
It's actually a little bit more difficult because you're playing in a phone booth, and especially if you're playing left tackle, you just look at Alex Kappa, different talent level, right? But still, it took him a while to reshape his body from that of a tall, long tackle to a bigger, thicker guy that could anchor and play inside. Now, Smith is a bigger body. He's kind of built like Donovan Smith.
Right.
So that might not be as much of a challenge for him from a size standpoint, but just when you're used to playing on an island, especially left tackle where you don't get the tight end help, you're used to wheeling guys around. You have all that room to work with. Now it's a fist fight in a phone booth.
Yeah, absolutely. And, he thrives there, obviously. So he needs a lot of work, though. It's a risky pick. There's no question about it. There's a lot better players on the board right now. There's no question in my mind, just to give you an idea of where I had him on my player rankings. I had him ahead of Trevor Penning. I'll tell you that. I liked him a little bit more than Trevor Penning. But I still wasn't super high. I had him
Cliff Kingsbury,
42 on my board.
Cliff Kingsbury says Kyler has wanted Hollywood Brown for a couple of years, and he's as happy as I've ever seen him. This was all about keeping Kyler Murray happy.
And as I said earlier, I think you were maybe grabbing some need, but not only is it keeping Kyler Murray happy, the Ravens on the flip side pissed Lamar Jackson off, and they both got to get deals done.
Yep.
So very interesting wrinkle in the quarterback situation. By the way, just so people know, I had Tyler Smith 42 on my board, Trevor Penning 43 on my board, Kenyon Green 44 on my board. All went in the first round after being in that chunk of players there on my board. So interesting stuff for sure. We are down to it here. I mean, this is the Ravens on the clock, and this is where Jermaine Johnson, we'd expect him to come off the board here, but Devin Lloyd is here as well, and that's a possibility. And DeCosta has played this thing so perfectly for the Ravens, adding assets and still going to come away with two. Yeah, I mean, and trading Marquise Brown before he was about to complain about his money.
Playoffs, but they're really good at draft.
They traded a very easy to replace receiver for a first round pick, and now we're in position with 2 first round picks plus assets from the trade downs to not feel that loss at all, basically, moving forward. They obviously need more wide receivers, no question. But that is not an offense that primarily relies on a wide receiver to be great in order to function. So they can survive. They can survive.
Yeah. But plus,
they need Rashad Bateman to make a leap. But could this be Sky Moore for those reasons?
It could be.
And would that leave Jermaine Johnson? Although the Bucs might not take him, I guess.
That is true. So the Ravens need wide receivers. There's no doubt about that. We need you to subscribe to Pewter Report TV. We need more subscribers. We're already over 8,000. We're on the way to 9,000. Help us out. If you're on this Pewter Report TV YouTube channel tonight, make sure you click the subscribe button. It's free. There's no subscription cost. It's a free click. Hit that subscribe button, and then also like our videos, like our draft show tonight, like our Pewter podcast. We do Pewter podcast Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday in the off season until football season gets here. 4 nights a week, folks, 4 o'clock Eastern time. If you missed the live show, we have all of the podcast versions of it on Pewter Report TV, so you can watch them at your leisure.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the way to go, man. We have a lot of fun on the show, no question about it. And the Ravens still on the clock. Man, I am very curious what happens here, because this is, I don't know if the Titans are going to take a player. I'm trying to think. Titans are so deep on the D line.
Yeah.
Ravens could. Titans could potentially. Yeah. And I don't think the Bucs are taking Devin Lloyd, so I want him to get drafted here. I don't think they take him anyway. I mean, I would like him to, but it's not going to matter.
He's a damn good linebacker. The problem is, where's he going to play?
Yeah, and we know the Ravens aren't taking Lewis Cine here.
Right.
So there was some thought he could go higher than 27. He was probably the one we were most worried about. Now, the Titans have Kevin Byard. That's one of their safeties. And then I'm trying to think. And then Amani Hooker, who's a very good player. Right. So I don't think that they are going to take a safety. That one would surprise me, but maybe they would move They would move Hooker to the slot potentially as well, could be an option. Trying to think about what the Titans would do. I mean, wide receivers clearly a need now for them. They have Robert Woods coming off the injury, and that's it. I mean, everybody else, forget about it. So, oh wait, no, they just drafted Traylon Burks. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
tripping. Yeah. Tripping, yeah. And the Bucs, trading down. JC saying off Mike, trading down could be an option too.
The Buccaneers would love to trade back right now because they've got so many players on their board that could help this team right away.
Yeah, and the board has fallen for them well, and let's see what these next couple picks obviously bring about. But if it continues to be that way, then I wonder if they would field some calls and move down, and maybe they trade out of the first round. I don't know. They need a trade partner. You're right, Z Teller. They need a trade partner.
They've been in abundance so far.
So the top three players,
that's true.
The top three players on our board, or what we expected the Bucs to have on their board, I should say,
right,
were Lewis Seen, Devontae Wyatt, and Logan Hall.
Yeah.
I don't know that that's changed for me, even if Jermaine Johnson is potentially there.
Correct.
And I do think the Ravens will take him here, but they are taking their time. And they could go wide out here too. Some people have said Malik Willis to the Titans. We are looking very seriously at one quarterback in the first round.
Yeah, as it should be.
Malik Willis. Some Bucs fans want Malik Willis. Y'all wildin'. Absolutely crazy. Look, the value, I get it. But come on.
Again, I'm not ruling out Jermaine Johnson. This team has not replaced Jason Pierre-Paul. You could make the argument there. We saw Joe Tryon-Schwenka as a first-round draft pick last year come in and see a bunch of playing time, bunch of minutes in a rotational situation. So it could happen. I just don't think that there has been the buzz about Jermaine Johnson in the building here.
Tyler Linderbaum?
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
I mean, good player. They're not really an outside zone heavy team. That's interesting.
Well, they lost their center, right?
Bozeman, yeah.
Bozeman. So
did he? Where'd he go? He signed somewhere.
Panthers,
Panthers. That's right. Cheat.
Right.
Cheat. It's interesting. I did not expect this at all. Not a Bucs target whatsoever. So the board has continued to fall.
Yep.
Exactly as the Bucs intended. This is a surprising pick to me. Linderbaum is a good player.
Yeah.
But a lot of people thought he would be an outside zone scheme only player, and the Ravens run a little bit of everything, but definitely not an outside zone heavy team.
Yeah.
One pick away. Devontae Wyatt is still on the board here. We'll see what the Titans do. Looking at the Titans, this is who they have on the defensive line. Could definitely take a defensive tackle here. They like some of their options they have on their roster, but they also lost some people, so this could be Wyatt range here. I don't know if the Bucs would even mind that, but if Wyatt goes here to pair with Jeffrey Simmons, all of a sudden the Bucs are looking at Logan Hall, who we had in our final mock draft, or Lewis Seen, who we had as a Bucs best bet. So we'll see how this thing falls, but it's looking pretty much as anticipated.
Yes, very much so.
And we'll see, obviously, if the Titans select a defensive tackler, that would be one kind of unexpected thing that we didn't see coming.
Yes.
They also need offensive line help. Don't know whether there's anybody they would consider here at this point, given some of the offensive linemen that's coming off the board. Yeah.
Right? So he's probably a second, maybe a third round pick.
Probably too early for most of the rest of the offensive linemen would be my guess here. I can't think of any lineman that would come off the board at this point.
So again, when the Buccaneers are on the clock and after they make their pick, Jason Light and Todd Bowles are going to be coming down to the media room for the interviews, and we'll get some questions. The Jets jump ahead of the Buccaneers. The Jets have traded up with the Titans.
Okay, Matt, what are your boys doing here?
Jermaine Johnson.
This is a player
for Robert Saleh.
This is a player they would have taken at 10.
That's right.
Jets
are owning this draft, man. They're owning the draft.
To come out of this draft.
Oh my gosh.
What are you doing, Jets?
What are you doing, Jets? What are you doing, man?
Jets. To come away from this draft with Sauce, Jermaine Johnson, and Garrett Wilson.
Oh my God.
Would be Incredible. Robert Saleh, Matt came up from. Lamar Jackson tweeted WTF, by the way.
The 38th, right? 38. No, 35 or 38. Which pick did they give up?
Yeah, not sure yet. Lamar Jackson is pissed. Yeah, 35, 69, and 163. And they got back 101. So they traded the early third and they got the comp third back.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's 32 spots later. So that's basically a fourth. It's hard to argue with that, although there's a lot of people out there that have measured value for a long time and said,
right,
probably isn't the way to go. But if you come away from this draft with Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson, and Jermaine Johnson.
The Jets are selecting Jermaine Johnson.
They are. Okay. So this is... It's just like last year. The Jets traded up to get Elijah Vera Tucker. Everybody said it's terrible value, and I get it. But look, he's a really good player, and the other teams got players who sucked.
That's right.
So the Vikings traded back, I believe, in that one. And
so the Buccaneers are on the clock.
There's a lot of ways to look at this thing. Bucs on the clock here, and the board has fallen. All the options are here. Devontae Wyatt is here. I don't think they were going to take Jermaine Johnson based on what you were saying there. And also there's that whole issue of where does he play?
Right.
Because we have JTS and Shaq as our guys, and he's not really a player that can kick inside, obviously. So this is, the possibility of Devontae Wyatt here obviously looms pretty large. Logan Hall and Lewis Cine as well. So we will keep an eye out for this pick. But yeah, after adding Joe Tryon-Shoyinka a year ago, the Bucs have obviously had a really good run in the first round, but everybody's kind of throwing what they got there. A lot of people want Wyatt. Yep. It felt like last year the board just kind of felt exactly how the Bucs wanted, and Tristan Wirfs exactly how they wanted it. So yeah, we are refreshing here. We'll give you the pick as soon as we have it here. Wyatt, Hall, or Cine, all of our top options on the board here. So
$3 best bets are available right now. We expect one of those three to go. What could be a wild card pick here?
Wild card pick. Devin Lloyd could be a wild card pick.
I don't see it because where is he going to play? You're not going to take Levante David or Devin White off the field this year, right?
Kyler Gordon could be a wild card pick if you're just looking for wild card picks. I don't know that I see an offensive wild card pick given how the board has fallen.
Yeah.
Certainly no wide receiver here. I don't think they'll take Mcbride given the way the board has fallen. This is Yeah, given the way the board has fallen, I don't expect them to take an offensive player.
Yep.
But if they stay here too, we have to think about the fact they can move down because there are so many options they like on the board.
Trey McBride could be the wild card pick, but I don't.
Trey McBride could be a wild card pick, but again, the way the board has fallen,
I
would surprise me if they went.
I agree.
If Wyatt and some others are gone,
they're gone.
Yeah.
For sure.
I just don't know that they would do it. Do they trade down though? Because there's so many players here that we know are pretty high on their board.
I would like for them to, if they can.
Let's make sure we get a verified source on whatever the pick. Let's not jump the gun on people here. Storm the war room. It's absolutely crazy. They have to feel like they just absolutely won the whole draft. Like, I mean, just amazing. They have to feel just absolute kings. Wow. So the Bucs are trading down from 27 and the Jaguars are at 33. So the Bucs are set to open the second round tomorrow.
Wow.
And what did they add? What did they add in this trade?
This is a fantastic move for the Buccaneers. Now, I know that we're not going to get the pick
But
tonight.
we got to see how the rest of this first round shakes
Yes.
out so we know who's on the board.
That's
for that.
right. That's true. Yep.
Jaguars are on the clock now.
33, 106, and 180.
106 and 180.
So,
First pick in the fourth and the sixth round. Okay. All right.
So,
And remember, Jason said this is the sweet spot of the draft, so we knew he wanted to trade
and
back.
we've also seen
and
him
they pull it
acquire
off.
picks and then use those to move up. He did that with Kendall
Let's
Beckwith.
get Josh to tell us the value here too.
Yeah.
Josh has a trade calculator he's working to tell us the value of these picks or whether the Bucs are acquired, but that feels like a great trade. Josh says great trade. 33 106 to get the first pick in the fourth. Now you've got a late pick in the fourth as well.
Right. JC, can you go see
you've got a
if we're going to
sixth.
get Jason tonight? I don't think we will, but we want to make sure we don't miss that. Just ask the people in the media room.
So they trade with the Jags and they will open round. Do we get to open round two tomorrow?
Yes.
Let's go.
Yes. This is so exciting.
We'll
Oh
get
my
30.
gosh.
So the Bucs will have 33 and 60. Let's go over all their picks here very quickly. As well as the ones they just added here. That feels like a really good trade to me to
no
get.
doubt about
They
it.
move back 20, 29, 30, five spots, essentially 6 spots, basically. I think 5 picks, right? And we'll see what the Jaguars do here. Obviously, we have to see how the board plays out. Does it go their way now that they made the move back? That'll be the key that we got to figure out here. But 106 and 180.
He might come and talk about the trades. Okay.
So right now, before this thing is updated, the Bucs will pick at 33, 60, 91, 106, 133, 180, 249, and 262.
So let's put that in layman's
So
terms
added
now.
2 picks.
They've added a fourth.
Yep.
They've added a 4th round pick and they've added a 6th round pick, which they did not have. So now they
Correct.
have 2 4th rounders.
Yes.
So now the Buccaneers have
2 seconds,
2 seconds,
a third, early fourth, and a late fourth, a 6th, and 2 7s.
Wow.
Remember, 33 is a very sought after.
So yeah, 33 is a sought after pick for sure. So they could trade down again. It's possible. 27. Let's see. So they would now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So essentially what they've done is they've made it an 8-pick draft now. From 33 on, they'll have 8 picks. Correct. And now they have a pick in between 133 and 249 or whatever it is. Is it 241? It says 249 on Tankathon. I don't know. Brad Spielberger has it out. He said absolute robbery for Jason Light. Light did it again. He robbed him blind. The value difference of the pick. I'm not going to go through all the numbers for people because I'm too stupid. And also, I don't know if everybody's going to care. But the Bucs just hosed the Jaguars.
What are the picks again? We got
Kept Byron Leftwich and took their picks.
33.
33, 106, and 180.
No, where are the Bucs picking? Next, or tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
33.
60, and then 91. And then they'll open the fourth at 106. Yeah. So also they could trade back up here. Depending on what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Yeah. I mean, let's see now. Who are the Jaguars going to take? Jaguars on the clock.
Yeah, this is important because we got to figure out who exactly.
Jaguars
still
took
gonna be
Devin
there.
Lloyd. Okay.
Okay.
Good pick for the Jags, though. What, Devin Lloyd? Oh, yeah, before the Patriots. King Jason Light.
It's one of those things where I know Buccaneer fans were anxious to have a pick tonight and a player. There's not going to be John tomorrow. It's not going to be a press conference.
No.
For the first round pick because there's no first round pick.
Yeah. So I'm ecstatic for tomorrow though. 33 and 60.
Yes.
And 91. That's gonna be fun. Also, we don't know. They could still trade back up in the end of this first round.
Correct.
And we could also see what they're gonna do in terms of trying to who comes off the board here. I think who comes off the board here is a big deal for whether we're going to predict they trade back again from 33 or not.
You doing a trade story? Great.
Oh, wow.
Awesome.
Matt's all over it.
Matt's
Matt already
all
has
over
trade
it.
story published. Absolute king, Matt Matera.
Yeah, now we're talking, JC.
Well, what we really hope here is that can these guys, Logan Hall especially, and Devontae Wyatt, get past the Packers and the Chiefs, who need both of those positions, and the Bengals.
Right.
Defensive line is a need for all three of those teams. So you obviously want to see one of those players go off the board. The other thing that's interesting about this is that tomorrow we are probably going to get a lot of reports about who the Bucs are taking at 33, similar to how we do for number one.
That's right.
That usually is how it works out. So it's going to be a lot of speculation throughout the day as to what happens at 33 if they do indeed stay there.
And it's a long time. And like JC was saying earlier, that's a sought after spot, number 33. Everybody wants to reassess their draft boards. They get anxious and antsy. They might want to move up again. Remember, Jason Light has said the value in this draft is in the middle rounds.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of good players there. The Buccaneers could grab a lot of great depth, a lot of future starters possibly. So,
yeah. I mean, again, just the way it's supposed to be done by Jason Light, the way it's supposed to be done. Now, does not mean that they'll nail all the picks now, but the process is great.
Yes,
understands what value is and how one player does not overseed multiple options, multiple opportunities to get good players. Even if they're all like solid players and you didn't end up with an elite one, the chances falling so in love with the player at 27 that you believe that player was going to be an elite player most of the time will get you in trouble. There are some exceptions. I did not see an exception on this board. To me, there was no clear, this is the guy you should take, absolutely no question player. There just wasn't. So if you see that, you trade back. Like you just do, because you add value and you add opportunities. It's all just a matter of how many swings can you get, right? Can you get more opportunities to hit? You want to stay alive, right? You get more opportunities to get hit. That's all it is. And that's all that he's done. He keeps fouling them off until you get more opportunities to be able to try and hit a home run or even hit a single and get on base. Like that's what he's trying to do. That's what Jason Light's trying to do. And that's what he's executed to perspective because he understands value and how team building should happen. And when I compare that to organizations like Pittsburgh who don't understand those things, it's shocking to Bucs fans because Pittsburgh has been the winner and Tampa Bay has been the loser, but that tide has turned. And I use Pittsburgh as an example here because they are such a well-known organization that defies analytics, that doesn't listen to reason, that doesn't listen to people smarter, that understand value in those things. They don't do those things. I know because I talk to people around the league, and Pittsburgh doesn't do those things. And because of that, they've fallen behind and they do what they do. And they take running backs in the first round. And because they get it, the Bucs are a team that are able to then go and make trades like this and add value to the board. Now, they need to hit the picks. Evaluation's part of this too, for sure. But understanding the value is the first step. We know they can evaluate. Jason Light's proven that, no question.
This reminds me a lot of 2018, John, where the Buccaneers had 3 second-round picks.
Packers are selecting Devontae Wyatt here at 28.
Not surprised.
Lloyd and Wyatt both come off the board. We had said we didn't really think they were going to take Lloyd. Wyatt was an interesting one. We were not sure how that would go, whether they would take him or not. Maybe if he was there at 33, obviously they had an opportunity to take him, and they didn't at 27.
Correct.
That tells us what we needed to know.
Exactly. And if you've been paying attention to pewterreport.com, the two names we've kind of funneled down to what the Buccaneers were looking for. 3 really, because now we're into the second round territory, but Lewis Seen, Logan Hall, and Trey McBride.
Yeah.
And John, with 2 second round picks, I would be shocked if they don't come away with one of those 3 players.
Yeah. And so far the board has not gone exactly. I mean, we'll see with Wyatt. Now it really looks like Seen could be an option. If none of these teams take him, and let's look at the board really quickly and just kind of see what's out there. You know, it'd be interesting for the Chiefs. They lost Tyrann Mathieu, but Seen is not really that type of player. They have one Thornhill there, and they added who did they sign? Who did the Chiefs sign? Remember who the Chiefs?
Huh?
Yeah. Did you see did you remember who the Chiefs signed at safety? Does anybody remember?
Free agency.
Justin Reed, right. Okay. So I don't think they'll take a safety. That would be surprising. They already took a DB. The Patriots, they have a lot of safeties, I believe. Cincinnati, don't think they'll do that with Bates and Von Bell there, who they paid a lot for. Vikings at 32.
Kansas City, did they take Logan Hall?
Kansas City or the Bengals could take Logan Hall. Yes.
By
Yeah.
the way, I don't know if you guys saw
I'd be okay with that.
But I nailed the trade, except I gave you the 7th round at that. But I had that trade as one of my predictions.
Yeah.
There you go. So JC was saying he had it in one of his. Was that in an article, JC?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So did you tweet that out? Let the people know that. Brag on the TL. Let the people know.
Daxton Hill from Michigan. That's a name we haven't talked about a lot.
Daxton Hill is a player I think that the Chiefs could take ultimately. Like if they were looking for a player like that, a system that's pretty man coverage heavy, they need players like that. They lost some of their options at corner, not necessarily their slot. They like to play little Jarius Sneed in the slot, but they could they lost Travarius Ward, and they may want to move Sneed outside more, and Dax Hill could be an option for them as a nickel too.
That's
so
right.
Lots of options.
That's right.
Yeah. Somebody said Bengals O-line. I hope, but I don't think so. The way the O-line board has gone, and they signed a bunch of free agents, I think they feel good about their 5. Yeah. I think they'll go another direction ultimately. Maybe a corner. And Logan Hall could be a Bengal, and the other players that could be Bengals are Andrew Booth or Kyler Gordon. He's still on the board as well here, a corner, and that's another name that could look out for the Bucs.
Right. And I'll tell you what, if for some reason Logan Hall and Lewis Seen don't make it out of the first round, at number 33, I wouldn't be surprised if it's Trey McBride.
Agreed.
They're very well.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Would not surprise me at all. Yeah.
And the crazy thing is you may have heard this on our previous Pewter Report podcast, but when it came down to the final mock draft, and again, what we try to do with the mocks, we try to be predictive, but we try to put these people, these players on your radar so you know who they are. And these are players that we know the Bucs have some interest in.
Yeah.
And so we had Lewis Seen in the third mock draft. We kind of thought defensive tackle for the fourth. We put Travis Jones in there. That wasn't probably an ideal fit. But at the same time, it was going to be Logan Hall. We also were really considering Trey McBride at 27 for the Buccaneers.
We were. Yeah, we said a bunch of times, I think, Trey McBride, Traylon Burks, Lewis Seen, Devontae Wyatt, Logan Hall. Those are the players we thought were on 5 on was our 5 best guesses at this point in time. So, yeah, that was absolutely 3 of those names are still available. And they could all be the pick. We'll see how the end of the first round plays out here. But, yeah, this is definitely.
So there's
about the
four picks ahead, and there's 3 players we've really identified for the Buccaneers. And
so how many of those 3 players go in the next 4 picks is going to be very telling.
Correct.
So it feels like the Bucs are on the clock every pick right now.
That's exactly right. Yeah,
it's actually
There's
even
no doubt
better
about
with the trade back, the drama. I mean, the Packers didn't take a wideout. I thought people were like, "Oh, the Packers don't take for wideouts in the first round." Well, guess what, Scott? They had Devontae Adams before. That's why they didn't. So I thought that would change things this time.
Yeah.
It did not. They took a linebacker and a defensive tackle.
They replaced one Devontae with another Devontae.
Fun.
Different positions.
I mean, clearly 2 players that will help them, but will those players move the needle to win Super Bowl? Like, you need playmakers.
That's true.
They have Alan Lazard, Sammy Watkins, and Randall Cobb.
They have A.J. Dillon.
And A.J. Dillon.
Back.
Thunder Thighs. And Aaron Jones and Robert Tunyon.
Yep.
I don't know. I rarely know what the Packers are doing.
Yep. Folks, we would
be. The Patriots just took Cole Strange in the first round.
Wow.
But JC got his favorite guy.
Oh my God.
But he got him at 29, which is
Wow.
where JC didn't even want him at 29.
Cole Strange.
A Chattanooga
smokes.
guard.
What are you doing? You passed on Jermaine Johnson and Devin Lloyd and Andrew Booth to take my favorite guy in the draft, Cole Strange. What are we doing? What are you doing?
So you love him,
Okay.
but at 29.
So the media has been notified that Jason Light will not be talking tonight, which means the Bucs are officially done. But don't go anywhere, folks, because we got a couple more picks left. And we got to see who's going to be around for number 33 tomorrow. So while you're eagerly waiting for the end of the draft,
is Jordan Schultz wrong about this pick? That is crazy. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I think he's right.
He is.
We ask that you do us a huge favor, and that is subscribe to Pewter Report TV on our YouTube channel. Make sure you hit the like button. What that does is it helps our algorithm. It helps us get our Pewter Report podcast and these draft shows in front of more Buccaneer fans, just like you. We love the Pewter people. So help us out by subscribing to Pewter Report TV on YouTube and hitting the like button. That's key, folks. It really is.
Cole Strange just went in the first round. Not one person said Cole Strange is going in the first round. You know how often that happens? Hardly ever. You hear even LJ Collier and some of the worst first round picks, Caleb McGarry, some just travesty first round pick, guys that had 5th round grades on.
Right.
They got the buzz going up. They were like, there's some team. You were just like, no way. And then it happened. And that happens with a lot of players, and then they don't end up going to the first round. But I don't remember many times where a player got absolutely no buzz in the first round.
We had Cole Strange as our second day, or I should say, rounds 4 through 7 Bucs best bet. So now we've lost 2 Bucs best bet, 3. Devontae Wyatt, defensive tackle. Cole Strange, our day 3.
We would never get a Patriots best bet.
No,
we would never get it.
Never.
Absolutely wild.
But you know what is wild, and what we would get is we would get some Celsius, John. You're damn right we get some Celsius. We drink Celsius every day, folks. I'm on 2 Celsius right now. That's why I'm still up. I'm 50 years old. It's way past my bedtime. But I'm up because of you, the Buccaneer fans, the loyal Pewter Report readers, listeners, and viewers, and also because of Celsius. Folks, Celsius has got the vibe. Not just the peach vibe, not just the tropical vibe, but the new Arctic vibe. That's right. It's a fantastic flavor. It has made it into my top 5. I had one yesterday morning. Today I was rocking the Fuji apple pear, as well as the orange. Those are my 2 flavors. I had the orange for breakfast. I had the Fuji apple pear in the afternoon on the way to the AdventHealth Training Center. And that has energized me, and I'm sure it's energized everybody in this Pewter Report staff tonight.
Absolutely. The Arctic vibe is out. Somebody said they haven't seen it yet. You got to get it. It's so good. So good.
Yeah.
You love it.
It is. It's really top notch.
Yeah. So Strange, by the way, was on 73 on Dane Brugler's board. I actually liked Strange. Now, 73 on Dane's board is different than 73 on my board. 73 on my board, you're getting into 4th rounders.
Right.
On my board, on Dane's board, you're not. So he probably had Strange he had a 3rd round grade on Strange. Yeah. I also had a 3rd round grade on Strange. We valued him very similarly, I believe. Let me see. Where was he on my board? Okay, here he is. 57 on my board. What might be other than Pickett, might be the lowest ranked player taken in the first round for me.
So, folks, this is going to be, these next couple picks are going to be huge because there are 3 players we could really see the Buccaneers taking at 33.
And there's 3 picks, right?
Logan Hall and Trey McBride. And as long as those 3 players are not gone, the Buccaneers will draft, I think, one of those 3 players.
Yeah. So we got to see the the Bengals one is big because this is a corner or Logan Hall, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You got to hope they go like Dax Hill or something. I mean, I know some Bucs fans want Dax Hill. Yeah. I don't see that being a fit. I don't think they'll take him. I agree. Of course he was. Yeah, he got paid. That's all he cared about. He didn't care about winning rings. JC said off camera that Rodgers was apparently okay with them not drafting a wide receiver of the Packers. He built different. Built different.
Right.
Built different in Green Bay. Logan Hall over Wyatt. No, Wyatt is off the board, Leo.
Yes.
Wyatt is off the board. He went to the Packers at 28. Thank you for the $2 super chat, though.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
So the Chiefs are taking George Karlaftis with the 30th pick.
Sweet.
Guess who had George Karlaftis, the Chiefs, in their mock draft?
You did.
That's right. Good boy. At 29, but still. Yeah, pay up, Josh. Just kidding. That's big. Wait, Chiefs did just select it, right? Yeah. I'm not tripping, right? Yeah, Chiefs. Okay. So the Bengals now on the clock, and Karlaftis was not a Bucs target. We had talked about that
at all.
They were not on the Karlaftis train.
Yep.
Okay, so I mean, I got like 5 or 6 picks right in this mock.
That's good. That's really good. Let
me see how many I got. Okay. Given all the I got Wyatt to the Packers.
Mm-hmm.
I got Karlaftis to the Chiefs.
Yep.
Let's see. I got no. Yeah, I'm working for the back down. Olave to the Saints. That's 3. Not Quay Walker. Not true. Chargers. No.
George Karlaftis. I did not like the player.
He's just a guy.
Thought about
it. Yeah.
He's a little bit more of an athletic AJ Epinesa.
Yeah.
You know.
So 6. That's pretty bad. I mean, that's not great. It's not going to win you.
Yeah.
Last year, I think I got 8 or something like that. Last year was way more chalk. I don't think that's that great. 6 matches. Now, players that have been selected in the first round, I've done pretty well in that. Like in terms of how many of the 32 did you get right? 6 is not. I've done better than 6, but 6 is not bad. 6 is not. I wonder what the best will be this with all the trades.
Yeah.
What the best will be this year. I'll be interested to see that.
So this Bengals pick is really interesting right here because Logan Hall is one of those guys that could be in play.
Yeah, absolutely. Logan Hall's seriously in play for them, and so is the corners, I think.
Do they need a safety?
No, not really, because they have Jesse Bates and
Bates,
they paid money for Von Bell as well.
Yep.
So I think they feel pretty good where they're at safety. But corner, I mean, they obviously like Chidobe Awuzie played really well for them.
Right.
And Mike Hilton's their nickel, so I don't think they'd take Dax Hill. But the other outside corner spot is Eli Apple.
Yeah.
So.
Oh.
Yeah, Carmen said the Bucs had a second round grade on Wyatt, and they aren't the only ones. That could be a good little story there, by the way.
Yep.
If somebody wants to write that.
And listen, we put Devontae Wyatt in as a Bucs best bet simply because he was the number one mocked player to the Buccaneers.
Mm-hmm.
It was almost like there was an obligation to. But
yep.
If you've read our reporting,
and even at 27, that could be their second round grades.
Yeah, correct.
So, yeah.
And if you read our reporting. Listen, they obviously passed on Devontae Wyatt. They had a chance to get him, and they passed. And we believed that they liked Logan Hall better than Devontae Wyatt. We'll see if they end up taking Logan Hall or if they take Lewisine, if they go in a different direction. But based on what we know, what we had learned, and what we had speculated to a degree, educated guessing, I guess you could say.
That's why we left Wyatt on my last mock draft.
Yep.
I took Wyatt was on the board. I took Lewisine
and
left Wyatt on the board because I just didn't think they were going to. I mean, ultimately, it was going to come down to how they viewed the character stuff.
Yeah,
I think.
correct.
I think a lot of the on the field stuff they liked, but the age and then the character concern / maturity, that stuff. I think that was enough to scare them off a little bit.
It was, and also too, as I wrote about in my SR's Bucs Insider yesterday, when I was talking about Logan Hall versus Devontae Wyatt. Those points were mentioned, as well as the fact that Logan Hall offers some versatility that Devontae Wyatt maybe doesn't. With his size and his length, you're looking at a player that can not only go inside and rush from a 3 technique in nickel, but you can also sub him at Will Golston's 4-eye, 5-eye defensive end spot in the 3-4 as well. So I think because of that, and you can also probably play, if you want to go with like a power package, move him outside and put him on the edge for a couple plays. You can do a lot more, I think, with Logan Hall and his versatility, whereas Devontae Wyatt is a 3 tech, and that's pretty much it.
And I hope I don't want to talk about Logan Hall that much. Well, I will if the Bengals take him here. I'll talk about him as a Bengals pick. I know that people have physically compared Logan Hall and Will Golston, but I think beyond that, obviously physically they're very similar.
Yeah.
But I think beyond that, I don't think he's very much like Golston in terms of skill. So first of all, Golston played outside mostly in college, and Daxton Hill just went off the board here.
Yep.
To the Bengals. Wow. So they did. So now what do they do with Daxton Hill? Because they have one of the best nickels in the league, and Mike Hilton, who only plays nickel, and who they paid a lot of money to, who was awesome last year for them.
Wow.
So where does he play? Because they have a free safety in Jesse Bates, who they just tagged. Do they pay him? I can't remember if they paid him. And he's not a strong safety.
He's either free
and he's
safety
not an outside
or
corner.
he's a slot.
They have 2 of the highest paid players in the league at both positions he plays. Wow. That is stunning to me. I don't understand that one at all. Daxton Hill doesn't have a million fits.
No, he doesn't.
He's a free safety or he's a nickel.
And we did not have him as a Bucs best bet, also for a reason, because we kind of went over all the different scenarios like we're doing right now, and it was hard to find.
We thought about it.
But it was hard to find him a spot in Tampa's defense.
Yeah, I'm really confused about Dax Hill and thinking about how he goes in that secondary. I follow a bunch of Bengals people, and I'm close to them, and they had a list of players they thought the Bengals would take. And he was not one of those players. So this is interesting. I wonder if a trade is coming at some point.
Michael Kraft, $10 super chat. Thank you. thoughts on odds of the Bucs trading back again off 33, high trade value pick for teams to see a guy that they need to get. Yeah,
Yes.
they're in position for that.
But I don't think they're going to again.
I don't think they're going to either.
Because they added the
they've
picks.
done enough.
Right.
Yes.
They added the picks that they wanted. This roster isn't last year's roster,
Right.
but it's still pretty full roster.
That's
there
true.
are not a lot of spots to add people that will make this team.
That's right.
Now they're closer to it, but it's still
Just to,
Yeah.
correct. Yeah.
And
Hey, we saw Jason Light trade up one spot to get Tristan Wirfs, right, in the first round. So, yeah, you're exactly right, Josh. It's a numbers game because if there's 3 players on the board that they like, and we believe those players to be Lewis Cine, Logan Hall, and Trey McBride, you can trade back as many as or as few as 3 spots for sure.
Yeah.
But chances are you could probably trade back 5 spots if you do your homework on what the other teams need and realize that this team's not going to draft the tight end or a defensive lineman or a safety.
Right. And I think it could be like a couple spot trade if somebody really wanted to come up that much.
Right.
Thank
you very much for these super chats, by the way.
And appreciate Animal with the $5 super chat. Do you all like the trade? What are your thoughts? I think we're kind of answering that hopefully
totally
as we go here. But yeah, I definitely like the trade, and I like the way it's played out so far. Let's see what this last pick is. I think right. I mean, this is the Vikings at 32.
Yeah,
could definitely be a corner here.
Yeah,
this might be Kyler Gordon. Breaking my heart. I don't think I don't know that the Bucs would take Kyler Gordon, but
we haven't heard any official buzz about the Buccaneers and Kyler Gordon in terms of interest. Not that they haven't been interested, but we haven't heard about it.
The Rams had a reaction to the selection of Cole Strange. The Rams thought he'd be there at 104, they said.
Wow.
In the presser that Sean McVay said, how about that? We wasted our time watching him and we thought he'd be there at 104.
Wow.
Yikes. Appreciate the $5 super here chat here from Trustin. The Packers must hate their quarterback. They are not helping him at all. What is going on? What did the Bucs get for their pick? The Bucs got 106. They got 33, 106, a 4th rounder, and a 6th round pick.
Yeah.
160
2
something.
picks in the 2nd round.
80 something.
A 3rd round pick. 2 picks in the 4th round. No pick in the 5th round. But they got a
6th
round
and
pick.
2 7s.
And then 2 7s.
Very sad to say the Rams will not be stealing the draft, but they are still in the limelight there, even though they're not picking. Okay, we got the final pick coming up here, and then we've got to kind of reassess ourselves here with the Bucs in mind, given that they're opening tomorrow. I do think they'll stay at 33, but you're right. If there was a opportunity similar to what the Ravens just did, trade down 2 spots, and you knew you know who the team was coming up for, a quarterback, or then maybe you do it. 1 quarterback in the 1st round so far, and the Vikings are about to pick.
Who was at the draft in the green room,
and I'm a little bit afraid Lewis Cine could be a pick here.
Yeah,
for the Vikings, so that would be a little blow to end the day for sure if it was Lewis Cine off the board here. These are the risks you take, though.
That's right.
And you didn't love any player enough to not add
exactly.
assets.
And you do this knowing that there's a pool of players that if somebody does take your number 1, then you got 1B and 1C right there behind them to select. So it's a pool of players that you're looking at that they'll trade down for here. Yeah.
So let's see here.
You mean the Vikings trade out of this pick?
No, I mean the Bucs could potentially trade out of this pick tomorrow.
Yeah.
No quarterback is taken here.
Right.
Everybody's making puns about it being a strange pick. Low hanging fruit.
If you look who's up next tomorrow, or up further up the bar, the Texans could look for some competition with Davis Mills.
This is going to be interesting what the Vikings do, because this could very easily be a corner. And
would they go quarterback to find the
Now,
the
if
heir
they hadn't
apparent
just
to
paid Kirk Cousins, then I would say maybe, but because they have, I would be surprised.
I would not be shocked if you trade up. Might not happen.
The Vikings. What are you gonna do, Vikings? No Lewis seen yet. I'm nervous, Scott.
I know.
I'm nervous. Harrison Smith and who right now? That's what they have. Lewis
Is
Seen.
it Lucine? Ah,
I knew it.
Yep. That Todd Bowles Jr. is off. the
I
board.
knew it.
Yep.
I had that feeling.
Yep.
I had that feeling.
But listen, Logan Hall, who was in our mock draft as the first pick and is the Bucs' best bet, is still there, as is Trey McBride.
I think they're going to take Logan Hall tomorrow
I
morning.
think so too.
And you know what that means? The smoke is still alive.
33
That's right.
could be.
Yeah, we could be getting Kirby Joseph at safety or Smoke Monday. Yeah.
It's funny. I actually ended up with this safety class. I ended up liking Brian Cook and Nick Cross more than Jaquan Brisker. And so, yes, I like seeing more than those guys.
What are your thoughts on Brisker quickly as a potential with seeing gone now, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's a strong safety. So, I mean, it fits.
Yeah.
But I just don't see him as much more. I don't think there's a super high ceiling for Jaquan Brisker.
Right.
So, yeah, it would not be my first choice. Definitely not at 33.
Right.
Wouldn't be my first choice. But I think you're looking at safeties here now, and he's probably one of them. That's an option for them. And I think you could also, I mean, it's Hall.
Yeah.
And McBride's probably in consideration here. But again, with Hall on the board, I think he's going to be the pick tomorrow if I had to guess.
Yeah.
I think they want defensive tackle help more than they want anything else.
I think so too. You got to remember, Ndamukong Suh still not re-signed. Even if he is, John, he's 35. This you figure will be the last year for him, right? So you need somebody that can come in and play that. I've talked to some trusted sources around the league that say this guy can easily grow to be 300 pounds. I mean, he played at 265. He's already up to 283. He's still a lean, long guy. The crazy thing is, and the reason why I use the Will Golston comparison is just because Will Golston came into the league around 270, and Will Golston's over 300 pounds now. But you wouldn't look at it. I mean, I saw Will. We talked to him for about 15 minutes at the Arians Family Foundation Gala, and he's around 300 pounds, and he is chiseled. I mean, he is so well put together. And I think that this is, and I heard from a trusted source that Logan Hall has got the frame to really grow. He is not done growing yet. He's a very interesting player. I think that he will be the pick. Another wild card would be Travis Jones, but he really is like a poor man's Ndamukong Suh. He is a bull rusher, doesn't offer much other than a guy that will just grab a hold of the guard and drive him back into the quarterback. He'll stuff the run, but I like Logan Hall better as a fit. And then Trey McBride, John, we talked about the ideal trade scenario, right? And that's somehow getting Logan Hall trading back. I even wrote about this in the Insider. The ideal trade is trading back to 32. It ends up being 33, getting a middle round pick, and then trading up into the second round after selecting Logan Hall and getting Trey McBride from Colorado State.
Yeah.
That's exactly what could happen here.
Yeah, definitely something that could happen. They have the ammunition to trade up from 60 if they want to get him. If they don't take him at 33, there's a lot of options for them here as they go into day two to find good players who can contribute right away. Again, I know people love Devontae Wyatt and wanted him in some ways, but remember, age, character stuff, no pass rush production really in college. Some of that is a scheme for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely would have loved him as a pick. He's my 12th player on my board. I'm just saying there's always two ways to look at things.
Yeah.
And I can't criticize it because I don't know the stuff that I don't know about the off the field. Like I don't, and so I can't criticize it because of that. You've seen Hurts to lose out on that one, I think, but I don't think he's a can't miss player. And that's part of the process of trading down is knowing that you're giving yourself more shots at this thing with other players. I am going to hold out hope for a corner at the top of the round 2. That's what I'm going to choose to do. Logan Hall's a fine pick if he's there.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be, I'm not crazy about Logan Hall. I don't think he's bad at all.
Right.
I just not crazy about him. I do think he will be the pick. But I'm going to hold out hope that Kyler Gordon is the pick at the beginning of round 2. That would be awesome for me. Yeah. That'd be incredible. That's I believe. Let's see if he's the highest ranked player on my board that has not been selected.
Here's the thing: if it is Kyler Gordon, what we saw last year from Washington is the ability for Kyler Gordon to play inside and out, and that's important because you've got a situation where Sean Murphy-Bunting, right, is his back's against the wall. That's fair to say. He's in a contract year. He was hurt half the season last year. When he returned, he didn't make any plays, John. He didn't make any plays.
Right.
And so he has really got to put up or shut up this year. The other thing, too, with Sean Murphy-Bunting is they brought in a veteran, Logan Ryan, who can play nickel corner, slot corner in a pinch. And he actually graded out there better via Pro Football Focus than he did at safety. So, but the thing is Sean Murphy-Bunting's in a contract year. Logan Ryan's in a contract year. There's a chance neither one of those guys are here next year, right?
Yeah.
And so if that's the case, you draft a player like Kyler Gordon, and you can play him as, put him in that competition for the slot. He also has enough size to play outside. He's not their ideal 6'1", rangy cornerback, but he can certainly do it.
I'm going to throw a wild card name at you. And by the way, Kyler Gordon is the highest ranked player on my board that's still available. 15th on my board. He's still available. Then Breece Hall, the running back at 20. You don't want him, obviously. Cornerback Andrew Booth at 21. Imagine that. If they take Breece Hall tomorrow.
Oh, hold on.
Buddy.
Hold on.
I'll retire early, 2 days early.
Hold on. Look right in the camera right there. Okay.
I'm retiring if they take Breece Hall.
With the 33rd overall pick,
no,
the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select running back Breece Hall, Iowa State.
I'm going to throw a wild card at you. Okay. Andrew Booth's 21. So those are the top 3 players left on my board. Gordon, Breece Hall, Andrew Booth. Daxton Hill is taken. The 4th highest player on my board. I'm going to throw this wild card at you. Player we have not talked about at all. I don't think we spent 1 second on him. And I think he would be in my top 5 potential options for them to pick tomorrow.
Okay.
Nakobe Dean from Georgia.
Yep.
Haven't talked about him at all.
Yep.
I don't know that the team has talked to him at all. Yep. But super athletic and rangy on the tape. Leader, character, no question. They say he's the smartest dude, one of the smartest players in the draft.
Yeah.
He is a Mike, but he could easily play well. He could easily play Levante Davis.
As a freshman.
He's small. They have drafted small linebackers. They have not valued size that as much as range, athleticism, and smarts and character.
True.
He has everything that they value. He blitzes, he hits, he's fast, he's character. He's everything they value.
He thought he was the first round pick. He's not. He's going to come in with a chip on his shoulder. Right.
Absolutely. He's going to come with a chip on his shoulder. Talk to him at the combine. Dude is built with a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah.
Would not be surprising to me if he's the pick tomorrow. I would say here's my top 5. I'll leave you with this. Kyler Gordon, Andrew Booth, Logan Hall, Trey McBride, Nakobe Dean.
Yeah.
That's my 5. That's how I see it. One of those 5. Kobe Dean, total wild card. How have we not? We haven't talked about him at all.
Well,
we never thought he'd be the pick at 27.
We never thought that he would be the pick at 27, and we also didn't necessarily think he would fall out of the first round, maybe even. Right? I mean,
I did think that, but I didn't think he'd get to 60, so I didn't.
True.
That's why.
True. Exactly.
Yeah, I did not have him in the first round of my last mock, but one of the top players left on my board. Other players, just in case people are interested, for my board that are left: Daxton Hill's gone, Jordan Davis gone, Trey McDuffie, Boy Mafe, the edge from Minnesota. I don't think the Bucs are going to take him. Maybe at 60.
I agree.
I don't know. Don't think so. Ebikite. Ebiketie, yes. Sorry. I don't know. Maybe I'm saying it wrong. Travis Jones. And that's about it for round 2, guys. Maybe.
They don't want Hall for some reason.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you, folks, it's been an interesting day. It really has been. And good news, folks. The draft didn't even over. It just got started for the Buccaneers. Day 1 is over, but who cares? The Bucs didn't even have a pick.
Yep.
They traded back as Jason Light did, and he got extra picks in the 4th and 2nd round and 6th round. So now the Buccaneers have 2 second-round picks a 3rd round pick, 2 4th round picks, a 6th round pick, and 2 7th round picks. Don't be surprised if the Buccaneers make a trade after making the pick at number 33, moving up in the 2nd round. I could see that happen for a Buccaneer target. I believe that to be the guy right there on the far left, and it could be Isaiah Spiller too, right? If they like the running back, trading up for running back, that gives John indigestion. Heartburn.
Man. 2 articles that I think we'll have a Pewter Report. I'm making this up off the top of my head, so hopefully nobody disagrees with me. A day 2, or maybe day 2 and day 3 mock draft for the Bucs. Bucs 7 round or Bucs 6 round mock draft tomorrow. Run via simulator, and I'll post tomorrow. And one of us will. And then a top 5. My top 5. I'll write about my top 5 options for them at number 33 as well.
Folks,
so you guys have some.
It's been a fun day. No Bucs pick, but hang on.
It's coming.
Starting the draft off right with pick number 33.
Tomorrow is going to be
day 2, April 29th, 6 p.m. Eastern time. The PR Draft Show continues. Be here, be square.
That's right.
Sponsored by Beef O Brady's. Good food, good sports. For John Ledyard, Matt Matera, J.C. Allen, I'm Scott Reynolds, saying we will see you tomorrow night for day 2 of the Pewter Report Draft Show. Out.